what is happening to the man that I supported? You supported. What is happening to the man that I supported? You supported. The man that denounced what happened in Iraq. The man that said no more foreign wars, no more regime change. Promise it on the campaign. J.D. Vance promised it. Tulsi Gabbard promised it. All of them promised it. And we're a year in, and we're in another war.
Okay, I'm joined with my friend of the show, Rick Overton, is with me to cover this. But here is Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she's had it with Donald Trump and these wars, like a lot of conservatives have. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, people from, we covered it the other day, even Alex Jones is chagrined. He's verklempt. He was melting down in a sense. Over all this, he's like, I can't cover for it anymore. He had hope that Donald Trump was going to do a better job, and it's all gone. So now here's Marjorie Taylor Greene. She says, war with Iran is costing American taxpayers $1 billion a day. Most American taxpayers will never receive a Social Security check because it will be bankrupt by 2033. Most Americans can't afford health insurance policies because they are so expensive. Most American families cannot financially survive on a single income, and both parents have to work like slaves in order to feed their children and keep a roof over their heads. But the Trump administration has decided that these American taxpayers have to spend $1 billion a day to murder people and their children in a foreign country that none of us have ever met and know nothing about. Incredible MAGA priorities. So she went on with Megyn Kelly, and she really let it go. Here, let's listen.
And Pete Hegseth said this morning, Megyn, he said that we didn't start this war. But I hate to argue with the Secretary of the Department of War. America and Israel definitely started this war, and you can't lie that away to the American people. And so, you know how I feel right now? I am irate. I am furious about this. We are nearly $40 trillion in debt. How much is this war going to cost us? We have seen enough of our American troops dead and murdered for foreign countries. And now we've had 4 dead and murdered, just like you said, for Israel and for the Iranian people, not for the American people. And I don't want to see any more dead and murdered.
She goes on.
And then we have the president who, by the way, Megyn, this really needs to be said. Donald Trump has said repeatedly on camera and in interviews, he doesn't think he's going to heaven. Well, I want to ask a question, a serious question. What is in his mind? What is his mental state? If he doesn't think he's going to heaven and he is a man towards the end, he's in the 4th quarter, he's towards the end of his life. How does that pan out for the rest of us when we have a president of the United States who doesn't think and is convinced he's not going to heaven? What does that mean his decision-making is? He already said to the New York Post today that he doesn't care about the polling. He doesn't care about what the American people think, and he may put troops on the ground. He took this is going to be a few-day war, to now it's going to be maybe 4 weeks or more. I want to say, what is happening to the man that I supported? You supported. The man that denounced what happened in Iraq. The man that said no more foreign wars, no more regime change. Promise it on the campaign. J.D. Vance promised it. Tulsi Gabbard promised it. All of them promised it. And we're a year in, and we're in another fucking war, and we've got American troops being killed. I think it's time for America to rip the Band-Aid off, and we need to have a serious conversation about what the fuck is happening to this country and who in the hell are these decisions being made for, and who is making these decisions.
Wow. I wish she would have stayed in Congress. I don't know why she got out of Congress. But so that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me today. Greetings to all of you. As you can see, there has been a lot of events going on during the week, and a lot of people are talking about the Bwala interview, which I find a little bit. I guess it's a reflection of what is going on in Nigeria, but it's unserious, really. It's just an individual interview. And it's not that different from what Mehdi Hasan has done to a lot of people. And then there is also the matter of, ensuring that our conversation today should be understood to be trying to understand the situations and the events that are going on around the world. It's not meant to discriminate against any group, any religion, any tribe, and any sort of kind of discrimination, no matter what group it is. The point is, the purpose of our conversation today is to try to understand the world and try to make sense of the chaos that we are seeing. And, there are a lot of people that are going through a lot of, going through a lot of changes and, trying to reorient themselves in the way things are changing. Clearly, there's a lot that is changing that is shaking a lot of people to their foundation and to their core. They are beginning to ask questions about what has been going on. And it's very interesting because this is part of the reasons why I supported Trump coming into office, because I felt like he was going to rip off the Band-Aid a little bit more so that people can see more clearly. Because somehow the Democrats have a way of hiding things and keeping it quiet. It's just one of those things. So that is what I thought I should make clear, and that not that I support what Trump stands for, but I support the idea of him opening the hidden stuff so that people can truly see the world for what it truly is, and maybe one can truly make proper judgment. If you don't have access to the right information, how can you possibly make the right judgments? And Trump is giving people the chance because of his actions, and it has never been clearer now that Israel has been behind most of the actions that the US has taken in the Middle East. Personally, I actually think the Saudis are also part of it. But somewhere along the line, it appears sometimes it aligns with that of Israel, but other times it doesn't. But the Saudi Arabians didn't try to pull the other direction. If they did, maybe we wouldn't be here. So if you're an Arab and you're part of any of that community, Saudi Arabians have a lot to answer for why things have gone so bad. Because I believe Saudi Arabia is a leader in that region and maybe even some parts of the world. They could have this influenced event to go differently. The Palestinians could have gotten their freedom by now, and most of all these problems would have gone away. But maybe I'm naive. Maybe the real problem is that there is a bigger agenda that is at play. So I'm going to play this video so that you guys can see that there is a bigger agenda that is at play that has always been boiling away inside the US, and a lot of people just didn't pick up on it on time. And the whole thing is coming to a head now. I will try to keep it a little bit concise because there's too many things going on, and you can see some of the things I've already said is a little bit all over the place because there's so many strands out there, and it's often tricky to put them in an organized, coherent manner, in a way people can be able to digest. But that said, I'm going to play this video to give you an idea of what has been going on in the background in the US. And in the US, Christian community has been, for want of a better word, infiltrated and indoctrinated to be quite different from almost any other Christian group around the world. Let me play this.
Cut off by Israel, and rightly so. They should have cut them off a long time ago. I don't care how insensitive you think I am to that. There's 6 doors in this church. You can leave anytime you want to. They've cut them off, electricity. They've cut off their water. They should have. Now, listen, I'm not for hurting anyone that's in.
This is a pastor of a church dressed like a Jewish person.
Innocent. But anybody that supports terrorism is not innocent. You understand that? Israel should make the Gaza Strip a parking lot by this time next week. Destroy the whole thing. What they ought to do is evacuate up there on the hill and get a great big missile and blow that wicked dome of the rock plumb off of the spot where it's standing right now so we can get that third temple rebuilt and usher in the coming of Jesus.
is embarrassing and shameful as an American Christian to hear that and to know that video is from a few years ago. It's been on the internet. No one bothered to highlight it. Most people weren't even aware this was going on. Oh, it's definitely going on. These are very common views. Seems obvious that Mike Huckabee has them, that a lot of the Christian Zionists, John Hagee, that you think just like Israel. They just like Israel a lot. No. These are clerics, so their lives are informed by their religious views. What are their religious views? Well, you just heard it right there from Pastor Locke, who's quite a prominent Christian Zionist. He's not some lone wacko. And there he is with an Israeli flag waving behind him, casual calls for genocidal violence, just blow it up, make it a parking lot. Well, 2 million people live there. What happens to them? They're terrorist sympathizers. That right there is the tell. This is not Christianity. Imagine Jesus saying, just kill them all. They're terrorists. Is there anything in the gospel that suggests Jesus believed that? No, there's a lot to suggest, in fact, to tell us in very clear terms. He thought the opposite, of course. But the last part, let's build the third temple and bring about the return of Jesus, is a direct contradiction of core Christian theology. And even people without theology degrees who didn't go to some eminent Bible college can tell you, what? Jesus says, I am the temple. That is not Christianity. It's not even a close facsimile of Christianity. It's clearly evil. And it is, in some sense, the driving force behind the efforts to rebuild the third temple. Julian the Apostate, who was the last guy to try it, who died invading Iran, he was not Jewish. He was a pagan, just like Pastor Locke. But for some reason, he was the instrument of trying to do this. And there are many of these people, and not just in the theological realm, in the political realm. And that's relevant to you, whether you believe in God or not, or interested in the history of the Abrahamic faiths or not. Global leaders believe this. People you wouldn't expect, and you wonder, what is going on here? It's enough to make the hair on your arms go up. Did everyone know there was an effort to rebuild the third temple and the foundation stone except me? I can't believe I was left out of this conversation. No, all of this took place in public. And if we'd been paying attention or been tuned into that frequency, the spiritual frequency, we've been spiritually sensitive enough to pay attention, we would have known this. But of course, when you grow up in a materialist culture, when the only things you believe are real are the things that can be measured or purchased on Amazon.
I wanted to say something about Tucker Carlson. I think somebody mentioned earlier on that when Tucker Carlson was when he was on Fox News, we never believed him. And that is true. I never subscribed to him. I never liked him. He was one of those people that, I don't share most of his views. I wouldn't say most, quite a lot of his views in terms of Christianity and all kinds of different things. But I like his moral position that he has taken recently. Same goes for Candace Owen. I don't care who it is. If the devil himself comes up and starts saying good things about life and starts saying, let's make sure we are all protected, let's make sure we are all alive, let's be kind to each other, let's be nice, I will listen. Goodness is good on its own. It doesn't need any other crutch. It doesn't need any other qualification. Good is good. If somebody is saying the right thing, you accept it. That's what I see in Tucker Carlson. If he says something I disagree with, I will disagree with it wholeheartedly. And if he says something I agree with, I will agree with it wholeheartedly. What? My only loyalty is to the truth. That is it. It's not to an individual because he has a view. What if he starts saying rubbish tomorrow? I will follow him. You see, people that have true vision and true critical thinking, they turn against somebody that is trying to mislead them. Like he refused to follow Trump in what Trump is doing because he saw that what Trump is doing is immoral and it's not right. Same goes for Candace Owen, Marjorie Taylor. These people were Trump followers. They are die-hard Trump people. But they saw something that is wrong with what they are doing and they discovered things that they didn't know before. And they are beginning to turn around and say, this is not right. We can't do this. And that's how a human being is supposed to be. If you get the right information, you start changing your mind. I hope some people do that, because some people just hold on to their views. They don't care. They just, I can see some people are already saying I'm naive and chameleon and all kinds of different names they call you, all because you choose loyalty to the truth. I feel sorry for those that don't think that is a good idea, because you're basically walking in darkness. You can't see a blue sky and call it gray. If you do that, God help you. So let's go on.
Now, this is the supposedly, maybe, who knows, Catholic president of an overwhelmingly Catholic country, South American country, wonderful country, Argentina, who got elected and was presented to American news consumers as a libertarian economist who was going to fix their debt problem and get rid of inflation and just make life better for Argentines. And there he is in Jerusalem saying that he's weeping with joy, thinking about the rebuilding of the third temple. What the hell is that? You would think that would not even be on his to-do list. If you're running a country as complex and damaged as Argentina, and as promising and great as Argentina, but there's a lot of things you got to do in Argentina if you're running it. But you take time to fly to Israel and say the thing you really want in life is the rebuilding of the third temple? What is going on here? And why haven't we talked about this before? Say, before we invaded Iran with troops who say out loud, we're doing this to bring about the creation of the third temple. Why weren't the rest of us informed? Now, here's a piece of tape you may have seen and that I personally don't want to play since I know the guy and I like him, but it does make you wonder. So this is the current Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, former Fox News employee, nice man, very nice man. 2018 in Jerusalem, and as someone who knew him well, I can tell you I had no idea that he had such evolved and specific and apparently very informed opinions on rebuilding the third temple, of all questions. This is not something they teach you in Sunday school in the Presbyterian Church. This is not something that people talk about at dinner in the United States. This is not something our Congress ever mentions, that the president ever talks about. This is considered so esoteric and weird and crypto-historical and religious and kind of culty and what's Chabad, and that no one ever mentions it. But here's Pete Hegseth, football player from Princeton, going on about it in a way that suggests he's thought a lot about it. This is 2018.
Today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the Western Wall of the Temple Mount, the Western Wall tunnels, so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle.
This is the Secretary of War today. And so for some people that are saying that I get my opinions from these people, I'll repeat again, just in case you're slow. I'm not getting my opinions from them. I'm getting my news from them and forming my own opinion. If this video that he played to show that, Pete Hegseth is saying, let's go and plant flowers at Jerusalem. And then he goes on to say, Pete Hegseth is saying that we should blow up the Temple Mount. I would disagree with him, because that is not what the fact is saying. Don't you get that? It's not him. It's the information he's providing. All right.
Before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle. 1948 was a miracle. 1967 was a miracle. 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle. And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible. I don't know how it would happen. You don't know how it would happen, but I know that it could happen.
What is that? That's the Secretary of War right now overseeing the war with Iran that people fighting it are starting to say actually is about rebuilding this third temple. It's the same man. Okay, this is the point where you begin to think maybe we should have talked about this and its implications. And what are its implications? Religious war, global religious war. So the first heavily publicized move by the United States military and the Israeli military in this conflict was to kill the head of state of Iran, the 86-year-old Ayatollah Khomeini, who was replaced today by his son, who's apparently more anti-Western than he was. So I guess, strictly speaking, that wasn't very effective. But if you take 3 steps back, and no one did because everyone's busy denouncing him as Hitler and the most evil man in the world, and we're so grateful he's dead. When was the last time the United States military, or the Israeli, working in conjunction with the Israeli military, killed the head of a world's religion? Is that wise? It's not because we agree with all world's religions. It's not an endorsement of Shia Islam to say maybe we should pause before killing its 86-year-old leader. It is instead an acknowledgement that that might have consequences that affect the United States and Europe and the world, but particularly the United States, since we are the United States and we have children and hope to have grandchildren. And what will be the downstream effects for them when you kill a religious leader, the government, and some in our government are hoping for? What happens? Those countries suffer more than they have suffered. And so it's possible that the real target here, it's just possible, it's throwing this out there, is not the mullahs in Iran. It's us, as it always has been. But don't take our word for it. Here's a particularly candid and honestly kind of articulate clip from a couple of years ago. This is from August of 2024 from an Israeli rabbi, Joseph Misrach, describing how Israel should take advantage of a then ongoing conflict with Iran, much less intense than the current conflict we're seeing with Iran, to destroy the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa. Watch this.
If it was up to me, the last time when they shot hundreds of missiles, I would pretend that one missile came from Iran and shoot it down. You know, then all the Arabs will go against Iran and it will be the end of the problems. You make them fight with each other, this bunch of lunatics. Never too late. You deal with a bunch of cowards.
Shoot it down into the Dome of the Rock in Al-Aqsa. Destroy what's on what the Israelis call the Temple Mount on the foundation stone. Destroy it and blame the Iranians. And that has the effect, as you just heard him say, of turning our enemies against each other. Turning our enemies against each other. Although they've refused to recognize it for quite some time, the Europeans are the enemies, the mortal enemies of the Israelis. That's the Israeli perspective, obviously. Look at the effects. And so if that were to happen in this conflict, it's not the Israelis who would bear the brunt of it. It's the Europeans, it's the Canadians.
How many people were killed in the United States last year?
In conflict-related violence, probably.
So this is not a conflict. This is an act of terrorism.
Okay. So how many people were killed in the United States in terrorism?
Excuse me, sir.
It wasn't 11,000.
This is part of what Donald Trump many years ago in his first time classified the Western media as what? Fake news. The reason is because context matter.
This is not Western media.
You
right?
are well aware.
This is not Western media.
Yes, I understand. But
this is the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data, ACLED, the most respected group that counts conflict-related violence around the world.
Let me ask you, where there is a terrorist
I could also give you another source.
Conflict?
I mean, National Human Rights Commission. This is a Nigerian group. 2,266 people were killed by bandits or insurgents in the first half of 2025. That's more than were killed in all of 2024. You are failing. Amnesty International says you are failing at security. The numbers don't lie.
It's unfortunate, and as a government,
and it's getting worse.
We're working day and night,
and it's
to
getting
deal with
worse.
That situation. I don't agree to the fact that it's getting worse.
How can it not get worse if more people die in 1 year than the previous year?
Context matters.
What's the context?
The context is not getting worse.
What?
Yes.
The context is not getting worse.
The context.
This, you see the way they talk. This is no wonder we're in trouble. These people, they don't have any idea what is going on.
is that it is not getting worse because you see, this is a water, right?
Okay.
If you have the water half, you could say half glass filled or half empty.
Yeah.
Isn't it right?
Yeah.
So the Western media always see Nigeria, Africa, and some of the activities in Africa as half empty. Excuse me. But we see it as half full because when we look at it, and when I say context matter, before the president took the oath of office, we knew the situation in Nigeria.
And you made it worse.
When he made the decision to take bold step to put Nigeria in better trajectory, we were well aware of the fact that it was going to incense lots of people.
Okay.
We are also
You've
aware.
made your point. I get the glass half full. I get the context. I also understand basic mathematics. Let me ask you this. President Tinubu only declared a national emergency in November of 2025, brought in a raft of policy changes after Trump declared your country to be a country of particular concern for failing to deal with the threat of Christians. Does your government only spring into action when it is internationally shamed into doing so?
Unfortunately for you.
Now, that is a pertinent point about being internationally shamed. This current set of leadership we have in Nigeria, and maybe Nigerians themselves, the only thing that seems to force a change is international eyes on them. Like I said about police officers not taking bribes as much anymore and hardly even want to ask for it, I think it's because they are worried that they will be on TikTok. That's why they are worried, not because they are changing. Because they are worried that they're going to be on TikTok. The customs officers, they are worried they're going to be on TikTok or YouTube. It's only that. It's not because they want to do the right thing, because the mindset of Nigerians is so hardwired. Like, you'll be talking to somebody right now, they will want to beg you for something. Like, everybody's expecting some other person to just come and save them right now. It's really, really strange. I never thought Nigeria had descended to this level. I remember when some tourists go to Egypt, you see all these young people, old men begging. At least those ones are not even just downright begging. They are offering services, but very forcefully. They want to offer you a service so that you pay them money. And they seem so intimidating and very, very intrusive and, make you very unsettled in Egypt. But in the case of Nigeria, it's even worse. They don't even offer you anything just to give me money. That's it. A grown man will just come to you and say, give me money.
6 months before that, we arrested the leaders of La Kurawa and Boko Haram. Some months before that, we killed a certain number of terrorists that the U.S. government, State Department, commended Nigeria. The U.S. Embassy celebrated the fact of the exploits of Nigeria.
You see how they are, so they use foreign people to justify their level of, oh God.
Nigeria, before Donald Trump said that.
But again, he shamed you and you declared a national emergency. You didn't do it before he shamed you.
We declared the national emergency 6 months before Donald Trump said.
Oh my God, that's another falsehood again. The emergency they declared 6 months before then was emergency for food security. Not for insecurity, national insecurity. No, it's for food security. These people are a total joke. I don't even know where to start. And the truth is that them and the White House, they are like that. They are brothers. They are all the same. They are all pretending as if they are against each other. After all, they have given, Tinubu has given them everything they want. It's just a total disgrace. Saying that they declared state of emergency 6 months before that is completely false. It was only after Trump came and threatened Nigeria, that is when he declared state of emergency. Can you imagine these people? There has been insecurity for a very, very long time. The only time they moved is when Trump just put a threat online. That's when Tinubu ordered recruitment of people to let you know that they know the problem. This was not the problem. That's when he started talking about recruiting people into the security forces. I think altogether it was around 50,000 they said they were going to recruit or so. Can you imagine? And that is a drop in the ocean of what they need. These people are not serious people, and they know what the problem is. They refuse to do the right thing by the people. These people are wicked. To watch your people suffer like this every year, getting kidnapped and everything, and you just leave them like that. That is wickedness of the highest order. And it doesn't need to be like that. When I say that they should get people into our military, some people come here outside debating. Because they know, when I tell you that is the problem, they all know that is the problem. They all know it already. No, this is not even a debate. But they chose not to do it. They go to Igbo country, they call police for within 5 minutes, police is there. They call if there is a violent this thing, you see people with arms come there immediately. Within 5-10 minutes, they're already around. But they come to Nigeria, they leave you for 10 hours for jihadis to come and do all kinds of heinous things to your people. For what reason? Why do I? Man, don't get me started, man. I just hate these people when they do these other things.
No, that's not true.
The president
of
Nigeria,
of 2025.
No. Much earlier, around I think April or May, the president declared national emergency on insecurity.
But the actual national emergency was in November.
How can it be
let's
actual?
talk about, people can look this up. Let's talk about kidnappings. The world remembers Chibok in 2014, when 276 schoolgirls were taken by the militant group Boko Haram. Very little has changed, unfortunately, in Nigeria. Just last November, 250 students and staff were kidnapped from St. Mary's Catholic School in Niger State. 2 years into Tinubu's presidency, Nigerian research firm SBM Intelligence said, and I quote, Nigeria's kidnap for ransom crisis has consolidated into a structured, profit-seeking industry. That's embarrassing for your country that you have a kidnapping industry.
I agree with the fact that the insecurity associated with kidnapping has now become a crisis economy. But much more than that, I know of our government's effort in dealing with that insecurity. If you have a little understanding of the nature and the boundary and the geographical measurement of Nigeria and the tendency for insecurity to come in, then you will understand that we're fighting a hydra-headed insecurity situation. With respect to the kidnapping of children, the government has taken measures already. We've introduced what we call Save the School, where students and schools that...
You know what? I'm tired of listening to this guy. I'm really tired of it. They annoy me. The more I think about this, you know, I'm a kind of reformed now, you know. I'm reformed. I don't get too angry when I see our people getting slaughtered. Maybe I should. Because sometimes I feel like these people, I don't want to start. I'm quite reformed. I'm calm down. But to be hearing him talking like that and doing what they know was the problem in the first place. The moment Trump threatened them, they started recruiting. Why didn't you do that all this while? They knew it. Even during the election, they promised it. And the way I blame fellow Nigerians is that they don't hold them accountable. When I talk about it here, some people start debating me that is not the problem. They know that I'm right. They themselves know. Why are you defending them and saying it's some other thing that is the solution? And now I just heard that 100 people have been kidnapped again in Nigeria. 100. These are family members, you know. They go out, you don't see them again. Do you know how awful that is? I hate thinking about it. If I think about it, I get cross with these people. They are wicked bunch of people that just leave people undefended for years. It's okay. They will get what is coming to them. They know. That's what annoys me the more. It's not because they are incompetent. They know. Wicked bunch of people. So, welcome, gentlemen. AY was here first, and Jide was second. I know the geopolitics is very, very hot right now. And as you can see, that video makes it clear that there's a streak of right-wing ideology behind the American evangelicals, and that it was planted. It wasn't by accident. It was planted. I must say, man, you have to respect the Zionists. You just have to respect the accomplishments. It's just ridiculous. Some of the way they are so precise with what they do. They don't even hide it. They talk about it openly, and you can't do anything. You can't do anything. I really wish our people were that strategic, the way they think about things and the way they approach solutions to their problem. One man is able to accomplish what all our politicians have not been able to accomplish. One Epstein guy, that evil guy, is able to do all that, and our politicians are there twerking for Western. They say, now they're giving them all our health data. I thank God I'm not inside that country anyway. But that said, that's our family members' health data they have given to America now.
You have to go back.
Then the tax information they give it to France. It's like, what else is remaining? What else is remaining? They are just selling us bit by bit. I told you these were caretakers. They are not leaders. They are not running the country for you. They are running the country for their bastards. It's so sad. It's just so sad to watch our people be like this. And instead of us to prioritize that problem, that is the greatest problem here. They're about to sell you. And Marco Rubio came out the other day and was talking about colonization. Basically,
Yeah,
he
recolonize.
was
Yeah,
saying they need to go back to it.
yeah.
This is what they are trying to do. And our people are so vulnerable. They are willing to sell each other out, just like we did before, as if we've not learned any lesson from history. But I just hope we learn better this time, because we have to try to. I think the guiding light, my thinking is that the guiding light is try to be moral as much as possible. Because if you try to take side, you can easily fall for the wrong person. You can fall for the wrong. They will deceive you and they will lead you the wrong path. Try to be moral. If you see anybody that is doing evil, call them out, whether they are on your side or they are not. If somebody is on my side and is committing evil, I'll call you out. Especially in the context of Nigeria right now. You can't trust anybody. The only thing you can trust is whether it's good or false, whether it's good or bad. That's the only thing you can trust. So, AY, welcome. You know how I like to, how I enjoy dragging AY now. When I see that AY is signing money, I like dragging AY.
Well, honestly, you are just on point, man. You are just on point. You see, first of all, let me quickly say something. The crisis happening in the Middle East. I will never look at it from religious angle, because even those that claim they are Christian extremists supporting the foolishness going on, the Pope that is a leader of over, I think Catholic, they are close to 2 billion Christians. Pope has been criticizing Trump, criticizing the war every day since that war started. Go after check. So I think Catholic is the biggest Christian religious body in the world. So you can't miss that. People should stop all this religious thing. What you are discussing as regard to Nigeria, the insecurity, the banditry, the kidnapping, the madness going on. Clearly, the government has failed in this aspect. Don't sugarcoat it. Last time I was in Nigeria, the driver that gave me a ride, the way he was talking, it's like the kidnapping is like normative now. Like he would tell me, "Oh, they kidnapped here last week." I'm looking. He doesn't know. Like he's saying it. I'm looking at. They think it's just like a joke now. Like it's a joke. You see, you've said all the right thing, for father. To be honest, history will remember you. What the government needed when they came into power, declare states of emergency on insecurity, straight up, no two ways, so that everybody will know that you are serious. Make it a priority, because right now, with the insecurity going all over the country, the banditry, people cannot go to the farm. People are scared to travel. It's a lot. It drains our economy. You said something very important today. People have not really looked at. Dangote refinery is the savior of this government to an extent. That's very important, because even the naira, you see that stabilized a little bit now. It was even appreciating. It's because of Dangote refinery. It's not because the economy is doing good. So the problem of insecurity, we have to deal with it before anything. If you need to recruit more people into the army, you need, basically, nobody knows what is really going on. But when I listened to Franklin 2 weeks ago or so on this platform, he made some very good points that even the former, the current Minister of Defense, he has said, yes, this problem, it might be sponsored from abroad, but that is irrelevant now. But the government needs to deal with the problem, because you said the people should vote you in. You are going to solve this problem. The problem was already there before you came into power. So what are you really doing about it? Why did you waited for a foreign government to threaten the country before you are even making any move at all? Right now, you are selling Nigeria out. Like you said, you gave our tax, our personal information to France. You gave to the British. America, they are coming to set up what's it called, military base in Nigeria. Why will you allow this kind of stuff? Look at what is going on in the Middle East now. You are going to create enemy around the West Africa countries. The AES, they are looking at you. They drove America away. You are bringing them to the country. They drove France away. You are bringing them into the country.
You see, this is why, you know, when Trump threatened this in the country on Twitter, at the end, he says, hurry up. And when I told people here that he's asking for something that the Nigerian government refused to, these are the things they were asking for. Not because they care about the Christians. When he threatened Nigeria, he said, Tinubu government should hurry up.
Yeah.
And do something. And I said that last statement is a direct communication to the Tinubu government about something they are requesting from them. And now we are beginning to see it. You know, first they brought their soldiers into the country. Secondly, they took our tax information, put it in this in France. Then our health data, DNA information, our women, our children, their information is forwarded to America. Then they can use it to do God help us.
Even President Goodluck, Nigeria, we are calling weak. He resisted some of this stuff. He resisted. Bwala resisted. You are just there, selling Nigeria out like it's nothing. Listen, this is what my advice to Nigerians. If you know you love your country, you have to leave this sentiment. Anybody that want to lead you, you need to ask serious questions. You need to question them. I'm not in that, just like you said, now I'm not in that game of sentiment. And if you know you cannot fix the problem, you cannot really look at what is going on and provide solutions, go arrest, go sit down. If I were Tinubu, to be honest, right now, I'm not going to contest for second tenure. Of course, there is nothing you can do about that. Tinubu is going to contest because he bought 30 governors already.
They will want him to contest. They will not want him to change. Now
Because that is what they need. It's just like the problem the Iran are facing. If you are not with them, you are not allowed them access to what they want, they go after you.
You remember when those people that were saying Trump should bomb Nigeria, I told them, Tinubu is their man. Who makes you think they're going to remove him from office? I don't understand how people don't know these things. There is no reason for you to think that Tinubu is not their man. Tinubu goes to them all the time.
Yeah.
In January, he spent more time in the West than in Nigeria. And you literally think this guy is going to go against it. But sorry,
Father, ask yourself. American troops are in Nigeria right now as we speak. In the past 3 days, I can't even listen to news anymore. The kidnapping, the buying going on in the north is alarming. So what is not going on? What have they done? Like are they just sleeping in Nigeria? What are they doing? If they are really there to help Nigeria with the banditry, with the terrorism, with the insecurity, where is the improvement? So can they explain to us what is going on right now? Nigeria are not safe.
I'm telling you, man, I really, when some of the things I'm hearing, I'm really worried about the coming years. A lot is going on. And I really fear for our people. We are ill-equipped for the future. The only thing that might save us is those greater diaspora that is in America right now. There might be just this break that might slow them down a little bit. Because you saw what happened in Iran this week.
Yeah.
And an American, they said an American that is Shia or this attack did something to kill 2 people or something like that. So it tells you that because of your link to the people in America there, their behavior may be altered a little bit, but there's so much that is going on right now from them wanting to colonize us again. Then they also as white.
Be careful when you hear news like that. Take it with a pinch of salt, because a lot of these things are A lot
It's
of these
Marco
things
Rubio
are.
that said it. It's not news. It's Marco Rubio that
No,
said it.
it's okay. I don't want to dismiss me. You said CI that killed. Marco Rubio didn't say that. You just referenced a CI that supposedly killed 2 people. And I'm saying, take that with a pinch of
Yeah.
of course.
You're right, actually, because they said that
Take that with a pinch of salt whenever you hear things like that, because even now they said Iran hit Saudi Aramco. The Saudi royal family came out and said, the government came out and said the trajectory of the missile came from the direction of Israel. So
100%.
there's a lot of psyop going on, a lot of false flags, a lot of misinformation. So be careful.
It seems very odd that the guy is wearing everything that will implicate him. Whenever that kind of stuff happens, you know that something is off. There is something going on out there. Like, there's this guy that is very clever. He came online yesterday. He talked about the building, the third building that fell down in 9/11. These are top people. These are people that he was
Building 7.
Yeah, he talked about the building 7. He said, when you mention that term, it breaks your mind in the sense that you can't confront the truth behind it. Because this is something that has never happened in history before. A building came down. If you believe that building was brought down, something else went on with the Twin Towers. Who did these things? Man, I tell you, the world that we are walking into is extremely, extremely
Well, these are things that people have known forever. These are things I've mentioned on here forever. People will argue. I mean, listen, the good thing about all of this that I see, and not to interrupt you, well, I think I thankfully gladly did. But the good thing I see about all of this is that at least people are understanding more. So people that on a professional basis already knew these things and maybe are limited in the kind of things they can say to the public. And people that were invested in it and did a little due diligence and investigated and have been screaming and screaming, shouting from the rafters, been telling people the same thing. Now with the advent of information and, they've boxed themselves. I mean, listen, we've also been on this show where people gave Israel a pass, not knocking anybody, because you can only go or deal with people on the level of your understanding or intelligence. Again, not knocking anybody. I'm not saying that not everybody's aware of these things. But thankfully now, people are understanding that America is really compromised. The government is really compromised. And like you're saying, why? Who? It's time back to one entity that certain people that are aware and privy to certain information have been trying to tell people. Of course, there are limitations to what people can say at times. But they're now saying, okay, listen, you guys need to start watching XYZ. But people didn't get it. Now, thankfully, and we are in the age of information. So people are piecing it together now and understanding.
But hold on, though. My worry now is it's almost as if they are in the end games now. That they don't care anymore whether you know now.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
and
you are right.
If they don't care, what is their plan? This thing could go. I said Trump is going to go for a big war because they can't confront what is at home.
The plan.
I'm really
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I think the plan is, and I think other analysts listening to them and former colleagues, they agree with me. The plan simply is, if we cannot get to be the big dogs, not only in the Middle East, we're going to tear everything down. So it's a direct opposite of what Iran is doing. We're fighting for survival. If you don't let us go, we're going to destroy everything. So Israel's plan right now, I'll give you an example. Look at what they're doing in Lebanon, right? And look at when they went with the 4th wave of attack, which was 2 days ago. And they started hitting Tehran and Isfahan. You know what the directive Netanyahu gave the IDF? they imposed the Dalia doctrine. And Dalia doctrine basically is we're going to kill innocent civilians, bomb civilian buildings, just to try to attack the school. We're bombing hospitals until we can force a surrender. So there's no rules anymore. There's no, the end game is if we cannot control the Middle East, we're going to destroy everything. Israel has gone rogue. It's like an agent that suddenly goes rogue. They've gone rogue, completely rogue. So the intention was always to destroy the United States of America. People like Kennedy realized it. They've never been our friends.
I don't agree, but when is my turn?
I don't care what you agree. I'm talking from my past and my profession.
I don't think that's a fact. I think it's wrong.
Well, I don't care until you tell me. Until you wait. I don't care what you agree. At times it's okay to listen. You've told us on here that you just got interested in politics. I probably have more experience than maybe more than half of the life you've lived on earth. If you are right that you claim,
you don't know.
If you claim to be 30 years old, if you claim to be 30 years old, so
politics does not have anything to do with how long.
This is not about politics. I'm not talking. You have to always listen.
That was what you said.
I'm not talking. Listen. I'm not here to come.
I just started.
Christopher Epstein, hold on. Christopher Epstein is AY Stone. Jide will speak. Then
right. But he's always doing this thing where hold on. He does this thing. He does this thing where he thinks you're in competition with him. Jide, if I give you my credentials and tell you where I have clearances to, you couldn't lace my boots. So hold on. So you do.
To be fair, take it easy. I don't think he came across like that. He just said he disagreed with that specific. He agreed with everything.
I don't care what you think, forefathers. Listen. I'm not a child. When I'm speaking, and you're making all kind of facial remarks, which I really don't care about, then you come and say, no, that's not true. What do you mean that's not true? I'm not asking you what you saw on the internet. Always try to read between the lines of when someone is talking. But I think for some reason, it's a waste of time. That's why I don't come here to compete with anybody. I talk based on what I know.
You have your own cogent opinion. And personally, I don't think he was trying to be any kind of rude.
I don't care what you think. Stop trying to defend him. It's gonna keep pissing me off. I'm the one that engaged with this man, and you're trying to tell me I don't care what you thought. I know how you can easily rewind it and see his facial expressions while I was talking, and I always ignore it. I don't care. I don't care what he thinks. I'm not asking him. This is someone that said he just like yourself. You guys are new to politics 5 years, 6 years ago. COVID. I don't care what you guys think. Like
even if I got it 1 year ago, it still does not matter.
Leave it. You two you like to put fire. AY, please round up. So that we can move to Jide. So all these things, like I said, they don't seem to care. And that worries me. When they don't care about hiding the secrets anymore, it means that they are up to something.
See, that is just the fact right now. See, recently, I don't know if you even read anything about FC5. Bro, I called my friend. I have a friend that is very deep into FC5. I'm like, is it real? Like, it's like,
I'm telling you, man.
Sincerely, I'm like, are they human? Fofana, I'm not kidding. If you go, there are some stuff you will see, you will weep. These people are evil. Even the person that said, oh, he's fighting for Christian today, is on top of it. How can you support that kind of madness, even if it's your father, eating babies, rapey babies?
Hey, let's keep it down a bit. This is not the view of Dr. Damages. This is very, very serious statement you're making here. Allegedly. There's no proof.
Allegedly. So basically, you see, we black people, we need to think. We are not thinking. See, my fear is, I feel Igbo Arab, they have a voice more than us. If they can go to the Middle East and massacre Arab in that way, blow, they can come to Africa, they will even murder 70%. They don't care. Nobody will stand for you. This is one thing we need to know. We are not getting it. History is repeating itself. When they say they want to recolonize, it's real. Historically, you know what happened in America. Over 90% of population were wiped out. That's the history. It's over 50 million. If you don't know it. It's not just history. It's a fact. It happens in America. It happens in Canada. It happens in Australia. These things are not history. They can go distribute African land. Nothing will happen. We don't have anything to protect us. We are only fighting. Oh, we supporting foolishness, supporting the genocide. You pretending there is no. Yeah, we got issues. We all agree. My prayer is, by the next election, next couple of elections, Nigeria can come together, look for a leader that can stand for every Nigerian, irrespective, that can develop the country, that can look at the country and say, we need to move in the direction of prosperity, in the direction of security. We need to look at this stuff. Stop being greedy. The people in power today, even for example, President Tinubu is Yoruba. Ask Yoruba man, what are you benefiting from Tinubu? Apart from his Lagos cabal. What is an average Yoruba man benefiting? In the recess, people are still crying for insecurity. Economy is not that good. It's not good. We don't have any good improvement. You are focused on the microeconomy. What about the micro? The common man on the street is feeling the heat. They are hungry. Okay, how can Tinubu came to power since the past 3+ years. His focus is on politics. It was politics from day one. We are not getting it. I don't want sectional leader. The moment I feel you as a sectional leader, I start having a problem with you. I stay away from you, even if I ever supported you. It doesn't matter. I don't want sectional leader. I want a leader that will speak for Nigeria, that will recognize, protect Nigeria, irrespective. That's why you see me, when it comes to that, I've always praised Obasanjo. Obasanjo, at least to a large extent, he was able to look at the country, try to unite the country, try to protect the country. He did some good stuff. There are areas where I will criticize him. So we need to think. We need to think. The country does not really belong to us. Our grandchildren are coming. Our grandchildren are coming. We have to design this country in such a way that it will be progressive. It will work for everybody. The last time we were discussing the issue of the electronic transmission of results, I've seen Nigeria, educated Nigeria. You are denying Nigeria. This is just a simple thing that will benefit every Nigerian. What is wrong in electronic transfer of results?
Show is already campaigning for Tinubu to 2065. There's no point of electronic transmission anymore.
So let us support the electronic transmission of results. It's not about anybody. I'm not supporting it because I'm supporting Tinubu, I'm supporting Peter Obi, I'm supporting Atiku. I'm able to pray that we have more progressive, more nationalists coming up to contest this election, so I will have somebody to campaign for. So we should leave this nonsense and think of how this country can move forward and stop dividing ourselves.
The Nigerian opposition has been disgraceful.
They are lazy. They are lazy. They want to grab power from the back here.
Bunch of opposition I've ever seen. I've never seen in almost any country. They are even worse than Democrats. They are worse than Democrats in America right now. Like Democrats, at least, even if they are dead, but they are still a little bit organized. and then they will still win the November election likely.
See,
If
to be
the
honest,
election
the
was ahead. But these
opposition.
guys are hopeless in Nigeria.
Okay, let me tell you, the opposition, they are very lazy. Lazy people. They just want to grab power from the back door. You don't grab power like that. This is my problem with the opposition. They are not united. They are not working. It's not that. It's just their personal greed. They don't love the country.
Let me move it to
so let me finish this. So if they love the country, why is an 80-year-old man coming to contest as president of Nigeria? They don't. It's greed. So look at the country and look for a way. Man, I don't know, man. God will save us. God help us. Thank you.
The entire thing is just. I'm beginning to. My hope. Not only for Nigeria, for humanity is beginning. There's something weird coming. Jide, thank you for joining us today, and yeah, let us know what you think about the events of the week. We'll try to, because there's a lot of people waiting, you see. So let's try to go through them so that we can allow the conversation to go. Because I know that 2 hours will just go past as if it's not, soon. What do you make of all these? There are too many. I can't keep track of them now. They are deliberately trying to overwhelm us with information now, and God knows what their plan is. What do you make of it?
Yes, you are right. A lot of the things you have said and the others have said, I think I acknowledge, I really acknowledge a lot of those views. Like, those views are very paramount. There's so many things going on right now. There's so much volatility in the world. There's a major war going on right now. A big war going on right now that everyone is aware of. I went to get gas today, and there's already increase in price of gas per gallon. There's a lot going on, and the world is heavily impacted. And this is going to be a turning point. I've been saying this all along, that there's going to be a potential war between Iran versus the US and Israel alliance. I've been saying it forever, and now we are where we are. I'm not happy about it, but I saw it coming. It has been a long-term project going on from the time of the revolution of 1979. Currently, with everything going on right now, we need to understand that this war is an existential war for Iran, US and Israel. And I don't like, well, I will put it that way. US, the imperialists, the Western imperialists, the US, Western Europe plus Israel, that alliance, they are currently in a huge decline, and they are very desperate. And
is it not Iran's fault?
No, it is not Iran's fault at all. In fact, it is the West's fault, and that's where I was going right now. When an empire is in decline, they become more desperate, they become more violent, they become more depraved. We've seen it across history. We've seen it with the Roman Empire. We've seen it with so many empires. Like when they are declining, they become more violent, they become more unjust, they become more desperate, they become more warlike. And that's what we are seeing today.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm blaming, maybe not Iran, the fact this Khomeini himself, because he was the one that put the fatwa. Nobody look at the Kim Jong-un. That Kim Jong-un is the real hardcore dictator. This is a guy that if you commit a crime, 3 generations of the family will go to jail. That's hardcore.
I see what you're saying.
Because it's a nuclear weapon, but this one went and put fatwa for his country not to go nuclear. And now he's invited this hell of trouble to it. So is it not the problem?
Yes, that's a big. For me, I think that's a strategic mistake. I wouldn't have done that, of course. I'm not the leader, but that was a strategic mistake for me, for Ayatollah Khamenei. I agree, that's a mistake. I won't blame Iran for that, because Russia has multiple nuclear weapons. They are fighting Ukraine, right? You mentioned North Korea. Yes, they have nuclear weapons. They are not at war, right? However, they are still at war economically with the West. South Korea, their military is heavily orchestrated by the US. The US military has a huge base in South Korea. So I do not want to say, even with that, even if you have nuclear weapons, you will not go to war. Pakistan have nuclear weapons. They fought India recently. They carried out regime change in Pakistan.
That is like end. Not this one they just keep bombing your country, boom, boom, boom. They want to do regime change constantly. Israel was even threatening to use nuclear weapons. Israel threatened Iran with nuclear weapons that if America doesn't go and help them, that they could go nuclear. And that is part of the blackmail that they are blackmailing America now.
Yes,
You see what
I
I mean?
agree.
And
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
because
I agree. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
you know, he's now passed, so I have to show some respect. But when he was alive, I was calling him like he's a hippie imam. Like, why are you doing that? Because you're asking for trouble. And look at the trouble he's invited to the door of his country now, because he refused to do what was necessary to secure his people. You know.
Now, I hope his son will learn from that. I even heard that there's even an initiative that they will now develop one. They will even develop nuclear initiatives now with his son. Because the people so this is the funny thing about the regime change in Iran. After the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, which is also a strategic mistake from the West, they were thinking it's going to be like a Venezuela-style regime change, where there will be someone within the Islamic Republic that will come to power and will be like Delcy Rodriguez of Venezuela. You understand? That will compromise and reach an agreement with the US and Israel. You understand? And will stop supporting the Houthis and Hezbollah, right? That was what they were thinking. But what they don't understand is that the caucus within they have a very huge, sophisticated political structure in Iran. They have a sophisticated political structure that even if Ayatollah Khamenei is assassinated, they have more radical, more, I don't want to use the word extreme, but more bold, more radical replacements, rather than those that will be pro-US, pro-Israel.
You know what you say just now is true, because all the people that has been emerging since Ahmadinejad are all moderates, and all of them want to negotiate. Every single one of them want to negotiate. They keep saying, let's talk. They will concede ground. But every time they try to talk, they get bombed. Every time they talk, they get bombed.
So now they are not willing to talk anymore. Is the hardliner?
What is the point? It's hopeless talking now.
You see the funny thing about what's going on in Iran? It's so interesting. Honestly, it's so you see one thing that is very interesting about what's going on in Iran, right? If you look at Iran's history, Iran is I think a 2,000 or 3,000 year old civilization. Iran, right? That it's not even just a nation. It's a civilization state. That's what Iran is. And Iran has been known historically as the graveyard of empires. Iran, Persia, they have been known to be the graveyard of empires. So the point I'm making is a country that has thousands of years of civilization, they face the worst. So this can never be the worst that they will ever face. This cannot be the worst. Even after the revolution in 1979, when they used Iraq under Saddam Hussein as a proxy to fight Iran, everyone should remember that Saddam Hussein used chemical weapons on Iranian people. And up to now, they still survived. He used chemical weapons during that war with Iran-Iraq war. That was a proxy war between Iran and the United States and Israel. They used Iraq, right? You know, so they've been through a lot. You see, and the ideology they have, which is a martyrdom religious ideology of Shia, that's the ideology that Vietnam had that made them to defeat the United States. That's the ideology that Algeria had. Maybe not Shia, but the mentality, this is the ideology of Frantz Fanon, the revolutionary ideology of a people, of oppressed people. When you push them against the war, Frantz Fanon, I'm paraphrasing what he said in The Wretched of the Earth. I would recommend everyone that is trying to be that want to have revolutionary mindset to go and read The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon. He said it, I'm paraphrasing him, that when you push oppressed people to the wall and with pain and suffering, you push them to the wall, they will respond in such a way with violence in which they have nothing to lose. I'm paraphrasing him, not exactly the words, but that was the point he was making. And that's what we are seeing with Iran today. Iran has been pushed to the wall, and they've been preparing for this day for years. They've been preparing like this war they've been preparing it like, if this happens, this is what we're going to do. But before this happens, let's still negotiate with them. Basically, they've been preparing for this for a long time. And unfortunately, this may be the beginning of the end, because they're now in our country. If they lose in Iran, that will be a big turning point in the entirety of imperialism, because they'll be weakened. So they will not be able to have the strength to have so much influence in other places like Cuba. You understand? Before they even descend on us.
That point you made just now, I was thinking about it. I said, if I was Iran, I would become the poison shrimp that the Lee Kuan Yew security policy represents. In other words, you might beat me, but by the time I'm done with you, you're not going to be the superpower anymore. That's what I would do. I'll weaken you so much that China will become the superpower of the world. But we'll see how it's going to pan out anyway. Let me see it. Jide, thank you for your analysis on this. Let me bring other people in because I'm sure some of them want to chime in, even with on the Bwala thing and the police. Who is this? There's this ADC may be deregistered. Oh, they are not going to be deregistered. Then we have a one-party state now. If is anything you want to add to the conversation, welcome, Ifi.
Nothing to add. I guess we're
Thank you.
just, repeating the same thing,
Yeah.
I mean, nothing actually. Insecurity is there in Nigeria. It will continue to be there. If we don't do something, it's gonna get worse. The war happening in Middle East will continue to be there until they come to a table and agree on how to end it. So as of now, there is no solution to anything that is going on. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So we have two wars going on now.
They said they are going to go after Cuba soon too.
Cuba,
Maybe
yeah.
it could be, so, and he was in Ecuador the other day too. The guy is just very busy right now.
People will still support him to attack Cuba and take over the country.
There is something that there was a video I saw yesterday that I'm not sure they shared out publicly for a lot of people to see. I'm not seeing it in any other coverage. The Iranians were launching missiles, and it appears that the missiles were coming from underneath the ground. So they don't have them on launchers anymore. You can't see them. You don't know where they are. So these guys have been prepared for this. And I was wondering whether they would have done that. And it turns out that they have done that.
They do still have launchers.
Yeah.
But it does not mean they don't have launchers embedded in the ground.
Yeah, that's what they are doing now.
That's
what they've been doing forever. They've always done that. It's not new. I mean, what do? They put out the mobile launchers first. Those ones can easily get destroyed. But then that tells you how they detect where your missiles are being fired from. It's just all tactics. And the mobile launchers are easily dispensable. So we can easily dispense them. They can waste missiles, and we can know their flight pattern, how they are coming to target us. How do they detect it? It's all tactics. They've always had mobile launchers. They're not worried, but they've also had launchers embedded deep in the ground and in the mountains. Like it's not nothing.
I've now really seen that. Normally, the launcher that is embedded within the ground, when it wants to launch, it will open up and then they will come out. But this one is just coming out from the ground like that. It's just coming out straight from the ground. It breaks through the ground and comes out.
You really think a missile just breaks? Are you serious? You think a missile just breaks through the ground and just goes in the air? What do you think is going to happen?
Try to understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying it breaks through like hard ground. I'm saying they made it so soft that the missile is already ready, but it looks like a normal.
Forefather, they've always had underground missile launches. It's not new that Iran never had.
From the video that I was seeing, the guy was saying that is new. That's what
all right. Roll with that. Roll with that. It's okay.
And I've seen them launch missiles before, and I see that they launch it from the ground, but the ground opens up before they launch it. But
I wanted to mention something briefly because clearly, despite the fact that US is bombing Iran right now, they are destroying infrastructure. Currently, they are not achieving their goals. So you see, I want to say something. Right now, they are actually between a rock and a hard place. Now they are considering sending troops to invade Iran. They are considering it. That's the first thing. The second thing they're trying to do, they are trying to use the Kurds. They've used the Kurds in Syria.
The Kurds are not enough.
I'm telling you, they're not
bad
enough.
Idea.
Honestly, another thing they're trying to do. I'm telling you what they're trying to do now. They're trying to use Azerbaijan. If they can send troops from Azerbaijan, because Azerbaijan is an Israel ally. There's a lot going on. When it's my turn again, I'll talk. I don't have people to talk.
Yeah, Americans don't have a lot of good options on this one. I'm afraid they don't have a lot of good options.
If they put boot on the ground,
Tony,
that's suicidal.
Did you see the face of their foreign minister when they mentioned it? I tell you, I've never seen that foreign minister look happy before. But when they said they were going to bring it, I said, let them come. We'll be waiting for them. I've never seen him look excited before. Iran is a horrible country to go for ground.
That one was unnecessary.
It's a horrible country. God forbid, if I was if Netanyahu, if I was Trump there, if Netanyahu told me, send your troops in, I would say, God forbid, you send your troops into that place. I'm not sending my people into that mountainous country that is crazy. That's not happening. Tony, thank you for joining us. It's your turn now. What do you make of the events of the week? You can come from the Nigerian end, the security and Bwala, and the registering ADC, or you go with state police. I think somebody said something about state police being here. I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. Maybe a few states might get it, but I don't think Nigeria will get state police anytime soon before 2027. And you can discuss. You can go on the Iranian one too, because that is quite big, isn't it? Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, forefather. Good evening, those who are listening. Not much comment about the war in the, if you call it a war in the Middle East. I think it's unfortunate. I don't believe, as Jide said, that America is not winning the war. I mean, the top hierarchy of the IRGC is decapitated, including the Ayatollah. Quite a lot of their war assets have been destroyed. And right now, it's the economy also is affected. So I don't think on the balance of what has been done, I think Iran is actually worsted. So I don't think you'll be saying it's right to say that America hasn't. We don't know what the objectives are. But I think for me, I think the what's going on is unnecessary. I have said that talks were going on, and they would have let this.
Just a quick question to you: Do you win a war without achieving your objectives?
What I don't know what you mean by that, because I don't know what you know to be America's objective.
What I think would have been a better question is what I just wrote that down. I was going to ask you that. What do you define as winning?
Yeah.
Well, I made that comment reacting to what Jide said, that Iran hasn't, if I remember his word, that, hasn't suffered, defeat in this so far.
So I didn't say Iran is losing or winning. What I was saying is currently America's objective and US objective on Iran has failed. War like military regime change like they failed. So right now it has escalated into a war. I'm not saying who is winning or losing. Clearly the US is not winning.
Okay.
And
no. Can you guys let me finish my thought? A war that is going on, if you call it a war, and you are saying somebody is winning and somebody is losing. So far, what we know is that if you go in terms of head count of how many people have been killed, Iran is on the worst side. If you look at the destruction and devastation, Iran is on the worst side. If you look at war assets, Iran is on the worst side. If you look at the economy, Iran is on the worst side. So let us not, but I don't want to, that's not where I want to focus. I just wanted to say that to keep the facts straight. And this is still ongoing, okay? You don't know, you can't say for certain. You can only speculate what American intention and Israeli intention is. You can only speculate. You don't know what their intentions are. Okay, but let us leave that apart. I want to focus on Nigeria. And my focus, actually, first of all, we talked about the the show of shame by Daniel Bwala. Like I said in the previous session, I believe that Al Jazeera was the forum. You may not call it a biased, a Western media. Obviously not, because the Qataris are the one who are majorly sponsoring Al Jazeera. So you may not say it's Western foreign media. So it was an opportunity, like I said in the previous, for Bwala, whose government has been seeking an opportunity to launder Nigeria's image, to actually, put the facts straight. But in doing that, he pandered to denialism and lies and so on. And that worked against him. It was the same thing that Fanika did when he brought Arnold, and told him what to say and so on, and he backfired. And I think there's a lesson to learn that approach is not working, because if you are
not Fanika, the Reno brought him.
Yes, Reno brought him, sorry. Because it doesn't work, because these people have embassies, they have, it's easy these days now to get information. So they have information about you. And you can't sell rubbish to them and you think that they will not come after you. Apparently, they did their homework well. The only thing that Hassan didn't do, is to play the video of some of all those things, because that would have, maybe he would have said it's AI. But I think there's a lesson for Nigeria to learn, that this is enough. We should stop fooling ourselves in, sending officials who will go out there and go and worsen your image if you have it at all. I think that's one lesson that we have to learn. And if Bola was working for me, I would just pay him a severance benefit and ask him to go, because he didn't help Nigeria at all. He didn't help. He worsened whatever image, that he thought he was protecting for his person, for his country, and so on and so forth. But that said, let me, AY said a couple of things that I want to react to. And that is when he was talking about insecurity. And he was saying that America is here, what have they been able to achieve? I think the critical question to ask is not if America is here, because America came here for a reason. The critical question that you ask is, who are those perpetuating the insecurity in the country? And what are the Northerners doing? Because first and foremost, they are the worst hit. What have they done? Have they shown any seriousness towards stopping this scourge? What have they done? So this penchant of pointing accusing fingers to outsiders, is America will stay in their country if you didn't mess up. I mean, we are not the only countries that were colonized. Singapore.
Hold on. Did you just say
hold on. No. Hold on. Let me finish.
This you say is
please. Singapore. Hold on. Singapore was colonized. Singapore got independence before us.
Yes.
Singapore is not battling this. Indonesia is not battling this.
So Singapore got independence.
South Korea is.
I will help. UAE is not battling this. I will give an example.
South Korea is not. Hold on, please. South Korea is not battling this. Hong Kong is not battling this. So why is it, even if you come down to West African countries, Ghana is not battling this? So let us stop this finger pointing all the time, America, Britain, and so on and so forth. Because it's not, colonialism is not peculiar to you. It's not peculiar to you. You have a leadership problem. And that leadership problem that you have stems from your inability to deal with insecurity, your inability to deal with justice in your country, your inability to deal with cronyism, which you are promoting, corruption, which you are promoting, your judiciary, which you have helped to fail. Because again, your government is not based on any modicum of transparency. You are not investing on education. Your economy, whatever politics that you have, that you think that what you are investing on is just something that is sponsored and encouraged by the Bretton Woods institutions. And then there's profligacy. You cannot say you don't have money. You cannot say your people are suffering. And yet you are buying yacht and you are spending money on things that are irrelevant. You have a bloated government. You have advisors that you don't need, duplication of offices. So you can't have all these myriads of problems, and you are pointing to an outsider. That's why they call you a country of particular concern. You can't continue to lie to yourself and doing the same thing all over again and again, and you think you'll get a different result. We're lying to ourselves.
I think where I don't disagree with what you just said about we being the problem in terms of ultimately, but where I differ from you is where you actually think they are in any way trying to help us at all. Like you treat them with a kid glove, like it's okay, they are benign. They are not a benign actor.
No,
it's like a mosquito. If a mosquito is biting in your house, you are responsible for putting a net in your house. It also still means that mosquito is not the problem. You still have to deal with the mosquito.
Prophets, mosquito would come if you keep your environment in a way that allows it to breed. Okay?
I agree with you, but the mosquito is still a problem.
As you make your bed, no, mosquito will be a problem if you don't deal with it. Mosquito will be a problem if you don't have an environment, if you allow an environment that enables mosquito to fester and to grow. So that's what you attack.
But the mosquito itself is still a problem if you don't do anything. In other words, if you remain neutral, the mosquito will come at you and deal with you. Just like a snake will bite you, if you remain neutral, you have to avoid it.
Forefathers, mosquito has a right to live just like you. It has a habitat where it grows and it festers. So when you know that, because you are not investing on education, that's why you don't know what to do about your mosquito-infested environment. You have to accept that you have failed.
I think I hear the logic in your argument. I agree with that one side of your logic, but I find it troublesome that you are not seeing the other side. Like if you see a poisonous snake and the one that is not poisonous, they are not two the same thing. One of them is more problematic. It's your job to make sure you avoid the poisonous one, but it still doesn't mean if that poisonous one wants to bite you. Let's say you miss something, you are not going to find a way to stop it. You still have to see that poisonous one as a danger to you, even if it's your job to avoid it at all times. And that is the part I find that you treat the West as if they too are just benign actors. They are actually more active.
I just asked you why. I just gave you an example of a few countries. I said Singapore, for instance. Why are they not suffering what we're suffering?
Because the situation over there is different, and there is a different sphere of influence over there. But Mr. P, while I agree with you, Mr. Tony, please permit me to ask you a quick question. Yeah. I agree with everything you say, and I do. We've had this discussion multiple times where we say, well, if Nigeria had its affairs in order, these things wouldn't happen. And we also agreed that maybe moving forward, Nigeria invested in things like education, housing, healthcare, things to make a decent living for its citizens. Maybe it would make sure this kind of situation does not appear in the future. But I want to ask you, would you agree, and this is the question I think Forefathers is trying to ask, would you also agree that the West also has a hand in the underdevelopment of Africa, particularly Nigeria, in the manner we choose our leaders, and in the situation we find ourselves economically, i.e. encouraging corruption, not paying us what we deserve in terms of trade, and putting things in place like treaties, one-sided treaties that affect our development, whereby our government, in addition to this corruption, can then not be able to provide for its citizens in an adequate manner. So would you also say the West does also have a hand in the problems that Nigeria finds itself today?
Good question. You are muted.
You're muted.
sorry, Nigeria is part of the globe, it cannot be in isolation. So whatever the West or America is doing will affect it. But you see, as you make your bed is how you lie on it. What I'm saying right away, for instance, like they say, a bad workman quarrels with his tools. You can't continue to quarrel with your tools every time. You didn't mention the book by Franz Fanon, The Wretched of Yale. That book is about 40 years old. We don't read those books anymore.
Those books are still relevant.
Hold on.
For those that
Art of
understand,
War is still relevant, even if
it's 100 years ago.
Hold on.
Zionism
it's not the Quran.
Almost 200 years ago.
Hold on.
Zionism was 200 years ago.
Let him finish. Let's see.
It's not a Quran, it's not a Bible. Okay, and it is written directed at a specific, within a specific context and a particular, a geopolitical environment. There are modern books that deal with contemporary world situation. And I think that is what you should be quoting, not the book over 40 years ago that is not relevant. It's not relevant.
It's very relevant.
Hold on, wait now.
I will address that point.
It's like quoting for me Adam Smith's theory, all those theories on economics. Now what I'm saying is that there are contemporary problems that we are facing today. Okay, that may have its roots in our past, but that's not an excuse why we will continually, not be able to deal with them. Ask our excuse that this person did this to me, this person did this to me. That is why I'm incapacitated. It's bunkum. Because what you need to, what you need, excuse me, what you need, the reason why we have books, the reason why they write books, people keep writing modern books, is to avail you of techniques and logics and the ways people have done things, their failures and how they have advanced their economy or their societies. So today, Nigeria has no excuse to say that it was what the Europeans did or what this person did.
That is not what is going on. Okay,
America was colonized. No, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
What you are doing,
That's
you are
what you're
twisting
saying.
what they are saying. Hold on, let me
That's
say
what you're saying.
That's
what I'm saying. I want you to understand me clearly.
I'm not going to
what I'm saying.
Let him learn now, forefathers. Let Mr. Tony learn.
No, because what he's doing is very, very important. What he's doing is twisting it, and it's not accurate, and it's done it multiple times.
No. Forefathers, please let me speak. Please, you gave what that's not accurate. Yeah, when I finish, you can. It's accurate.
Okay,
that's your thinking. What I'm saying is that you have to identify what your problems are and deal with them. If over 60 years, 65 years, you have not been able to identify your problem, or if you have identified them and still haven't been able to solve them, and you are blaming an outsider for your reason for the failure of that has been the reason for your inability to deal with that problem, then there's something wrong with you. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, you see, what is wrong with the way you are looking at it is that you are saying they are blaming the outsider. I'll make it simple so that people can understand. If your family member, God forbid, anybody around is bitten by a snake, God forbid, then they are debating on how to deal with that snake and say, okay, let's make sure our gates are shut. Let's make sure we call a snake catcher to make sure all the snakes in the area are dealt with. You will come and say, why are you blaming the snake? That is what I find. You are twisting the debate. You are coming to say, in other words, because you are a kind of friendly with the snake, you don't want people to talk about the snake at all as an issue. And that's what I have a problem with. You are not upset because we want to solve the problem. You are upset because to solve the problem, we are talking about something you cherish. That is the issue. And that's what I am trying to call out. That's the difference. I agree with you in the idea that we are supposed to be responsible for ourselves, but let's not pretend as if the reason why you are upset about what they are saying is because you love the US and you don't like people talking about the US as a country that is a problem to us.
Prophets, I know your view about these things. That's why I don't even I ordinarily I won't talk about
I do agree
America
with you,
and so on.
but
I know
you
your
see, my
view.
thing
I
is
know
that
your view.
when I
Listen,
agree with you, I will tell you, but you never concede ground.
I know your view because I know your view, and I know Jude's view. Your view always is the outside world. The outside world. That's the view that you have consistently posited. You know, your view is that, oh, we have to go and get nuclear weapons. We have to get this to be able to fight them.
Yes.
That's your view. That's your view.
Ourselves, not fight
Yes,
them,
against the enemy.
ourselves.
Against the enemy. That's your view.
Yes.
I'm not
potential
misquoting
enemy.
you.
Everybody is a potential enemy.
No. That's your view. And I'm saying that you have to look inwards first. We have a local proverb in Igbo that you look from the house is where you become good. Outside. It's not from outside. You know, so you deal with your problem. When you deal with your problem, then 90% of your problem is solved. You have to deal with it. That's the model that Singapore shows to us. That's the model that most of those countries show us. We should adopt this model.
Singapore developed.
Can I respond to that?
If Lin Kuan Yew was discussing his policy, you be telling him not to discuss it too, because some of things he did was not necessarily very friendly to the West. They used to call him, they used to call him a very, very horrible dictator before. He wasn't very, very friendly to everybody else. He had to protect the interest of his country.
Will I even get a chance to speak?
No.
I promise, just 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I want to respond to.
Don't worry, I'm going to go next.
30 seconds. So I wanted to say quickly that
Tony
said,
you want to bring Hasbula in.
Femi, team.
I've been doing your show.
I only wanted 30 seconds. Yeah, I wanted to say that.
He even skipped me. I had to jump in. Femi Jide, Femi, Chim, and Asvilliant haven't spoken at all.
I'm not making a point. I'm just something. Tony said, I don't read books contemporary to what is going on in today's world. And Tony said that I do not understand or know U.S. objectives. U.S. military objective, U.S. government objective geopolitical, they don't hide it. It is out in the open. It's for those of us that read and listen and read what their objectives are. And I just sent the documents for everyone that is.
What is the U.S. objective in this Iran war?
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying.
Let's not do that before you.
I just sent the documents.
They've given us at least 4 objectives. You can't know the objective
the title is called the path to
encouraging bad behavior, Epstein. Let's move on.
The document is called Path to Persia. I just sent it on the studio.
I think the truth is telling you the truth. Because
what is the objective now?
Has moved. It has shifted.
You don't know the objective.
You are trying to get me into trouble. You see, I will have to allow people.
They won't allow me to talk, so I cannot talk.
You are spoken now. You are not supposed to talk.
You are spoken. Let me bring all the people that.
Your objective is more than 4. You don't know.
I will allow you.
I know it better than you. Even if I don't know it, I know it better than you.
You don't know it better than me. What do you know? What do you know?
You know all these rough people.
What do you know? Where did you school? When they born you? Where they say you know it better than me?
Doesn't matter.
Which school did you go?
It doesn't matter the school I go to.
Can you stop exchanging?
I know it better than
Tony.
You don't. You are a small boy. When I finished university, you weren't born. I finished university over 40 years ago. When they born you?
Did they stop exchanging with Tony? Leave Tony. Tony is an elder. You know, we can disagree with him what we want, but there's no need to go toe to toe with him. All right, let me bring. Jide, you can hold on because there are people that haven't spoken. Hi, Christian for Epstein. I will let you speak, but you're not going to speak fully because you did have a good turn.
Yeah, but in fairness, let Chim, Femi and Chim, whichever one, let them go before me, and I'll go because I've been interjecting, asking questions. So
it's just terrible, brothers. It's just terrible.
I know you.
Fuck up. I swear to God.
Calm down.
How many people?
Okay. We're going to solve it.
How many people speaking?
We are going to solve the problem now. The problem is solved now.
Come on.
It's solved. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are going to speak for 4 minutes each, like the way Dr. Damages did it. Where are you now? Should I bring Jide on this in Imperial apologies first? Okay, Imperial apologies. You're welcome.
Now bring it back, man. Let's spice it up. Bring it back.
Forefathers.
No.
Yeah.
There are more people on the stage. That's why I just want them to be able to speak. Then I can bring it back.
Forefathers, you should give me home advantage now. It's past midnight now.
Let him speak. Don't worry. Let him speak. After him, let him speak.
Is it midnight already? Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. I was like you just last week. I can feel your this is you are the one that have fiber in Nigeria. Okay, go ahead. So you don't have fiber. Your network is good though. All right. What do you make of all the things you've had? The events of the week. Bwala, ADC, State Police.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Yes. Well, that of Bwala, I would say that it's a little bit embarrassing, especially because the way he was just falling into logical fallacies and using strawman arguments, what aboutism, all those, every trick in the book. And I think what put him at his fundamental disadvantage was because he had already been an opposition to the Tinubu and had already said all sorts of things. And Mehdi Hasan just brought the receipt and decimated him. It was not even close. It was like having a lightweight amateur, where, with a heavyweight champion, in the ring. And it was even not a KO. It was a knock dead. Because
but the problem is that is it not because he was just trying to lie? If he had just told the truth, he would have been better off.
I did argue that exactly. I did argue that exactly because if that is your position, at least have some rationale that goes with some form of ambiguity. So words and meanings that could have double meaning, and then we'll say you give a rationale, and then that rationale will be quite consistent with the conclusion, but the conclusion will be ambiguous, so that you get an off ramp. That was
what does that tell you though? Our people don't even know how to lie.
Yeah,
no, I will tell you that they can't remember.
I think it's more of
tell you that I don't know why.
No,
something they said they'll tell you they don't know why they said it. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, I think it's more of conditioning, like classical conditioning. This thing that happens when you are so used to the Nigerian media environment that you believe
pathological.
You believe you can wiggle your way out of everything, and it just happened to be that that was not his day. Had a very, very awful outing. The audience were literally laughing at him. At some point, he wanted to drink water, and oh my God! He actually practiced for that debate, because Mehdi was looking at his social media and he reminded him that I was seeing you, kind of dancing before the debate, and right now. God,
say no more. Say no more. Say no more. Say no more.
No, I felt I know it was a dagger to my heart, really. Even if that being at that stage, being a Nigerian and then being annihilated like that, and not just any other Nigerian, a spokesman to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Come on, man. That was just
brilliant.
And your brother is your brother.
I won't dismiss him. If your brother asks, he asks, but you have to correct him.
As valiant, though it was a car crash, and he disgraced the country. But don't you think maybe they should? I don't support the government, but don't you think it's a good idea that they should be going out even more? Because maybe they will, when people question them harshly, they will start seeing why Nigerians are angry with them. Because those people can pin them down and they don't have any escape like here, like in Nigeria. I think maybe they should be going out more, answering questions, and then maybe they will get good at communication at least. Because when they talk to Nigerians, they don't even know how to communicate.
Yes, I agree with you to some point, but even at that, Mehdi Hasan is top tier. Like people who, actually have a debate and win over Mehdi Hasan, usually they do it using emotional blackmail, refusing to engage, just, changing the topic, all sorts of tricks. That's the way they do. Mehdi Hasan actually was in Jubilee where he decimated 20.
He's one of the best in the world
Best.
at debating. Like
So,
you can't. It's hard to
yes.
take him on.
So Mehdi Hasan, he has this type of journalism, that is so distinct. For me, at least my anecdotal belief is that the kind of journalism he's doing, it's a dying style. That is quite rare for most people who face journalists to explain policy positions. Yet, from time to time, narrative peddlers like our brother, Mr. Bola, they stumble upon a Mahdi unsuspectingly, and every single time that happens, we are treated to a spectacle. There's this Matt Walsh, one Daily Wire inbred racist like that. He couldn't, one rebuttal, and the guy just went silent, nothing to say again. He thought Mahdi was somebody who he could just say all sorts of racist things against.
I've never seen one person trash Piers Morgan the way Mehdi Hasan did. That he completely decimated Piers Morgan from beginning to the end.
And Piers Morgan usually, he harangues you, he interrupts, he harangues, he harangues, he interrupts. Yet, Mahdi was able to put him in his place. Man, that is so different.
I felt sorry for Piers Morgan. Like I literally felt sorry for Piers. He wanted to finish Piers Morgan. He tore him to pieces. I've never seen anything like that. That's the worst. That's the worst kind of demolition I've ever seen on anybody. That's why I think that guy is right now. He's the hottest. You can't.
Yes.
And Bwala didn't stand a chance. He didn't stand a chance.
He's demolished Piers Morgan more than 3 times.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's like awful.
Forefathers, right? Let me say this. Here's the thing. Mahdi truly brings. He's kind of quick-witted, logically based, and his debating style, it's so forensic. He forces accountability by first ensuring he starts with a set of premise that which both of you will agree on, and the foundation is usually something that is just common sense. He puts it out, you agree, yes, I agree. You think that that is where he has already set a trap for you, so as you move further down the logical ladder, you begin to understand that, oh, I am in deep shit with this guy. This is where he's going, so he lays the foundation. Then what he does is usually deduce facts from the data, the raw data or the raw assumption. And that fact is a verifiable fact that you cannot, easily dispute. Then
he's very factual. His information is rarely wrong at all.
Yes. So after doing that, he will annihilate your position by sometimes, just in real time, let me say this. It's like he's building a sandcastle, which he plans to demolish. And the guest doesn't realize that he's actually his debating position is already the sandcastle, and in the manner that the guest actually articulates himself, especially in how he sequences his logic, then he falls into a trap of rational sequencing, and that too, can get you off balance already. Then, after doing that with them, you know what he does again? He start bringing receipts. dates, names, conclusions, context, there and then, and he only has like one piece of paper. It's not as if he comes with a lot of things like that. Most of the things are just with him, man. And his whole shtick is detective-like. There is this ideological activist type journalism that was done back in the day. Right now, I don't think there are plenty anymore. So the levels he reaches, Gaskia, he made our brother Bwala, he faced a catastrophic implosion. That submarine that got vanished looking for Titanic.
I really wish he and Candace Owen, go head to head, because he said something that I find very odd. Like he was saying, Candace Owen was being anti-Semitic for calling people out. I think if they met, it would be fiery. But Candace Owen doesn't take nonsense.
He will still win. He will still win.
I doubt it. He might win in terms of debate. Candace Owen, it doesn't take prisoners. So when the more you raise this, she raises her own too, because she will moralize with her own position. Everybody will probably choose their own side. I don't know whether he's going to win.
I think you underestimate Mahdi. Because
Mehdi will slaughter Candace.
I don't believe so. I don't believe that.
Let me tell you something.
You find out that it's not true.
Forefathers, let me tell you something, okay? One thing about Mehdi Hasan, I've been following him for more than 10 years, right? The levels he reaches, and how he engages, he makes you, start grasping at straws, and instead of our Bwala, to just, take his poison, and die with it, so that at least he would give us, some off-ramp or something like that. He never did that. Kept, doubling up drinking water, counter accusations, and all sorts of nonsense. But this is the thing with Mehdi Hasan's approach. He is top tier. He has this instant, short, compelling rebuttals that are they are succinct and to the point. Mehdi also gives, verbal lashes disguised as polite language, and will lie.
I really wish he goes after Candace Owen. I really wish they meet, because he's accusing Candace Owen of being anti-Semitic. I really think that they should meet up, because that, you see, one thing I know for sure is that he's very, very aggressive, and he would try that with Candace Owen. It will backfire.
He will not say that if he was not confident that he was right. And that's why I'm trying to make a point about him, right? The point that I'm trying to make about him that a lot of people do not understand is that the man is a master of retorting rhetorics. He dots his I's and crosses his so thoroughly.
I know what you are saying. But he's also conventional. That's the problem. He's also conventional.
There's nothing conventional
about person. I don't get what was going on here today, for goodness sake.
You want us to talk about you?
What are we discussing? Even the subject matter, is it about Mehdi Hasan or about the event that happened in that show?
No, we're just discussing the matter.
Somebody is saying that Bwala
okay, Asvelian, let's move this thing around so that, because people don't like waiting too long. They have time here, It's a shame you just spoke about this, because I know you have strong opinions about what's going on around the world.
Yes.
But before I open it up, let's allow other people to speak. Okay?
No, let me finish. I need to touch on some topics.
1 minute now.
But forefathers, that's very disingenuous. You have a lot of people waiting.
Wants to move me on.
And then
1 minute. I'm giving you 1 minute.
It's not good.
Okay.
1 minute.
So what
It disappoints me, my guy.
What Mehdi usually is, he moral, legal, financial, embedded audit approach dominates the atmosphere to something akin to, the speaker just metaphorically being like a suspect in the dock of a court, and Mehdi is acting as a seasoned, top lawyer doing cross-examination with several formulas designed to catch inconsistencies, induce guilt, and forces the other to concede if truly he is not being truthful of his position. Now, the conceding of the other doesn't have to be verbatim. No. It's not like that with Mehdi. It methodological, logic dictated sequencing being applied, and the implication is that thing is your position is debunked. That is how he reaches his logical conclusion. So, if, for example, your position is rubber bands don't ever break, Mehdi will stretch, every fiber of the rubber band in front of everybody to its elastic limit until it breaks into two. As everyone is watching.
As Valiant, can I ask you a question?
Yes, I am.
So do you
no, not asking me a question. He needs to move.
Okay,
guys, what is wrong with you? Are you trying to cause trouble here?
Yeah, let me
look at this.
talk about
enemy of progress. I don't need trouble. Okay, welcome diaspora voting. Thank you for joining us.
One more thing, please. Let me just say one more thing before I go. You just
there's no time anymore. Sorry.
Please, I beg of you. I had to wait people to do.
There's no time anymore.
1 minute.
Are you seeing the way they are behaving? They are not happy.
1 minute, please. 1 minute. So
what do you think? Hey, hold on. Let me take permission from Disu.
Brothers, you're alive. Just for brothers, you're waiting this time. 1 minute for no passes. Just let him go. Come on, please.
All right.
Just a minute, please. The thing I want to say with Mr. Tony is just that a slave does not have the privilege, of a bed in the real sense before to make it before he lies on it, So and about our position and comparing us with not progressing and all that, Africa is not poor or not progressing from lack of passion. Actually, it suffers from the shortage of cold, strategic thinking. Most of our public conversations, they are kind of emotional, reactive, and tribal. And power doesn't, really work that way. Power, you must apply some kind of patience, and it responds to incentives. It moves quietly, power, while the crowd argues loudly. And that is like what's happening in Nigeria. So if you look at Nigeria and most of Africa, for example, more broadly, through how power actually operates, you notice that through institutions, not personality cults.
As well, 1 minute too.
Yes, I'm done. Through psychology, not morality only gauges, And
I'm just leaving him now so that all these people can start attacking me. You see,
no,
just take it easy. Let me bring in this in diaspora voting because you see the kind of eye he's looking at me. This guy is going to throw me down. It's all right. Welcome. What do you make of the events of the week? Do you think the world is coming to an end? What?
Tim came before me, yeah?
Did he come before you? I thought you were.
No, okay. I think I told you.
No, don't worry. It's okay. Go ahead.
Tim, no. I just want to attend to someone. Reply one email, please. Just go before me. I'll come after you. Let me reply this email, please.
All right, Chim. He's going to disappear again like he disappeared before. Thank you for joining us, Imperial Apologies.
I'm just replying email. I'm just after you.
No problem. Yeah, once you start speaking, there's no. So, as you must have heard all the conversation that have been going on regarding events of the week, from the Iran, Bwala, ADC, state police, Disu is saying something like that. So what do you make? You can pick and choose which one you want to take on. I noticed that the last time you spoke about the Iranian situation, you were trying to justify the actions of the West and Israel. I think I would like to hear more about that, but it's up to you to take the topics from any direction.
All right. I don't want to overflow the Iranian matter. One, because Whereas I respect people's opinion and want to hear them and disagree, I think people are being unnecessarily emotional about this. This is world politics. There's no nation anywhere in the world, like I constantly say, that is going to sacrifice its self-interest for you on the altar of altruism. It doesn't work that way. We all know this. Not even Nigeria. In fact, as a matter of fact, perhaps Nigeria is the only altruistic nation that has sacrificed its interest on morality. And I'll give you an example why. I listen to a lot of people who are talking about how Angola, how South Africa, and all the apartheid-stricken parts of Southern Africa got their liberty. And they were praising Iran and praising Cuba, praising everybody. And they forgot Nigeria. But you know why they forgot Nigeria? They forgot Nigeria because Nigeria gives you without asking. Nigeria gives you without asking, which is not a good way to play politics. Nigeria spent billions of petrodollar to liberate South Africa, Zimbabwe, when Zimbabwe used to be called Rhodesia. Remember Southern Rhodesia and Northern Rhodesia?
Mandela praised Nigeria now.
No, hold on. Mandela praised Nigeria temporarily. Subsequently, what have South African leaders done? They've bashed Nigeria. Nobody has said to themselves, you know what, they might have their problem, but we can't throw away history of how they have played a role for us. The average South African doesn't know the role Nigeria played in Southern Africa. The average South African does not know. They don't. So, but I don't want to go into this Iran thing. I'm going to leave it where it is. I am not supporting any or making excuses for any, as you suggested, for any for any Western nation. I'm simply saying, let's be objective and discuss this matter. Should Iran be attacked? Read my lips. No. But has Iran played any role in making themselves a target? Yes. And I want to leave it at that. I want to go into Nigerian issues because it concerns me more. I watched a video over the week, and which is part of what made me say, you know what, enough to this Iran. And someone said, why are Nigerians so buoyed with Iran? The truth about the matter is, if Nigeria has problems, Iran is not going to come talk about us. They won't.
God bless you. I said this thing before. Our mate in other countries
are carrying this thing in their head like
discussing about Africa.
That's a lie.
Our mate in other countries, they don't discuss about us.
They spoke about the black problem and they spoke about apartheid. So why would we think if Nigeria was in the same position, they wouldn't speak?
Please, if you watched, I've been here for more than...
No, sorry, I was actually interjecting to local P. I didn't mean to get in a conversation with you, sorry.
I'm not offended, don't worry. Trust me, I'm not. What I want to talk about more now, actually, is about things that happened in Nigeria. Daniel Bwala is not the first Nigerian to appear on head-to-head. Matter of fact, I don't know why we keep using banning the word debate. That was not a debate. That was a question and answer. He was invited to come and speak on behalf of his government. And we are overhyping Mehdi. Mehdi actually has a bad behavior. Ask a question and let somebody answer. If I was Daniel Bwala and I had my facts, I would actually make him look silly. Because in between of talking, he kept interjecting. I'll tell him, can you let me finish my thoughts before you interject? Because I've gone back to watch Ezekwesili when Madam Ezekwesili went to the same head-to-head, and she stood her ground. She stood her ground, and she said when they asked her about Obasanjo, she said, I can't speak for him. I worked for him. He's in a better position to speak for his own integrity. I'm not going to speak for his integrity. I can speak for myself. My work, I went there and I made him know, if you employ me to work for you, you must give me the liberty to do the job you've invited me to do. This is when that's why when I spoke earlier, I said, why do Nigerians think they have to go and lie? I'm not going to go and defend you forefathers as my president, if I'm your spokesperson, where I shouldn't defend you. I won't do that. I will defend your policies. But your person, I will stay away from your person.
And Bwala now.
I will defend your policies, but I will not defend your person. I can't speak to anybody's person. That's the thing Nigerians have failed to understand when you are a spokesperson for a government. Speak for your policy, leave your person out of it. When they started bringing Tinubu's person, I would have told him, sorry, I'm not here to speak to his persons. And I will leave it there. That was the only way to show integrity. Then if they start bringing those things, like somebody rightly said here, you can admit, yes, I said those things. But I said those things, but I saw something different. That's why I can work for him. So I think, like I repeated earlier, it's a lesson for us to know the world is not going to hold you on a different standard. Nigerian big men, Nigerian politicians want to be held on a different standard, but the globe won't play that for you. When you go to the global stage, know fully where they're coming from. Does he need anybody to tell him that Madi will come after him? He should have known all these things, prepared himself, prepared his response. He should have anticipated, played an anticipatory. Okay, you know what? People keep saying
He prepared, though. He prepared.
No. He didn't prepare.
He prepared.
Let me say why he didn't prepare. If I have spoken against forefathers today, and tomorrow I'm in a place where I'm now speaking favorably for him, you should know that people are going to ask you what changed.
Of course.
You should know these things. Do you need anybody to tell you that? You should know that. So I'm going to leave that. I want to come more again, finally, to our Minister of Finance and Minister of State for Finance. In the course of the week, our Minister of Finance was asked a question on why you're presenting a 2026 budget. You did not fully fulfill 2025. You did not fully fulfill 2024. And now here you are asking for an approval for 2026. And the man shifted the blame to his deputy, the Minister of State. And we know how that all has pandered. And we hear today that the guy who asked the question was invited to Aso Rock. We don't know what they discussed. After that, he left. The good thing is he did not cross carpet or go to APC. He went to Labour Party. But the point I want to bring out is this: can we see that we have a bunch of human characters who lead Nigeria and they don't even know what exactly they are leading? Your Minister of Finance could not tell a budget session why it is he was giving money in 2024 and 2025. He did not fulfill any of those things up to half. And he's asking for another money in 2026. So when people say that the government of the day is corrupt, can you see where those corruption allegations are coming from? I have a theory. Suddenly now we have Southeast Development Commission, and 160 million or is it billion has been voted for them to work. That's election money. They're just looking for an outlet to release funds that will cycle back into APC's pocket for 2026 or 2027 elections. We're missing some of these things and we're dwelling on Madi and all those things. Well, tomorrow now, you say why they're not recruiting people. Money to do the recruitment, money to invest in defense is being stolen quietly under the grounds and nobody is saying anything. Nobody's saying anything. And before you know it, Bami will get back into office and Bami will lead us and we'll continue from where we stopped. So I think as far as I'm concerned, these are just my views. I don't have anything against the Iranian people. Iran did not start with the Ayatollahs. Before the Ayatollahs, the Iranian system was kind of monarchical. And then gradually, just like the British, they broke it. And then they had a prime minister. It was the tussle between that prime minister and the Shah that led to this revolution and brought in this government. I'm shocked. If anybody who is here who knows that, that is how this government came into office. So when somebody is coming here today to eulogize the revolutionary government and everything, good luck to you.
Let's do that a little bit before we go to support the diaspora, because this question has never truly been asked. And I've found that even in Western media, even people that are against the war, one of the things the journalists tend to do is that they will say, the Iranian regime is despicable and all the rest. So they will say certain things that they will say, Iranian regime killed 30,000 people, to force the person that is trying to criticize the Iranian war to defend the Iranian regime. And I find it peculiar. So now it seems like they can literally say Iranian regime eats people. And then because you don't want to defend the Iranian regime, you just go ahead and say, I hate the war. And you ignore the fact that they just lied about the regime. You see what I mean? Now, this prompts the question, what is this regime? How evil are they truly? Because we have to truly examine things and find out What is so evil? Because I saw a video of this guy, calling it a guy, but his adherents would not call him a guy. Say the Khomeini. When he was about to be sworn in, this guy didn't want to be a leader.
Thank you.
I have a history of the Prussians.
He didn't want to be a leader.
I can give
They
you
found
why
that he has to.
Why things are the way they are.
He was rejecting it, and they were forcing him to take it.
The origin
Yes.
of the
Yes.
Calm down
the
now.
origin
And
of
let
the
me
Republic
see.
came from the CIA. The
Calm
CIA
down now.
regime
Not be
changed.
G. They not be you that they talk to now. I was trying to ask Chim that because maybe we should ask this question about what, because when they say protesters are protesting, we know full well that protest that happened the last time, that they are using now as an excuse to say Iranian regime is evil. We know Mossad was on the street. They were bragging about it. We know CIA was on the street with the people that were coming out. They were killing police and killing all kind of people on the streets of Iran. Burning mosques. Which kind of Iranian would be burning mosques? So then you ask yourself, in America, ICE is just trying to clear people to deport them, and they shot a woman in the face. Can you imagine if they were killing police officers in American street, what they would do?
Forefathers, what exactly is the point, please?
The point I'm making is that, can you please explain to me what makes this regime evil in a system where women make up more engineers than the men? Tell me what makes them so evil, because I really want to know. Because when we just blacken people's name, it's not necessarily fair. Because if like now, I hate when people say Nigerians are just thieves, scammers. I don't like it. It's not fair.
I will just 1 minute. I'll express my views and then let the rest, then other persons speak. So forefathers, and please don't take this personal. It's not personal. This is just an analogy. We're having a conversation. You just traveled recently. Did you have any restrictions leaving the UK when you were leaving?
No.
Okay. You had a free exit and you had a free entry, right?
Yes.
Do you know that a lot of Iranians can't do that? You can't leave the country the way you want at liberty. Did you know that?
I'm not sure.
Why is that?
Why do you listen?
I'm not sure you can't leave the country the way
you cannot easily leave the country that way.
I can't travel to Iran. If I was traveling to Iran from the UK, I would have problems.
No, I'm not talking about you as a non-Iranian going to Iran and having problems in the sense of the country can view you from whatever, and besides, even the UK might be suspicious of you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying an Iranian wanting to exercise his liberty as a human being, saying, I want to visit or travel to the UK, or I want to jackpot to the UK. Some of those things are difficult for them to do.
Not completely.
Yes, it is difficult because
please, guys, I do not like when you
I'm trying to explain to you that if I was in the UK, I want to go to Iran, it would be problematic.
I hear you on that. What I'm saying
is, why don't you think that the reverse is true?
No, hold on. Listen, we'll come to that. My question is this. I'm a Nigerian. As bad as Nigeria is, if I have the resources to feel like traveling out of Nigeria, the Nigerian government, at least as is right now, will not stop me.
If you tell them you want to go to North Korea, they will ask you.
No, that's not true. There is nowhere a Nigerian wants to go to today that the government will stop him.
Nobody's going to stop you. Yes, go and try North Korea. You've not tried North Korea before. That's
nobody will stop you from going there.
Nobody will stop you as a Nigerian.
Have you tried it?
Going anywhere?
How do you know? Have you tried it?
Are they of threat to you?
You're being ingenious.
Stop talking. Are they of threat to your country?
No. It's not about that. It's about sanctions.
It's not sanctions. Are they of threat to your own country?
But I'm sure you understand. Sorry, forefathers.
The reason why it's not about threat. It's about sanctions.
Forefathers, I don't want to monopolize people want to talk. If as a Nigerian, you wake up this morning and say you want to travel to Ghana, you want to live, okay, let's move. If not Korea is your issue, move on Korea. You want to travel to any sane place, including the US, including Niger Republic, including Burkina Faso. Nobody, as long as your papers are accurate, you're not having drugs or any incriminating thing you're carrying that will make immigration stop you, you would leave and go and do your business and come back. Many Iranians cannot do this. Let's not pretend. I have Iranians
I
here.
just checked the information just now. It says, yes, Iranians are generally allowed to travel overseas, but they face significant restriction due to a weak passport. You see, these are the things you have to take into account. I just try to express it to you. The sanction that they are under, it basically imprisons them. The
All
same
right,
thing
let
with
me conclude, and so that someone else can talk. I have Iranians. I went for a function 2016 where there were 6 Iranians, 2 ladies, 2 guys. We were having coffee, and they told me how they left the country. The way people used to leave Nigeria under military rule, you find routes and everything because they close mark them as a people. The liberty is restrained. Now, that's their government. Should it be the business of the West to come and tell them how to run their system? No. But you and I know, like those who are here know, that in the global politics we live today, if a Western nation that is very strong identifies you as a threat or a state or political concern, particular concern, they will start interfering in your politics. They will start.
Forefathers, now you are a person of particular concern to me because Chim has been talking for more than 5 minutes. You did not give me the chance to talk like him. I was looking at my watch.
I don't know why. I enjoy when people are talking. I don't like
this one talking about you. Do you know how long you spoke for?
Permit right now. It's a countdown.
Okay. Let him just
go ahead.
Let him
No, wait a minute.
Chim, don't leave because I want to report what you said.
The guy that interrupted Chim, you spoke for a long time. At some point,
to be fair, yeah, you did.
You spoke for a long time.
No, Chim, don't leave. Let me make clarification on what you said. We always have to be careful who we get information from. You have to remember that Iran, as it is presently structured, as it is presently run, the situation facing Iran, at least since Carter's time. So after they took those athletes, what was the word? Not kidnapped. When they took them, right? After that, Iran had been facing a lot of security concerns. Okay, there's so many societies on. Yes, thank you. So there's so many societies on this earth that are facing the same thing. Israel, that we are supporting today, has a very, very strict policy on immigration and immigration. Very, very strict. Saudi Arabia, the same thing. North Korea, the same thing. Iran, the same thing. But why are these people like that? Why are these societies like that? Because of the security concerns that they face. So we cannot just pick out one. And then the people that gave you that information, especially understanding that they are in the diaspora. If they are in the diaspora, we have to remember most of these people are remnants of the people that benefited from the Pahlavi government.
From the Shah.
So they benefited from it. And these are the people that are presently opposing the IRGC or the Iranian government from overseas. It is similar to what is going on in Nigeria. Let's place it all on the table. Who, out of all the 6 or so regions in Nigeria, is it more likely to denigrate the Nigerian government and say they are this despicable kind of people running the government today? We know it will most likely be someone from the Southeast region. Now the Midwest, which has been affected again, will probably have joined that too because of the incessant bombings and kidnappings, the Boko Haram, the Fulani herdsmen. So I just see all of this to say, what you're saying, I'm not discounting it, but we have to also be very careful of the source of our information. We have to be careful because people have motives. There are motives why people will say this. I know tons of Iranians, tons of them, tons. I know tons of them, and I don't get the same message that, of course, I know Iranians too, friends that are against the government, but the overwhelming majority of my Iranian friends are actually in favor of the government, of course, because they are Persians, not Kurds, maybe they're Muslims, not Zoroastrian, so that also plays a part.
Okay, thank you, Boom Boom Ray. So, forefathers, what I want to say, I'm not disputing what you're saying, but you see, it's convenient to, you say this person is doing this because he doesn't agree with the government. So the question is today in the United States, you don't agree with Donald Trump, but I can bet you will go to the airport, you will fly to Cancun and go enjoy your holiday, and you fly back. Nobody's going to stop you from doing that. So when a government starts hinging and stopping people's liberties, then there's a problem.
But
you should be. Wait,
hold on, calm down. They're actually doing it in America. They are banning universities from doing certain things.
Forefathers.
And actually, they are deporting people because they have views. You know that.
Forefathers. If Boom Boom Ray is enjoying democracy, the democracy you say you don't like, Boom Boom Ray is enjoying it. Boom Boom Ray can criticize Trump. Nothing will happen to him. Boom Boom Ray can wake up in the midst of his criticism and go anywhere in the world he wants to go. If he gets into trouble wherever he is, the same government under Trump will go and bring him back and make sure his life is safe. I'm simply saying that when we come here and listen, I have nothing against the Iranians. I have nothing against the Iranian revolutionary government. If that's what majority of Iranians want, so be it. But I'm saying we can't come here and say that the Iranian government is not complicit in creating disaffection amongst its people to the extent that some people cannot freely live if they want to live. They have to be forced. The same way, like I keep saying in Nigeria, that we will say whatever we want to say, but Nigeria may not be as bad as Iran. But we also have a government that has played a role in creating more internal divisions amongst itself. So, in summary to Iran, like I said, if they can find a solution to that problem and learn to live with their neighbors in peace, because Saudi Arabia cannot just only be a crazy nation, nor Qatar, nor UAE, nor Oman. Those nations are at liberty to support or align with whoever they want to align with. But to say because they are friends with the US and then Israel and the US are shooting you, then the only way you want to show that you are aggressive is to shoot those ones on their own. It speaks a lot about the kind of
they have US military base there.
So what is my sin in having a military base?
Because that base,
because you are inviting if I bring Amram to your house, would you be happy? Are you not going to call police for me too, even if I'm not the one that is robbing you?
Please
so,
give me 2 minutes. Let me.
Yeah, this is a bit.
Let's have
a conversation about it. Yeah, it's true. Support the diaspora voting. Thank you for joining us. Because this is an interesting question to ask. Why is the Iranian regime so evil?
And then you just say,
I thought you were going to sleep. This sleep that you want to sleep, that you
why?
To sleep,
then why not just give me the chance to talk like everybody else?
I thought you were going to sleep. I gave you the chance because you are in Nigeria.
And everybody wants me
how many minutes you spoke?
You went on an episode for Mehdi Hasan.
Maybe what I'm saying is not what you want to hear, and then time is.
That's not true. You said that you were going to
countdown.
I speak, and you spoke.
Okay. Let's try to rein it in. There's a lot of people that still want to speak. Let's try to be patient.
Yes,
I appreciate that.
That's
I really
what
appreciate
would have
that.
been done earlier.
Hold on. Let me moderate. Hold on, sir.
Let's change the goalpost in the middle of the game. Jide spoke, there was no time.
They want to organize it now. You're complaining now.
No, don't change the goalpost.
What?
No, this is why Nigeria.
Let there be timing. Dexter.
This is why Nigeria can never change.
Let there be timing.
I agree. Let there be timing, but it is injustice to the other people.
It's okay. Don't worry. We're not stupid. Jide spoke forever. Havila spoke forever, and two of them still want to speak. But don't worry. Let there be timing.
Forever relative to you, baby.
Support diaspora voting. Let's go with support diaspora voting. Is it 3 minutes? 4 minutes. Support diaspora voting. You see, I'm really curious about this question about Iran because everybody seems to think that they are the devils. But they can't be that evil if they educated their women. Their women are engineers. One of the most innovative countries. I think they said the leader was a philosopher, a Kant philosopher. That is, I've never heard people put it like that. That is quite advanced thinking. And there are a lot of advanced this in ideology. And you said something about Nigeria being better than Iran. That's the first time I've heard of that one.
Technically, you went to Nigeria and you came out. You went to Nigeria and you came back.
Iranians go to Iran and come out.
Not true.
Okay, go ahead, Ify.
Can we just moderate this thing so that, I mean, it can, look kind of professional? It's just like everybody speaking at the same time. And some people haven't, somebody like Femi, look at Femi here, and he's been here for a while. He hasn't said anything. I don't think it's fair. And he's in UK.
Okay, let's give them for 4 minutes.
Come on.
Okay, what I'm going to do now.
Femi's in New York. He's not in the UK.
Okay, let's give them for 4 minutes. For 4 minutes.
Somebody
ask for voting for 4 minutes, please. So suppose they are for voting. Tell me what makes Iran so evil, and is it something you want to talk about, or you want to talk about their Nigerian situation, Bwala, and all the rest? You can pick and choose. Go ahead.
First thing first, I have by rights. I have the right to reject the 4 minutes to go further than that. First, not as if I see maybe people are forcing me to take the 4 minutes. But anyway, I'll still speak whatever I think is in my mind, and I pray is shorter than 4 minutes. First thing first, I really do not want to speak for. Anyway, how you all doing? Sorry, my manners. I hope you all are doing great. And first thing first, I really do not like to talk about like other people's issue when I have an issue, a pressing issue, a dire issue. I've said it here before, and like, look, I don't think my mates, at least if I look at my age and the average age of us here, you understand that they talk about African politics is affecting them negatively or positively, and insecurity in Africa, it affects them. I guess the only thing that they can think of is how to come here and do business in a bad economy and think of the smartest way to cash out. That's the only thing they can think of, or think of how to take advantage of the bad economy, how to do business or bribe their way, because it's easy to get their way out of here because of the color of their skin, and take the profit out of this place. That's the only thing they can think of. But having arguments week in, week out, how African policy is being played, I can tell you many of them do not know the leaders in Africa, many of them, except Nigerians, because of Nigerians is like a country of particular concerns. We're all known for the world for just only bad reasons. So that's for that. But for the Iranian stuff, yeah, look, none of us have been there. You understand? None of us have really have friends, close friends who come and tell us about the way the policy is being run, how the governance is, the country is run. None of us. The only information we get is what we hear on the news. You understand? And truth be said, yeah, look, if the country is really bad, I think by now nobody will still be there complaining. The ones that have escaped will go back and take their loved ones and they remove them out there. And I think there was this video I saw recently where a Russian guy pretended to be a German guy, that I don't know if that's whatever the video is AI or whatever. A Russian guy pretended to be a German guy, in fact looks like Adolf Hitler, and was speaking to this new head of Iranian leader, talking about how to bomb Iran. And the guy said, yes, okay, we'll bomb Iran first, and you are just the new leader of Iran, and you are agreeing for them to bomb Iran, that yes, from Germany, that they'll bomb Iran, this and that, to push a narrative there. And the guy was just speaking until the secretary came out like, oh, do you know who you're talking? We don't know. They have to shut down that video. The video is online. You understand? So you see, sometimes when you see this media putting things out there that you tell you this country is evil, and they're trying to put somebody out there that will do their bid, many of you just believe, yes, it's evil. But like you said, if they're really evil, they will not be having female engineers, female pilots, whatever. But how many of their female engineers and pilots have we really seen? You understand? Compared to the number of people that are there. Because if you have 3 female pilots and 3 female engineers, that doesn't mean the country is good to women, because you can't compare just 6 of them, professional women, compared to every other numbers of the millions of number or thousands of number of women out there that don't have the same opportunity. So their story, they want to tell you on media is neither here nor there. They're both telling the same, their own story, their own side of the story to protect their own interest. Just like Bwala will come out here, fool himself, and be telling you whatever in his own, in the interest of the government that is serving on. You understand? So those people, for all I care, I think they should go and drink their Panadol for their own headache. You understand? Nigeria, if tomorrow the oil of Iran is being, or the oil crisis is affected, Nigeria by right, we're not supposed to suffer for anything like has to do with crude oil because we have it in abundance. You understand? If we don't have, we have nobody country in Africa that we can get stuff to. You get, I mean, take stuff from. You understand? To survive. We have all it takes. So if like they bomb themselves, whatever, this is a business. So while we get headache all the time discussing this place, and meanwhile, you can see from the effect of the interview with Mehdi Hasan yesterday how shit Nigeria is. That the people that they even think that they can talk, well, who would even blame Hasan or Bwala? I mean, because he has been interviewed with Shehu Okinbaloye or Benabati, whatever. In their presence, he thinks he's a champion that he can defend even nonsense. Now he's got to, I mean, and what Hasan Mehdi even did was not even spectacular. It's just the ABC of journalism. I want to interview you. I do research about you. I take your interview. I take your words. I take your write-up, and I use them against you. I study about your country. I ask you to defend them.
5 minutes.
It's just the ABC of journalism. You let me finish, if you please. You said just ABC of journalism. You get my point. So, what Hasan Mehdi just did is you expose how journalism is terrible in Nigeria. That was just, and everybody that was still there clapping and laughing and not being pained. Every Nigerian, not even every Nigerian, you understand? That's what I there that just be clapping and laughing, not being pained with that interview. For me, I think that is the worst of it all. Like I said, Nigerian politicians are not even a problem. Our problem in Nigeria have always been electorate, whether it live in diaspora or in Nigeria. That's the way I've ever liked. You understand? And coming here and arguing Western countries and not facing Nigeria, for me, I'm just being pained. You understand? That's just what I'm going to say.
Time up.
Yeah, just for clarification, we do face Nigeria, and you can't always ignore what is going on out there, especially if he has any lessons for us to learn from. Femi,
how many lessons have we learned over the years, fathers, and we are still going down?
No,
we be doing the same thing over and over and expect the same results.
I can ask you how many things have we talked about in Nigeria over and over again. It's the same thing. You can't stop learning
because it's our country. We can't stop.
Neither can you stop. You can't stop anywhere.
No, go pitch a global community. How are you going to say we shouldn't talk about the world? That don't even make sense.
No, but see, my brother, look, you can't tell me, speak the truth. You don't have light, and you are telling me, you understand, they can't do whatever I'm doing, or my solar system is disturbing you, or just disturbing
you. But maybe if we learn from what's going on in other countries. Yeah, sorry. Let's give Femi a chance.
Femi, thank you for joining us. And as Valiant, I see you are backstage. I see Imperial Apologies backstage. I just wanted to give other people a chance to have their say. Femi, man, these events that are going on, I don't know, man. I wasn't very religious.
Sorry, is there anybody at the backstage who wants to come in? You can take me to the backstage and bring someone who wants to.
Okay, let me bring Valiant on.
Okay.
Where is
if there's someone else too, I was supposed to talk after Femi, but let them come in and I'll come back.
Okay, let me bring Valiant on, and then he go back up there. Okay. How did he just get full again? Okay. All right. So I'm not a very religious person but these days the way things are going, I'm beginning to believe in the end times because. I don't know what you make of the events. These people, they don't care anymore. They are releasing everything. They want to even release the alien files. No secrets anymore. And they are just going to war. Trump wants to attack Cuba while he's dealing with Iran. What is going on? And what do you make of it, Femi?
Yeah, I've forgotten everything I want to say, but let me start this way. Since we have a referee in the house now. Remember, for those that follow, America itself is a cruise, just like Nigeria. Steve Bannon was the one that famously said, flood the zone. So a lot of what you're saying are distractions, first of all. And as much as I often like to go with the fact that two things can be true at the same time. Whilst I respect the views of those who think we should only focus on Nigeria, I'm of the opinion that, again, I believe Dr. started this program and the series of programs that he has on his channel with a view of looking at things from the point of the view of the world, and hopefully we can now narrow it down to our individual enclaves or conclaves in Nigeria, because again, we're not alone in the world. And we know there's a new lexicon that's been mostly used in the last week or so now: existential threats. The world is facing existential threats, and it's been like that for a long time now, more now than ever before. Now, to your point, there's no way we can do without talking about Iran, because whether one likes it or not, is unfortunately, the flavor of the moment. And it's been like that for more than a year now. It's just coming to a head. A couple of things. I think it's always important to go with how we go to where we are right now. Perhaps the fact that I continue to re-educate myself kind of helps, because a lot of things never made sense to me when I was growing up, whether from the religious angle or even the world angle. But in a way, you're growing up, they will tell you this is the way we've been doing things. Or you can't even say, whether it's your parents or our religious leaders, you're supposed to keep quiet. You're not supposed to question things. There were a lot of things I always wanted to question, no matter my own bias. And there were things that we grew up on that turned out to be programming. There's a reason why TV programs are called, there's a reason for that word called program. And for those of us that live abroad, we see for ourselves. Iran, specifically, there's a history behind how we got to where we go to, how they go to where they got to. And when you try to juxtapose it with what's happening in Africa generally, or even the likes of Venezuela, for example, a lot of things can be tied to each other. You have to look at resources, among other things. You have to look at control, power. Even for others, even you yourself, you always mention it, power. And the fact that the world has changed, there's been evolution of the world even before we were born, through the centuries, whether pre or post-biblical and Quranic times. There's been different powers that have taken over. And there's no one power that rules forever. There's no one power that easily gives up, especially when they're going through their last vestiges. These things, in fact, the British man will tell you, whether we like to believe it or not, that history has a way of replicating itself. Whether it might not necessarily repeat itself, but we have seen this before, or maybe at least we've seen in ways, different ways before. Now, whether we believe it affects us or not, there are lessons to be learned. Again, me, like Delifa to be would most likely tell you, do not die in their war. However, at the same time, if we take away whatever cloaks we have in front of us, are we saying that the US and Israel, for example, and if you like, the Europeans are right? Are we saying they're totally right? Or are we saying Iran has no reasons to defend itself? After all, they have a lot of, especially the CIA and the M16, and it continues to today, whether one likes it or not. They have a lot to be blamed for when it comes to how Iran got to where it got to today. And thankfully, the Iranians, you might loathe them. Unlike we Nigerians or Africans, we're not united enough. It's not like there's total unity there, but at least a lot of them, especially the younger ones now, because I going to watch a lot of what's it called, from people that know better. I don't watch all this conventional news, because like people have said already, and everybody has a way of lying to favor themselves. And if one is not careful, if one goes too religious or too, what's it called, one is going to miss the point. The Iranians, for example, they're one of the most educated people in the world. In fact, when it comes to science and technology, apart from historically speaking, of which, a lot of us are aware that Iran is about 3,000 plus years. Historically, they've contributed to science and technology, and they even know they're right. Yes, things are bad. Again, things are bad. But do not take away the fact that the West has a lot of influences. What's going on? And what more do I need to add? When, for example, was it just yesterday or 2 days ago that's why I keep saying it, that Trump, it's not about Trump now. It's just that Trump is saying the silent power loud. That's why you see the guy, he does cho on truth media. He's giving us all the expose for those of us that may not have been paying attention before. I don't know if you listened to what he put. I don't know if he put it out or he said it about the gold, the gold in Venezuela. Did you follow what he put out yesterday about the gold in Venezuela?
No,
There's a reason. Oh, you didn't follow it? Okay. I hope if you have time, please go. It's not hidden, So the way I see the thing that's happening right there in the Middle East right now, together with what is happening even in Africa, Tunisia, and Nigeria. As much as I am not totally saying that it's their fault, but they have a lot of role to play in what continues to go on today. Otherwise, for example, I do not believe personally there's someone like it will not get to a Tinubu. I'll just keep it that way for now.
Time up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Wow,
Fofada, please, before you say anything, I came in because of the comment section. Good evening to the panelists. And I just want to give this warning. If you're going to be on the comment section, please be respectful and watch your language on the comment section. If you know you cannot handle people expressing themselves, whether you agree with them or not, please do not comment because I'll put you on a timeout. Quite frankly, I'm not feeling well and I don't want to deal with people that cannot handle people having their opinion. You don't have to like what people are expressing on this panel. If you do not like what people are saying, please log off because I will put you on a timeout. And with that being said, we have a lot of people on the backstage. If you've expressed your opinion and you want to leave, please, we need to bring in other panelists so that they can speak. So with that being said, thank you, everyone. Let's just be respectful with our comments and realize one thing. We agree to disagree respectfully. Thank you, Fofada.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Providence, please, if you have anybody that you want to bring in, you can put me on the back stage for now.
Okay, let me see. Adama has taken over.
I also want to exit, but I would say this. You removed me. Jide has been here since last night. You did remove him, but you removed me conveniently.
What kind of
You removed me now, but okay, I will go back.
Adama has come and changed the whole setting of this thing. Hold on. Look at that. The whole thing has changed now. I don't know. This thing, the thing is hiding. Hold on. Okay, let me do this now. Okay, it's back now.
I pressed it. That's why it got back. You removed it. I helped you click on it now.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think let's forget about it. Let's get back to where we were before. I noticed that these guys enjoying the confusion. Solar, you are enjoying the confusion. All right.
I agree.
Who is next? I think. Okay, after Femi is Dexter, isn't it? Dexter hasn't said much. And hello, if you wanted to say something, you can speak at any time. You are free to speak anytime, interject, because
Dexter, please, can you let my sister speak? She don't usually come all the time.
Yeah, I see that. Very gentlemen here.
Thank you.
When it comes to each other. Thank you for joining us. Hello. And you know what has happened now with Bwala. Yeah. There's no time. She's speaking for all the women in Nigeria and the world, actually. So welcome. And the events of the week has been very concerning. I don't even know. I'm beginning to get worried that these people are beginning to give up. They are not hiding anything anymore. They're just doing it out in the open. And then if you look at our Nigerian leaders, they sold our health information now. All our genetic materials and health data is being sent to the US. Our tax information is sent to France. There are soldiers in Nigeria. There's a war going on in Iran. Another one wants to start in Cuba. And I think somebody is reporting that something facts. Man of Prestige, he said Nigeria's heart is behind Trump saying make Nigeria great again. So maybe Nigeria's turn is also coming. They might come here and do us in again. So I don't know what you make of these events, how you can, make sense of them. There is Bwala, there is ADC, there is state police. So if you want to talk about Nigeria, you can go with Nigeria. If you want to go international, you can go international. So thank you for joining us. You are not being timed as if he said. So please go ahead.
Okay, I'm getting a bit shy. Thank you, Ify, my sister. Good evening. Nice to see you. Deo. Hello, forefathers. Hello, my brethren. What is happening all around the world will definitely affect us, whether we think we're in it or not. There are powers that are fighting, and the world is changing. Do we as Nigerians have a place in that table where discussions will be held about how the cake will be shared? Or are we going to fall for the crumbs? Are we even going to get any crumbs at all? Is there any crumbs for us? Is there any hope for us in Nigeria? How are we positioning ourselves? The politicians in Nigeria, I'm asking, we as the citizens, because we the people are the ones that are electing these people. I know they say they rig elections, but we make the population of Nigeria. We are the ones that represent Nigeria inside and outside Nigeria. Our behaviors, the way we carry the country around with pride will also help with the image of the Nigeria. It's part of politics as well. So with what is happening in Iran, I hope our government are watching. I'm sure they are learning. With Bwala's one, I haven't watched it because sometimes I get really upset with the way things are run in Nigeria. I know Nigeria is not a perfect country. We have a lot to learn, but I still want to have hope for my country regardless. I am a Nigerian, and yes, I'm carrying the green passport. It is my opinion, and I respect anybody's opinion, whatever they want to believe in. But for me, I will continue to fight for the passport that is taking me around, and that is why I'm now until Nigeria divides, if it's going to divide, but I wish it doesn't. That's my honest opinion. We can argue politely as one people, no need to fight. You understand? So for me, Bwala, knowing the kind of person who was going to interview him, I would have thought that he should have prepared himself better. And getting there, he should have been himself, knowing that there is always going to be social media, there's always going to be propaganda. Everyone is playing their propaganda. If you're doing your job well, just defend your job. You definitely know that if you're going for an interview with someone like that, he must have made a good research about you and your country. He has things. He's an interviewer. I don't believe it is a competition for the interviewer to outshine him. He has a pattern. Every interviewer has a pattern. And if he's the kind of person that is fiery, you prepare for him to know that whatever he says, you stand your ground, be yourself. You're not going to be excessively aggressive. After all, there is always something to learn in every situation. If you don't perform to the standard that you want to, you learn from it and you keep getting exposed, like someone has already mentioned, and learn from it. You do not go there to defend evil. You cannot be part of a person that defends evil in the eyes of the public on international stage. Otherwise, your personality, not just your position, is questioned. Like, are you even supposed to be in that position? Because no one is perfect. If you're going to hold a position, are you qualified to be there? If you're going outside to represent Nigeria, you should not only be mentally capable, academically, politically, you should be sound. And anything you don't do well, you learn from it and move on. No one is perfect. Even the person questioning you will also have something to learn from you. You prepare your answers, and you also prepare things you can ask him to to destabilize him as well, because he must have a fault. You have to find out weakness. So now maybe you find a common ground to walk out high there. When you're walking out high, you don't look defeated. You just walk as a professional person that you've done your best and you're ready to learn. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he found a weakness. He found a weakness in the a tiny
yes.
weakness. He said he told the Mehdi Hasan, "You two had to move from one studio, one news station to another." So just like I moved political parties when he was trying to criticize him on that, but that's just the one time he tried to push back.
No, that's not good enough. You need to look for the characteristics of a loophole in his job. It's something to do with job. You're not going to attack him, but you're going to look for, as an interviewer, he's doing journalism work. You need to find all the points that makes a good journalism. Is it ticking all the boxes? Absolutely not. Then you use that to balance the equation. You have to prepare yourself. These people know that sometimes they may want to use you to shine. You can turn the table around politely. Then he will learn something as well. Yeah. So with the Iran one, there are forces, there are people. The powers are fighting. They know themselves where I am and the America somehow. Who is going to emerge victoriously, whether they are doing it openly or on the ground. But there are people who really want to control the world, whether they do it by shedding obara or stuff, and the other ones want to destabilize them. So Africa will be the place where the battle will be held, like where the elephants fight, the grass will suffer. So how are we going to continue to serve the masters? The master we have now, is it better than the one that is going to replace them if they succeed? So which master are we going to choose? Or are we going to decide to stand on our feet like, yes, we've done enough? I know we may lose a lot of things, maybe some kind of opportunities that the politicians enjoy, and we citizens, maybe we stay, we all go back home, no more travel for us, we'll be sanctioned, and we figure it out. Although we may not live alone in the world, but we can trade around. So we have to choose which, where we want to belong and stay there. That's what I think.
Thank you.
Without us, Nigeria cannot work. It's not just it's not only down to the politicians. It's down to every one of us here, including myself, one way or another.
One thing I saw in Nigeria when I was there was this pastor from state to state, like one pastor, particular pastor. I don't know him. He looks like he's the head of the pastors in Nigeria. From River State to Bayelsa State, he was all over, plastered all over the posters. And what that gave me an idea was that if one had the resources, one can be able to put posters up in Nigeria about key issues, especially in Abuja, where it truly matters, about key issues within that people believe in. Because remember, there was a poster that was put up in Lagos once that had to do with issues with the government, and just one, and it raised a lot of alarm amongst the government that people are using those posters for sending messages. So if there was a way to do that, that is something I will explore. I don't mind if one can do some project and see what the effect is, because this idea that like posters regarding national security, if you can do that well, you don't know what effect it could have, because these guys are in denial. I saw what Bwala was doing with this guy. They were asking him questions. He was saying he was doing something. They were doing their best. What do you mean they are doing their best? And he talked about the government declaring state of emergency sometime in April, when it was actually in November. It's like they don't have a clue what they are doing. And people are getting kidnapped. Today now, I heard of 100 people getting kidnapped again in Nigeria. It's like, I don't know, man. I really hate thinking about the victims of all these things, because there are so many terrible, heartbreaking stories among them. And sometimes we've gotten used to it now, as if it's normal. And it really pains me that nothing, no matter what we do here, we are not actually affecting things enough on the ground. People like Bwala, they are deaf. They don't understand. Clearly, you can see that he didn't understand. He didn't even know when they declared state of emergency. How can that kind of person fix anything?
But forefathers, don't you think that the generation now somehow is gone? Somehow they are gone, because I believe the younger people now should be focused on, because they've made their choices. The people in politics now, their time they are here now and they have not actually learned from the past, and we haven't. But I do believe that we can actually make politics a compulsory subject in schools, whether it's going to be taught in languages, so that our youngsters will understand that everything in life is politics. Whether you want to, do business, you want to communicate with people, it's politics. Even when you want to get into office, you already judge. Everything is politics. Everything is politics. So I started learning politics extremely very late, and it's not good. So I would want my children to know politics, maybe not to become presidents, but to know that the world we
Yeah.
live in today is governed by rules and politics depending on the regions. And that way you'll be able to maneuver your way wherever you're going in life. Politics, history is very important. That's all I have
Yeah.
to say.
Yeah. And Jeffrey Epstein, with all the evil he represents, also represents the acute awareness of the importance of politics and power,
Yes.
wielding power. They
Yeah.
understand it beyond. I really think if we just get a glimpse of half of that, we can transform that country. The sharpness with which these people seek power, very few, but they've dominated the world with it. When the more I look into that man's case, it's like, this is crazy. How
Let's
obsessed
move.
these people are with
Forefathers,
power.
let's move to the next person.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. You are right. You are right. You are right. You are right. Thank
Dexter,
you.
good
Thank you.
evening.
You see, we used to team up well together, making sure these ruffles are behaving. Dexter, it's your turn. So what do you make of this conflict and the upcoming ones? Do you support what is going on in Iran?
Thank you, forefathers, and everybody in the panel. I think going forward, forefathers, any of your show you're
Thank
hosting,
you. Hello.
any of your show you're hosting, you are the host of the show. Let Ify be the chief whip, she's the coordinator of the show. You understand? And make sure you work in tandem. You respect when she tells you that it's time for people to stop. I think that will help your show very well to give it a very good structure. But now, I really don't want to get involved in the geopolitics. What I want to say is this. Okay, so recently I saw on the news that the UK, China, and the US have taken interest in Nigeria's energy infrastructure because I think the government wants to invest money in solar grid that is going to, I think it's going to like $1.3 billion or so. Yeah, it's a massive project. I think they want to generate, I think it's over 10,000 megawatts. No, more than 10. Is it? I've forgotten the exact details, but it came up on my timeline, And I think that is something that we should be interested in because energy infrastructure is very important for manufacturing. And recently I've been working on a project whereby in the sub-Saharan African region, the truth about it is that if you don't have problems with manufacturing, yes, you need energy for manufacturing, but with solar, you can guarantee in Nigeria, actually, you can guarantee that you can provide energy for a minimum of 10 hours in Nigeria. With present day technology of solar panels, you can guarantee you provide energy for 10 hours. And many industries just run for 8 hours, So I think that is something we have to start thinking of here because it's not something about the government providing. Because what the Western world is looking for Nigerians who have ideas that can bring back that can bring back ROI, return on investment. So I think this is something we should be thinking about, and also solar. We should also be concerned about it. There are many people here with various disciplines. And we should be looking at other forms of how can we harness other forms of energy that are typical to Nigeria. Example, Nigeria is rich in coal, which is based in Enugu, and the coal that you find in Nigeria is actually the purified one, which is that the green gases that come out. It's not like the ones that you find in UK and in the US or in India or in Germany. Just like the Nigerian Brent crude, which is sweet crude, which means that the sulfur content is not so much. And we have abandoned it. We have completely abandoned it. No country will develop without energy. And that is why the Iran war you are finding now, what is Israeli and the American forces doing? They are now targeting the energy infrastructure, because the moment you shut down their energy infrastructure, production ends. Once production ends, they run out of supplies. These are strategic things. And secondly, we have to also look at no country would move forward without investing in manufacturing. What is manufacturing? You have things, well, manufacturing is whereby, example, in Nigeria today, Innocent, the truth about it is that if Innocent have to make the shaft for one of his vehicles, I'm sure he buys it abroad. But you don't need to do that. Because when you invest in manufacturing, when you have like horizontal drilling machines, CNC machines, vertical drilling machines, you are able to manufacture with present day technology. If you know how to use the CAD softwares, you can measure. In fact, you can actually build a car. Because there are people that have done engineering here. What is reverse engineering? When you go to school in mathematics, sometimes they tell you to solve a problem. They give you, okay, the answer. Look, they'll tell you, these are some variables, find this one, or these are some variables. That is basically reverse engineering. And it is not hard. You can buy a prototype, like the Chinese. What did the Chinese do? How did the Chinese develop China? What did they do? They sponsored people to go to the West. After the people went to the West, they got jobs there. After getting jobs there, they took most of the things. Then they will come back and buy the companies. When the company is about to go down, they will buy the company, they will acquire all the IPs and take it back to China. There's a company called SMD. They used to make the largest subsea vehicles in the world. They could make subsea vehicles that go like 10-story buildings. They were a UK-based company. They ran into administration. They didn't have money again. Who bought them up? The Chinese. And now, I'll tell you something.
Dexter, he just came up with, he just talked about something that I've been talking about before, about buying intellectual property from the West. I don't know why we don't do that. Something China has shown the way.
No, forefathers, you can't do it. I've just told you the templates. We are not strategic. Let me give you an example. It's not today Nigeria started sponsoring scholars. Okay, as far back as 2010, a cousin of mine was sponsored to the UK under ESO scholarship. I know plethora of people that have been sponsored. The idea was you sponsor them, they come to the West, they learn, they come back, they implement most of those things they have learned. Some of them stay back and work. And then the government has a strategic plan to make sure that after those people stay there, they come back, find companies that, you talk about it, many companies, after 50 years, some companies, they run into administration, they come and buy it. What the Chinese do in the West is that they go to those companies, they'll buy it, they'll say, oh no, we're buying the company, we're going to be domiciled here, or we're going to retain all the offices. What do? They will retain the office, but they will scale down. If the company used to, example, like what you have as British Telecoms. British Telecoms has been completely stripped, completely. Before, British Telecoms used to lay almost almost all the subsea cables, in the world has been completely stripped. Today, Subcon are the ones lay. In fact, when Nigeria had a fiber optic problem, it was Subcon that went to lay the cables. What I'm trying to say is that as we come here, I think the focus also should be, even in medicine, in teaching, in management, the focus should also be on what are we going to do to make sure that the next generation of Nigerians are, because when you're talking about whether the West is doing this, it is knowledge that is capacity. If the next generation of Nigeria are the pillars and the Javis of this world, what are they doing? That just tells you what our next generation is focused on. It's the pillars and the Javis. And what is pillar and Javis? Pillar is only, I don't have any gross against it, but look at those people. If that, just give it 20 years from now, will have no value. There will be no value. And so it is time up, Dexter. Sorry, let me take 30 seconds. It's people that have seen these things that we have to go back and make sure that we invest in the education for the people that are 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old now. And let us leave the Iran people alone. Thank you.
Thank you. I noticed that Iran, when Trump talked about sending the Kurds, the king or the former king's son came out and said, no way in hell are you going to send people to come and start a civil war in our country. Even if they hate the current regime like crazy, they wanted the regime to be bombed and everything. But they said the moment you start talking about fragmenting the country, that's where they draw the line. They would rather join the regime to fight the Kurds. That's how united they are. So I just hope we know where the line is whenever it comes to our own case. You see how other people behave. They are divided though, but don't think we are that divided. That's your attitude. We are not that divided that you just do whatever you like with our country. That said, let me bring in KJ. I think it's KJ that is next. Thank you for joining us, KJ. The events that has been occurring, as you are very much aware of it, from Bwala to the issue with Iran, and is there something we can learn from the attack on Iran? Because the country, even if they are under sanction for about 40 years now, on almost every single matrix, they are ahead of Nigeria. Why is that? 40 years of sanctions.
For I'm sure you don't want to hear the truth, so because if you want to hear the truth, you know that we don't have leaders who love the country in Nigeria. So that's just the simple truth. And I'll give you, empirical evidence. Some months ago, our president wrote off 22.1 trillion naira dollars, right? Our 210 or so $million, which is about 20-something trillion dollars, was written off. Money that NNPC had spent without any record. Nobody knows where the money went to. If you remember, the former Attorney General, sorry, the Nigerian Accountant General, his office, 100 and something million naira was missing. Never came back. The guy was slapped with some charges. In fact, there was no charge at all. If you also recall, Stella Odua is going to refund some money, very soon. So if we bring the number of people who have taken money from Nigerian ports together, Nigeria will not be owing any international debt, will not be indebted in any way. And that stealing has continued. If you remember also, in that same interview with which I've been discussing, even though we have not gone into the details, he mentioned that a particular minister who is still in the service of Nigeria was one who helped to steal Nigerian money. Okay? He helped to launder Nigerian money to a tune. I can't remember the appropriate. I don't want to call it because some people now say I've called the wrong one. That's why they go and stay on. They call the amount of money that man helped to launder, and he's still a minister in Nigeria till tomorrow. Wow. So, if you look at those things, if you remember, foreign organizations have called us and told us that certain individuals who are serving in this government are the ones who are perpetuating the terrorism going on in Nigeria. All of them are still in their offices. Nobody has removed them. Okay, they are even the one determining what will happen and who is coming to where. If you also remember, some terrorists who have found AK-47 in some part of the northern state, it was said that they got it from a national security advisor. Up to today, nobody has probed into that. That story just comes and goes. Is that the way these countries are talking about behave? No. They will never tolerate such a thing. In fact, nobody can dare to steal
$1 million. Talk more of that amount we are calling about. Some time ago, I was discussing with some Ghanaian friends here, and they asked me, sorry, we want to ask you a question. I said, he said, this money we read about Nigerian newspapers, is it really correct that these monies are stolen? And I looked at them like, are you kidding me? He said, no. I said, yes, of course, the money. He said, no, they don't believe it. They think that, we're just doing Nollywood. That's what they think. Because they can't even fathom that individuals can carry that kind of money from a state purse. And nobody, the whole country is not coming after them. So, if you're looking at what I'm going to say, I say, yeah, we don't have leaders who are patriotic. They're not concerned about developing the country. They're not concerned about your welfare. They're not even concerned if you live or die. Sorry to say that. I just have to be blunt. So when they say, oh, we are fighting for Nigeria, no, they are fighting for the new tribe in Nigeria, which is political tribe. Those ones who are now getting their sons and daughters ready to take over positions in Nigeria. And if you doubt me, go and look. El-Rufai's son is where? He's in the National Assembly. If you doubt me, go and look. David Umahi's son is getting ready to go and contest for local government chairman. If you doubt me, go and look. Wike's son is getting ready for local government chairmanship. Ojozo Carlos' daughter is an ambassador today. So they are getting ready for the next set of people who continue the colonization of Nigeria, this time by the colonial colonies, because we were colonized and handed out to the new colonies, and the new colonies are our own people who are colonizing us. They are not concerned about whether you are getting good education or not. If you doubt me, go and find out the local government chairman who went to beat up the girl because she she made a video of her classroom that had in it nothing to show that it's a classroom. It's just, they went to beat her up. They gave her a good beating. And I can tell that's why it ends. Nothing will happen to him. Okay? Rotimi Amechi couldn't access his community yesterday. It was like, we are starting another war there. Just to go to his local government, his own local government. So where else in this world does this kind of thing happen? Where? Ask yourself. And so when people say we are getting better, or we, come here to try to tell you this is the reason why this is not working, there is no reason why it's not working. We have no reason under the sun why Nigeria is not working, except that those who are in power have refused to make it work. And those of us who come to point it out are seen from a tribal or religious perspective. You are either Igbo, that's why I'm talking. It's not an Igbo man that's president. You are either a Christian, and you are talking because it's not a Christian man. So we are always looking at things from a mundane perspective, which does not give us a holistic approach to what is going on. If not, tell me, forefather, in which other nation have you been and their people are being slaughtered, and the people are going to international communities and holding conference and say, oh, it's not only the Christians, Muslims are also being killed. Tell me, the Christians and the Muslims, are they from different countries? Are they not all Nigerians? Where else have you had that kind of argument in this world that me and you are? That a country, leaders of that country, people who are not that are individuals like me and you can argue, oh, this Christian is Muslim, but a leader, people who are in governance, who are supposed to be taking care of those people, because the first responsibility of a government is life and property. Those same people take government money, go pay lobbyists to just argue that it's not only Christians, but also Muslims. Which one? How do you make out? How do you make it out? So, coming to look at Iran and what is going on right now in the world. Iran itself, just like, many people have said here, they are not totally innocent. I said that earlier on. They also are not being being very clever also. If I was the leadership in Iran, and I know that because you have to choose your fights, I know this is a fight I cannot win, I will not just jump into it, because I know that I will not win it. This fight is not going to be fought in the streets of America. It's going to be fought in your backyard. At the end of the day, it is your city, it is your people. Okay, I'm round up, Ify. I'm sorry. Okay, it is your city, it's your people. So you know what I will have done? I will have behaved like the Amalens and the cat. Okay, I will be a chameleon in this case. I'm telling you the truth.
Oh
Okay?
my God.
I will go and sit on that negotiating table and bid for my time and tell them, you know what? Whatever you want now, we will say we will do. Let's just have some peace. Their government is changing. Yours is stationary. In 4 years, they will be out. You may get a better leader who will have be sympathetic to your cause. And as time goes on, people will give you leverage because they've seen some trust. And then you come back. Remember, a survivor. You are not only because of your own personal pride, but for your own nation. This must come first. Your nation, the survivor of your young people, the survivor of your entity, the survivor of returning. There are some things that are going to be broken now that will never be recovered. There are some houses that are going to be burned that will never be recovered. So I round up now. Therefore, I would have gone with the way of looking for peace. Not because I like the people. You know, everybody when you see for street they like, but not everybody they fight now. You don't go about fighting everybody because you don't like them. So that's where I'll end it. Thank you, sir.
Now, let me say something right quick, forefathers.
Go ahead.
KJ, regarding what you said about the that happened in Rivers, about the local government chairman. Very Dark Man went there today because he gave them like 1 week. If he doesn't do anything in 1 week, that he's gonna come there and renovate the school. So fortunately, is where Bonaboy came from. Bonaboy called Very Dark Man and told him to go and take care of that, and that he's gonna pay for it. That's where he's from. On getting to that place, a night before then, the local government chairman went and used a caterpillar and brought part of the building down. So when Very Dark Man came this morning, the House of Rep, and you're gonna ask yourself, so they really have House of Rep, called him and told him not to start the project, that they're gonna do it. So the question you're gonna ask yourself, so it's gonna take this girl to call them out and collected beating on top of that in order for them to do something. I might be wrong, but I think there was a place where I read that the girl was, they sent her money in her account to shut her up, but the girl refused to, accept the money. So this is the country that we have. Imagine a local government chairman doing this. When he gets to House of Rep, Senate, and being a governor, imagine what he will do. So you ask yourself, what are they doing with all this money that are being allocated to them? That is the corruption we are talking about in our country. And like AJ said, nobody's saying anything. Tell me in a country in this world where all the atrocities that is happening in Nigeria is happening and nobody's saying anything. Sometimes I don't even think we have government. In my head, I'll be like, we don't even have any government. So, everybody come and do what they want to do and get away with it. And nobody's saying anything. And now our president is contesting for the next election. Yesterday, they asked Bwala how Tinubu acquired his wealth. He couldn't answer that. He couldn't answer that. And these are the questions that we need to be asking, And when I see people supporting this administration, I keep wondering, are you people okay? So you like what is going on in the country? Most of them that are supporting this administration, trust me, they don't live in Nigeria. It's just ordinary common people that are on social media talking. They are the ones that are letting the voices of Nigerians have. But most of the people on, they are the ones. All like we abroad, the APC people are abroad. So let us, think about it. This is our country. I don't care about what is happening in Iraq, to be honest with you. Something is happening in our country. We are not addressing the issue. And that's why I keep saying, after all this, what is the solution to the problem?
If you can I ask you a question?
Yes.
The lady that was assaulted and her mother, because two of them were assaulted,
yes.
Was the local government chairman picked up?
No. No. So he's now working with the House of Reps for them to renovate the school. So nothing so far has been done or has been said. And that's exactly accountability. Nothing is going to happen. And he's going to do it again and nothing is going to happen. That is our country. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It seems like they are moving because of shame again. You see this pattern, even when the ASU people went on strike, when the parents' union said that they were going to start paying their children's fees. Within a month, they came back. That was after almost 7-8 month strike. It's very interesting how all this will be. When the people want to take power into their own hands, suddenly they respond. I don't know whether it's something we can be learning from. But what KJ said, I find that about basically living for today and worry about tomorrow later. That is opposite what we should be doing. And that is the posture we've been taking all this while. And we think we are smart. We are going to get away with it. No, tomorrow what is going to happen is that they're going to get stronger. That's what happens. Because the transaction you've just made is to impoverish your people or make your people less powerful, less relevant. This is what Lin Kuan Yew, that's why Lin Kuan Yew devised the policy of the poison shrimp policy. In other words, I'm not as strong as you. I'm not going to trouble you. But if you say you want to come and swallow me, you too will suffer. That is the approach. Because this world, nobody is going to give you lunch. Because if they want to swallow you now, if you say you want to delay the swallow event, they're going to get bigger to come and swallow you easy. They will just treat you like a muscle and you will be nothing. And that is my fear. And if you look at the rest of the world, they are doing something different. Iran is saying, you know what? Yes, it's going to be harder for me to break away from America, but I'm going to do it and I'm going to dare them. Let them do whatever they want to do with us. We're going to fight. Mark my words. If they survive it, they will race ahead than Nigeria. While we are busy trying to say, oh, let's play nice. If Chabin play nice works, we'll be better off today, but we are not. And I'm afraid that part is part for destruction, and that's what we have seen. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's what we are seeing.
Can I just give me 1 minute and I'll answer that. And I'll answer somebody who also made the same comment on this section. I have just a few minutes. I cannot go ahead and begin to talk about
someone else.
No, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Let other people speak. It's not good. You spoke for 9 minutes.
Yeah, can somebody else speak, please?
9 minutes. Okay, Sola is here. Sola, thank you for joining us. Apologies. I think it looks like I may have skipped you. Look at that. Look at that. That'd be nice to me, man. So thank you, Sola, for joining us. The events of the week is something that this is a unique time. This is a unique time. We are witnessing the greatest scandal of all time. Like that Epstein scandal, make no mistake, is the greatest scandal of all time. And now we are witnessing a small nation compel a bigger nation to go into conflict because they fear the smaller nation might even go nuclear and use nuclear weapon to attack another country, and the war is on now. So what do you make of all these events? And is there anything we can glimpse from that to kind of get ourselves out of this situation? Because these people, they are now fighting for nothing. When they finish fighting, we are still standing there. They will come and feast on us. So what do you make of it?
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a long time I've been on the show. Thank you guys for the great job you guys are doing. As per Iran matter, I think sometimes we look at what is in front. We don't look at the meaning, the readings at the back. And if you follow most of the time, the Western people, they more or less bring something on at the front, but there's a lot of things going on at the back. So with this Iran matter, like when KJ, the boss said, "Oh, if I were Iran, I would more or less cower and bow to them." No. If they did that, that is more than suicide. And what do I mean? Is that number one, Iran is fighting for itself. I mean the government, not the people, because yes, Iran is they are also they dictate, they're a dictator and they are bad to their people and so on and so forth. But who brought them to this position is still the same, the Western people. It is still the same. Now, when when some of the guys said, "Oh, the Iranians are not allowed to go out and all of those. Yes, it could be true. I don't know. And I have to be honest with you guys. I don't know. It could be true. But why will it be true? Because more or less like they're a communist state where whatever comes in is difficult for them to go out because they
Just
don't
to
know what they're
clarify,
going
they
to
are
bring
allowed
in.
to go out. They are allowed to go out.
No, I'm saying that, like I said, I am not saying they are not allowed to go out. And like I said, I'm not saying that what they said, maybe they can't go out or this and that. I don't know. But I said they are like a communist state where whatever comes in, because of the way they are so protective of whatever they're doing, it's very, very difficult to let, a lot of information spill out. And also, most of their oil goes to China. See, this Iran war, there is so many faces to it. There is the Israel face to it, in which they don't want Iran, they want to wipe them out, or if not wipe them out, change the government, which is practically impossible to do. Not that it is impossible, but at the moment it's impossible to do. There is the US, in which in the 1940s or 1950s, they've had their issues. And also there's a current war going in which they want to stop China. So the Venezuela one was, who were Venezuela selling their oil to majorly? It was China. Who is trying to dig up gold in Venezuela? It is China. So when you look at all of these things, there is more face to it. So Trump wants to control the oil and also wants to topple the regime. That one is there. But to be honest with you, the Iranians will never, and what they are currently doing now is they are choking themselves and they are choking the world. No matter how they are going to go about it, they are choking their own economy, and at the same time, they are also choking the world. So over time, even the US will have to more or less soften the pedal to say, look, we still need to talk to these guys. Both of them will come on the table at the longer run. So that is on that side. With Bwala, I disagree with the gentleman, I think Chim, I can't remember his name, when he said Bwala was not prepared. I am sorry. I mean, he wasn't naive. I can say Bwala is, will I say he's ignorant or something? Because if you know Mehdi Hasan, if you hear his name alone, it should more or less resonate that this guy likes not just argument, he likes to bring facts on the table. He's going to read everything and he will know everything about you. He study very, very well. And if rather than Bwala, and when he said it yesterday, I mean, when I was listening to it yesterday, he was really, really schooling Bwala. He was really, really lashing him at his back, in his bum. I mean, he poured cold water on Bwala, and he was beating him. And Bwala was more or less, he couldn't say anything because he hold him by the jugular and by the balls at the same time. He can't breathe, and at the same time, he's feeling pain. The reality is, you've said a lot of things about Tinubu. I mean, and you are coming to eat your vomit. It's absolutely disgrace on the part of Bwala. And this is the problem where we have in Nigeria. I am not, and I want people to understand this, I am not comparing Mehdi Hasan to Rufai of Arise TV. I'm not comparing them, so people might come for me. And people might say, oh, Rufai has his own where he leans. Fair enough. I'm not siding him, but I like him. Sometimes I don't, but he's a good journalist. But that is why when Arise TV don't send Rufai to places to ask questions, because he's going to ask difficult questions. If you watch when he was also talking to the Iranian ambassador to Nigeria, he was giving him also facts. He was bringing facts to him. So few people don't like coming on Arise TV to get lectured by the 3 gangs or by the 4 gangs, because those guys are very, very vast. I mean, Bwala, I give it to him. He comes, he likes the challenge, but to go and face Mehdi Hasan, I think it was suicide on his part. He was dancing on one side rather than researching about how to defend himself. And when the other guy said about Obi Ozikwesili, I mean, come on, you can't compare her to Bwala. It's more or less like comparing night and day. I mean, Obi she's respected. She can hold her own, and as well as she's very, very sound. And it is true. If I was the one that they were talking to yesterday and they were saying, "Oh, can you tell me how Tinubu made his wealth?" I'll tell them, I don't know. I'm only working at this side. If you look at what's this thing, Reno Omokri, when he came and took was this guy Sheon was also grilling him. He made some couple of comments which wasn't great, but at the end of it, you look at it and you just laugh about it. So I believe that Bwala was very, very naive in going into this stuff without doing his own due diligence, and that's just it. Regarding Nigeria as a whole, forefathers, I know that we always have this discussion. I'm sorry, for us to be able to get it right, is either we join the communist state. That is the only way out. And I've said it, forefather, is either we split as a country, or there is a coup in which we have the military coming back, or we join the communist state. That is the only way forward. I was looking at Lee Kuan Yew yesterday. He ruled Singapore from 1959 to 1990. That is almost like 31 years or thereabout. It's no joke. So that all these people that are taking our money, stealing our money, and they are lavishing it, and these people will rot in jail. Can you imagine the president? Is it the president or prime minister of South Korea that caused an insurrection? He's jailed for life. His wife, ordinary collecting gift of Gucci bag and whatever, is jailed for life. And yet we have Malami, we have the Delta woman, we have so many, the current part of the budget minister or whatever his name is, Bagudu. I mean, all these guys are known criminals, and yet they are walking freely. The governor of Kogi State is walking freely. I mean, for Wike to come out, Wike should be cooling. I mean, in jail now for saying I bought ticket for everybody. And you think the country is going to be good? Look, I have said one thing. I want Peter Obi to be the next president, but I can tell you for free, they will frustrate him, because you see, even Tinubu, that is more or less the master of strategy, like they call him, even he himself is sweating in his pants. And that's why he's doing all these theatrics he's doing. Because Nigeria is a very, very difficult place to rule. And I believe that, I don't know, maybe it's God that is going to help us, maybe it's people that is going to help us. I don't know. But in all of this, I think we still need probably a communist state where somebody rule us for a long time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I don't know. Let's just use this as a way of breaking, because we've been going on for quite a bit. Let me just break this up, then I'll play a video, and then we'll get back to conversation. But this week, I just wanted to introduce us to our TIV and the Idoma people of Benue State, very, very briefly. Then I'll play this video, then we'll get on with our conversation. Thank you.
predictions. 1, that Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So obviously that last one is the only one that has not yet come to fruition. Is quite a stunning prediction. You know, do you stand by it? And what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran. And the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan. They've had many practice runs. Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality. And now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. And eventually, they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plants provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to the global economy, but right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well as the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions. We can put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So you're in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And
I think I should stop there. And if you want to finish watching it, you can go to Breaking Point to go and finish watching it. This professor seems to have some, his prediction seems to be quite accurate. And man, some of the stuff he shared there was quite diabolical, man. I didn't even know that Saudi Arabians were this vulnerable. My goodness.
they already hit Israel's desalination plant, and Israel just hits Iran's desalination plant around 3 a.m. this morning. So they're in the next phase of the war right now.
They also destroyed another Patriot missile, which cost a lot of millions of dollars. As a matter of fact, what a lot of people don't realize is America is not as strong as they're telling us. They're losing up. They have barely any ammunition now. It's going to get worse. And it's going to
because now what they're trying to do, they're trying to bring THAAD batteries from South Korea and Ukraine and Ukraine is saying no.
See, when Dr. Frank tells us that all governments lie, everybody go chop him at the end of the day. They're lying to us. We never know.
Listen, people that already knew that America was not prepared to go for this war. Okay, for example, someone like Femi, I've heard you talk about listening to Scott Ritter and Conor McGregor and people of that nature. John Meisselman, they've been saying it. America was not ready. America itself, the generals themselves knew they weren't ready, and they told Trump. What did Trump do? He fired everybody that told him America was not prepared for this war. Everybody knew this was what was going to go on. It's not any magic ball. I mean, he's a very intelligent man, Professor Yang, but it's what people knew, and then instead of him to seek an exit ramp and figure out a way to get out of the Middle East right now and just never come back, because that's what's going to happen. Once you leave, you can never, ever come back. They've destroyed all the bases. They've wrecked the economy. They've shown the Gulf states that America cannot protect you. So they're going to say, listen, you've just been extorting us forever. We're not going to give you any more money because your missiles don't work. And then the way you could defend us, you took all the batteries to Israel. So just leave, save face and leave. But Trump and Israel, what they want to do, they want to drag the rest of the world down and cause a global depression, not even a recession. Just leave, it's over.
I saw what Aretz was showing this morning as well. See, what they're telling you, and Aretz is supposed to be a major Israeli newspaper, what they tell the people inside, and that's why you don't get a lot of what's going on in Israel as well. It's a lot of craziness that's going on. They're just lying to all of us.
They decimated it. And they destroyed Tel Aviv. Haifa is done.
Israel censors news like crazy. They censor like anywhere there is impact. They don't allow it in on their media. I've never seen anything like that before. They are censoring.
Sorry, did you see? Please, sorry. Did you see that news about how they traced as part of the Epstein files? How they traced that company that was supposed to be? It's a link between some Americans and an Israeli AI company that was supposed to do some surveillance stuff in Nigeria. I don't know if you've read that.
Oh yeah.
You saw that stuff, right? Okay. So let's see. There's a lot going on. Let's not lie to ourselves. Everything is interconnected. In Nigeria,
that Epstein guy, man. That Epstein guy, if he wasn't so evil, I would say he's a genius. This is a guy that didn't even.
He's still alive, right?
I don't know. I'm tired.
I'll tell you why. No, if you just hear me out. Let me tell you why he's alive. Okay. So let's start with the fact that
Michael Jackson.
No. Let's start. Is it okay? Let me just land, please. Let's start with the fact that there's been pictures of him surrounded by bodyguards in Tel Aviv. If they saw those pictures, yes, I can send to you the back, right? So let's start with that. Then secondly, Epstein had his prostate removed. He had no prostate, so he had to be on testosterone, right? But when you go look at his what's when the person dies? No, the report. It's stuck in my head now. The autopsy report, right? The autopsy report. It says that his bladder was full, and they tested the contents of the bladder, and they told us what was in it. The man doesn't have prostate. He doesn't. And then if you go look at his ears, for example, the pictures of his ears, I mean, those ones you can always say maybe it was manipulated. But the autopsy report off the bat, like they made a mistake there. I mean, everybody can check it right now. So, but there's pictures, there've been verified sightings of him numerous times in Tel Aviv. You know, so
I won't be so. See, I can't put anything beyond these people now anymore. Let's face it.
Tupac is alive. I saw him in DC.
No, let's not start with Tupac. See, given what we've heard about Epstein,
I mean, you can easily check the report
because these people are quite loyal to each other, and they have a way of helping each other out.
Mm-hmm. He's alive.
No, I won't be surprised he's still alive. Maybe he's dead. I don't know. Because
no, that man is not dead.
See, you can't be 100% sure. Maybe that guy made a mistake. Maybe there was a mistake somewhere. You can't be 100% sure until you have concrete evidence.
If you had one, what else is more concrete than the fact that the man had no prostate? It is verifiable that he had no prostate, and then all of a sudden there's a test of the contents of his testicles. What more is more verifiable than that?
Maybe the guy doing the autopsy didn't know what he was doing. He thought his testicles.
Ah, okay, all right. I guess he's an idiot.
There's always a possibility.
Don't forget
ECC. Eccentricast. So welcome, Eccentricast. The events of the week has been very, very troubling. I'm sure there must be something for STEM there. The STEM guy.
Yeah.
There must be something for them. What, Ben? I'm tired, man. I'm just tired. My brain is fried now. I don't know where the conspiracies have gone out of control. So what do you make of this conflict and all the wars Trump is making? Let me finish now. I have to ask questions now. Maybe he just came in and he doesn't know where to start from.
No, he's been here. Yeah.
No.
He's been here.
Yeah, okay, fine. Go ahead. You've heard everything everybody has said. Go ahead.
I've heard, yeah. So here's the thing, right?
Moderator. You are the one.
He's the moderator. So, most of the things that we're saying, right, are talked about in all the channels, right? Here's the thing, dude. My birthday was like a few days ago, right? 45, man. The 4 5s. Dude, I'm getting old, man.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Century.
He's telling us so that I wish him happy birthday.
That's my account number on the bottom right there. Says send me the money. So here's the thing, right? I gotta tell you this, complaining about world events and all that, it doesn't do anything for our health, for our mental health. I think in 2026, we need to. Here's why I'm saying this, right? Since I was young, right? So here's a story right here. My mom was a victim of hypnotism, right? If you guys remember, those who grew up in Nigeria, there was a time when hypnotism was a big deal in Nigeria, right? People would hypnotize you and have you send them money. My mom was a victim of hypnotism, right? So the mind is a very strong thing, man. The mind is very, very important stuff. Like we gotta watch what we feed in our minds, right? And also we need to prepare ourselves where this thing doesn't affect us, where we make decisions, that could jeopardize our life. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, there was a guy, a Senegalese, who After what happened, after Ayatollah got killed, he committed act of T, right? That's what this is. This can do to you, right? You know what I mean? So like you have to ground yourself. You have to work on yourself, on your own personal principles, and work on the way you look at. Listen, man, humans, we are apes. We are apes. We share ancestries. We apes. We are violent species. Period. We are violent species. You're gonna see violence, and this violence is happening in all spheres of life. All ants are going to war. That's just what it is. You see what I'm saying? I would say for our own mental health, let's just focus on the positive. It's a concept in psychology. Like the Bwala guy, he talked about the glass half full when he was making his analogy. The guy's an idiot. It's a concept in psychology. You know what I mean? Where you could deliberately look at things in a positive light. You know what I mean? Trying to find the positive in everything. And quality assurance is called lesson learned, right? If there's an event, if like there's an issue, you try to learn lesson out of that, right? With the conflicts going on, like what are the lessons that we can learn, right? We can extract from those from these events, right? For Nigeria, like forefather, like to be honest, dude, I think you're right. I listen. One day people will come in here and be like, "Man, forefather was spot on." When you talk about Nigeria having a nuclear weapon, it's not because they want to fight somebody else. It's to protect yourself. That's the lesson there, right? If Khamenei, Ayatollah, one of his fatwa was that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapon. He came from a good place. I don't doubt that, but the consequences cannot be overestimated. Overemphasized, right? If they had like nuclear weapons, it would have probably dissuaded America and Israel from going ahead with their Greater Israel project. That's what this is about. It's a Greater Israel project, and Trump, Israel has him on a jugular, right? He was an Epstein file for sure. They have things on him that they're holding on him. If you remember, when he was running when he was campaigning, there was a lot of attempt on his life, and all of a sudden, he came out that it was Iran. Iran was trying to get him, but we know, you and I know that that wasn't the case. Who were the people that said, "Oh, Iran did that"? It was Israel. It was the Mossad. Come on, man. We know they are the one that were doing that. This was this they were prepping them for this conflict, right? And here's the thing. Okay, I'm gonna round up. This conflict, it could be infuriating. Seeing kids die. Seeing school destroyed, children die, and all that. Things that go on in Nigeria, it could be disheartening. But we got to find where we can do contribute positively, like the positive things that we could do, like the girl that you talked about that talked about their school, right? Put the video online and shamed their community, and the community people beat her up. But at the end of the day, guess what? They are trying to rebuild the school. That's something that we could do. Right? This is a global village now. The internet has brought everyone together. When we put this thing out there and blast it, the good thing is that our politicians actually they feel shame. Feeling shame is the good thing, right? The feeling of shame is why they are rebuilding our school. So we got to exploit that and exploit their weaknesses. Kind of blast. Kind of showcase all the things that's going on in the country, to use it, especially those within. Because I believe that those within Nigeria doesn't have an ulterior motive. Unlike most of us outside of Nigeria, most of Nigerians outside the country are fifth columnists. We are willing to allow foreign countries to invade our country, kind of like Iranians, cheering for their country being bombed. You know what I'm saying? So Nigerians in Nigeria should be doing more of that. Show the state of the school buildings and everything. Put it all up online so we can show it to these politicians so they can do something about it. You know what I'm saying? So let's focus on the positives. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was alive when Iraq War happened. I saw like a lot of people killed. I saw a lot of dead people, and it was bad. You know what I mean? I remember I saw like the double tap they did it was a journalist vehicle that they bombed, and the person called the Hawk again. They bombed that stuff twice. Bombed the people that were trying to rescue you. I watched that and I cried. I cried. I was fucked up. And I had an issue with a friend of mine who's, a white person. She's like, oh, these guys are terrorists. Boom, boom. Dude, I cut them off. That was it. That was the end of it. I'm like, man, you cannot be normal and say stuff like that after seeing that. I saw how it made me feel. You know what I'm saying? I've seen a lot of conflicts, and my conclusion was that, hey, humans, I think we think that we are better than we are, or that we actually are. We are pretty terrible. We are a terrible species, period. But on top of that, there are a little bit of light in all of us, right? There's a little bit of light in all of us. Let's highlight that. Let's highlight the positives, you know what I mean, for our mental health. You know what I'm saying? Instead of like coming over here complaining all the time, it's not good for our mental health, period.
Time up.
That's it.
Thank you. KJ, I think you wanted to respond to something the last time when Ife kind of asked you to wait for later. So what was it, if you wanted to, so you have the opportunity to do that now? You wanted to respond to my...
Yeah, I have forgotten what to respond.
About
Okay.
you and all.
Now, here is somebody, I think it's Mr. Oti, that was asking me if I have not made any comment against the aggressors. And I will say this, I had just very little time. The world itself must be fair. Must be clear. It's not fair to all. There's not going to be any time when we'll have everybody behaving as we want it. Not even your family. We don't all have the same character. So there are going to be people who will behave differently. And, the guy said, is it to roll over and play dead? No. It's to live and fight another day. That's what Bob Marley calls it. He who fights and run away lives to fight another day. And the Igbos have a proverb. A fool stands at a distance and points to the grave of a brave man. You don't want to fight and die, because when you fight and die, you have not achieved anything. That cause for which you are fighting will still be lost. So it is better to use wisdom. Wisdom is profitable to direct. It's better to use wisdom. What's the wisdom in this case? Which head or tail, America wins. Read my lips. Head or tail, America wins. If you doubt me, let us wait and see. If you want to put your money on the ground, put it.
America win in Afghanistan. Would you say so?
Hold on now. You see, if you are not following this development, that these people are not going to do what they've done in Afghanistan. You see, the difference why certain countries are ahead of others, because they have technocrats and thinkers who are sitting and watching through. Now, those who say it is a religious war, warfare, do you think that those people from America and Israel are not also reading the Bible? So that's aside. Those who think it's based on science, do you think it's only one person that decided to go to war by himself or by himself? No, I don't.
Yeah, but the point is that evidence suggests
Hold on. Just 2 days ago, Britain, your country where you are, have now accepted to send 2 of their frigates to help out America. If you'd like to go check it out, you can go and check at Donald Trump X.
To protect Cyprus, not America.
Is Cyprus? Is the leader of Cyprus? What's the name of your prime minister again?
Kasama, you mean?
Kasama. Is that the leader? Why do you do this now?
To protect Cyprus, because they hit the British embassy in Cyprus. The drone hit the British embassy in Cyprus.
My brother, leave that in. The British Prime Minister have agreed to send it out. Say he doesn't want
to Cyprus. Let's not misinform people, KJ.
Now what for you?
Let me add to
and it's for defensive purposes. They've not agreed to do
who have not said it will not allow me to.
The B-2 bomber has been allowed to. They have allowed UK. UK has allowed US to use their bases. So let's not.
Yes, they have. They have. Yeah. I remember.
In Diego Garcia, yes, but on a limited basis. It's not just go fight on this. Well, in any event, continue. I don't want to.
Okay, so what I'm simply saying, forefather, is not that you roll over and play dead, but you be wise. Because the white man lives.
But let me ask you.
Hold on,
what is the difference between? Let me ask this question because it's at the core of your argument. What is the difference between living to fight another day, or just kind of postponing the inevitable?
No, it's not. It's not. Listen, this Every day gives you a new chance. Every day gives you another opportunity.
Sometimes you don't answer the right questions, bro.
Okay,
now
you can ask him the question in a more concise
what question is he going to ask me again? Apart from what
I want to ask you what I wanted to ask you. What did you understand, or can you tell us the terms America was seeking from Iran that you expect them to have agreed to? What were the terms America sought from Iran that you say, well, they should have just agreed to these terms?
Now, without wanting to go into this topic, because I mean, I don't want to go into it, that's the truth. But I will
let me tell you why you have to go into it. You have to go into it because it will let people, and I believe most people know by now, but it'll let people understand why your position, saying Iran should have agreed to it, why it is flawed, and why if they had agreed to it, then their defeat and what they're facing right now would have been swifter and deadlier and more devastating than what they're actually doing right now, even putting up a fight. Let me start with this. They wanted a dismantling of well, he said he doesn't want to get into it. So they wanted Iran to give up their ballistic missile. And if they were going to have ballistic missiles, they could not go beyond 300 kilometers, right? Meaning, even if in a defensive position, Iran could not defend itself from external aggression. Then they also wanted, we all know this, the complete dismantling of the nuclear program, which Iran already said we have not enriched past civilian capabilities. What else do you want? And the final stage, they agreed to
reach up to 60%.
What's a lie? What did I say and what are you saying? Are you drunk?
Let's leave it. I think the question I was asking still stands.
I said they've not reached more than 60%. You're saying it's a lie, they've reached up to 60%. Don't you understand English?
Can I just finish the question I was asking? The question I was asking about, what is the difference between live to fight another day and basically just postponing the demise of your people?
Okay.
And assuring it, making sure it actually happens.
Okay. Thank you. And I want to say this. For me, if I was in a position to advise, in the first place, if you are interested in saying that what you are developing, especially the ballistic or nuclear weapons, is not for the purpose of conflict, there's no problem. Build it on the surface so everybody can see what you are building. There's no problem. Allow the international inspectors, just like you agreed before, to inspect.
The inspectors have checked it and said there's nothing being built. U.S. intelligence have said nothing being built. Even Israeli. What else do you want?
In addition to that, what happened was IAEA. Yeah, what happened with them was that they were also infiltrating into the political space.
But let's even forget about that. Let's forget about what the Spanish guy was doing.
Hold on. I think he hasn't answered the question that I asked.
These guys are better to answer it for you.
Specific. I'm trying to glean something we can gain from, because his own approach is let's try to placate them, because that's what Tinubu has done. Has given away our health information, has given away our tax information, so that they don't come and kill us.
No, what Tinubu have done is doing it for himself, not for the purpose of Nigeria. He's doing it because he's doing it for. Hold on, sir. It's a totally hold, please hold. What we are facing in Nigeria is totally different from what we are talking about. A country who love people who love their people, who are doing everything possible to protect their nation. You can't take what is going on in Tehran and just oppose what's going on in Nigeria. You are talking with a different set of politicians who do not care.
A different tactics from what Tinubu.
No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Listen,
but you said it's better to go that approach instead of confronting them.
Hey, you can't compare apple and potato now. Look, listen.
Tinubu is following your advice.
No, it's not. It's not. You see,
so they should have given up all their missiles. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, my brother. You see,
but that's what they're asking for.
Leave that one alone. Leave that issue alone. We are trying to go to another area now. That
What area? He's talking about why they should have given up, what they should have given up.
I
We're saying,
see maintain my position. And what Fofa is asking is very
what are you
important.
talking about?
What is asking
totally
is
slightly different.
what's the difference between Tinubu and these people? It's as simple. Okay, even if you look at this, our
Can I
own
respond? Okay.
Now, wow.
Because your argument
KJ, go and wear your tie. Let's drag your tie.
all the time. Can you just let him talk so that you can learn something? Come on, stop trying to interject all the time. See, because his argument, your argument, KJ, is on the side of the way Tinubu behaves, not on the side of the way Iranians behave. You are saying that, like you said, a brave man or cannot be saying, "Oh, that man is in a grave, but he's brave or he's dead." That it's better to live and fight another day. That is the kind of argument someone like Tinubu will make. That's why they bombed us one. He gave them everything they wanted immediately. Now, Iran is saying, no, we are not. We are going to fight for what we believe in. People like Lin Kuan Yew will fight for what they believe in. Mao Zedong, all those people will fight for what they believe in, because they know that if they concede ground,
Lin Kuan
they are
Yew,
ensuring that happens.
Lin Kuan Yew lived 40 years ago. That's when those things started. This is not 40 years. There are certain things my son, who is 10 years, know, and I knew them when I was 25. My son takes my phone and showed me what me who owned the phone I don't know. He's 10 years old.
Then why are you giving proverb that is
So
more than
simply hold on.
1,000
So
years
what I'm saying that you cannot take the situation that Lin Kuan Yew found himself in 40 years ago and just oppose what's going on now.
But why are you giving that proverb of 2,000 years ago then? If you think
you are simply
modern times is very different.
I think you just want to have fun. So let me leave you to have your fun.
You can't be giving us proverb that is from your.
You just want to have fun. So let me leave you to have your fun.
Can I respond?
You just want to laugh. So why am I worrying myself?
Forefathers, please, I have one question for KG. I have a question that's been bothering me. Are you aware Israel has nuclear weapons? You're aware, right?
It's not public, but it's rumored.
No, but are you aware?
It's rumored. I'm not aware. I'm not an Israeli.
KJ, people, it's not even a hidden secret anymore. First of all, but okay, let me even take it. My question is this:
Husseini of Arise News asked the ambassador that question. I said it's not true. So I stand with the government position.
But see, it's not a hidden thing, especially when you listen to certain people that know that who are in the know. You understand? But my question is this: if Israel has it, they've never opened up to the IAEA. Iran has tried. Basically, my question is this: why do you, just like you said, we know the world is unfair, but why do you think there has to be one rule for one set of people, and you think one set of people should just give in, especially when each time they try to do meetings, their representatives end up being killed, and it gets to a point they're like, you know what, we're not doing this anymore. Why?
Okay. Again, I'll answer you.
KJ, because you're going to walk into this one.
Again,
I'm about to walk into it.
Let me help KJ on that. You see, so I think,
no, let him walk inside it. Let me walk into it.
Oh, that's him.
So we have our bloody brothers in there.
It's KJ's turn. Let KJ talk. We'll give him 10 minutes.
There's no need for you to try and answer some of these questions, in the sense that it's only when you are in a position of strength, you don't negotiate from a position of weakness. And we want to believe that all the fingers are equal in this world. If you check history, there was a time the so-called Iran, it used to be the Persian Empire. They were the world powers. And when they were the world powers, they don't care. When whoever becomes a world, look, tomorrow if Nigeria becomes a world power, isn't there some people here that were saying that Nigeria is supposed to be West Africa is supposed to be one country and Nigeria is supposed to be the head of everything? If tomorrow Nigeria becomes a world power and Ghana wants to get, or even Cameroon wants to get, what do you think we'll do? When Nigeria, what is his name? This guy. This Professor Akinyemi wanted Nigeria to get a frigate, and people fought. Imagine if Nigeria had a frigate. You know, we will be projecting power. When somebody is in a position of projecting power, the person is not going to. You would stop other people around. It's the nature. Even most of you here, you are in your company. If you are in your company and you are the MD of your company, or you are the top manager, then other people want to now start having the same.
So Dexter, sorry to cut you. So it's fair that Iran is fighting back. They can't wait.
So it's Femi, the reality of life is they have to fight back.
That's all I want to know. That's all I want to hear.
Yes, Femi, this is my point. You see, so if we look at it, we want to look at it from the moral. We can't look at it from the moral perspective.
Yeah, Dexter, I agree. I'm not disputing.
Okay.
But you've answered my question.
Maybe
Yes.
I want to ask you a question. Femi. Right. So as you are now, you're walking on the road and you see Anthony Joshua. He wants to fight you. You pull your shirt and fight. I'm asking you.
Wait.
You are walking. You are going your own. Listen, you are going yourself, and you are going toward the park, and then you meet Mike Tyson on the road, and he wants to fight you. He's provoking you. Want to fight? You pull your shirt and fight him.
If it's a life and death, situation,
I'll fight now.
if it's a life and death situation, you have to fight.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. You see, that is where the Bible says that wisdom is profitable to direct.
KJ,
Okay.
if I had a gun to your head right now, KJ, if I had a gun to your head right now, and I told you to get on your knees, and I'm gonna blow your freaking head off, are you just gonna kneel down without trying to fight, or at least trying to leave a clue for the police by scratching me? You're just gonna stay and let me knock your freaking head off, and you're gonna die.
In the
Rule number one: if somebody holds a gun against you, just obey. That's
for you. That's for you, and you're speaking like that because obviously this never happened to you. Are you serious?
Against me, so stop talking as if you know everything about everything.
Dude, keep quiet. If a person has, so you're telling me right now.
When I was 20. So
if you have a gun pointed to your head right now, and you know that this person was sent to come take your life, you're just gonna stay like a coward and take a bullet and die.
My brother, we don't hold on, Femi. We don't advocate for violence on this channel. So we rule out and cancel that.
Do you know the plan KJ will use? KJ will say, let's take it easier and live and live.
Some people are brave, and that's why I
what are you talking about?
Let's live to fight another day. But the point, see, KJ, the point he was making earlier on was about, let's say your family,
coward.
God forbid, not your family, a loved one was around, and somebody was threatening your lives. You are not going to say, oh, let me go and come back. You have to act to protect your your family and your people's lives. And maybe that is where the error is coming from in the way you are looking at these international events.
No,
because you think when you go away, they will forget about you.
No.
They're going to get weaker.
Listen,
the situation is not going to change.
Have any of you been before? Have any of you been in the face of danger before? Have any of you here?
Yes, a billion times, yes.
Okay,
yes.
So what was your situation, please, if you don't mind to share?
No, I mind a lot, but life and death situations more than 5 times.
My brother, calm down now. Calm down.
No, I can't be calm. Like, come on, I can't be calm on that. This is a dumb question. My life is at stake, and you think I'm not going to take action? If I can run away, I'm not saying you have to fight the person. If I can get away, I'm going to get away. But if I have to fight my way out of it, I'm going to fight my way out of it every day of the week.
I'm very, very surprised to be hearing KJ sound like that, actually, because I believe that you would think he's
because you're not even allowing me to talk. You guys are talking, so I think your opinions are better. So
okay, go ahead now. Go ahead. Let's not interject. Let's not interject. Let him finish.
Listen, there's many ways to go. There's many roads to go to Lagos. It's not only one way that leads to Lagos. Okay, it's not only one way that leads to Lagos. And I keep saying, wisdom is profitable to direct. It's whatever situation that Bumure is painting now is not the situation that these people were in. And somebody here, okay, that's Dexter. try to paint to you people of what already have been discussed. Now, is it that your life is being threatened as a whole nation? No. But what we are simply saying is this: before this administration came in, there were other administrations that you have dealt with that are more favorable towards you. Life is what do you call it? It's continuous. Okay, until
no, KJ, no. The first thing they did to Iran.
Let him finish now. Let's not do this. Let him finish.
Forefathers, put me in that stage, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Forefather, I'm done.
If
You can allow it.
Okay.
Wait. No, KJ. No. Before you go, KJ, listen. Sometimes maybe some of us don't understand. Listen, the first thing Israel did was kill Soleimani. Okay, they killed Soleimani in Iraq. That was the very first thing they did.
Dude, wait. Dude, don't go that far. Here's the context right here. They were negotiating. No, the
negotiation came later. I'm even talking about the genesis of everything before these two negotiations.
They were negotiating even before Soleimani was a
right. They tore it up. Come on, man. What do you want them to do?
The so-called right-wing and crazy regime had a deal with America, the great Satan. They had a deal, then Trump came, tore it up because Netanyahu told him to do that, and now look at where we are.
The JCPOA.
Yeah.
Hey, forefathers, let me just throw some context into this thing. Forefathers, 1 minute. ECC, just 1 minute. 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. Let me throw some context.
Let me say something before you
got on. Sorry, just 1 minute. Okay, let me throw some.
I'm not gonna take a minute.
I just want 1 minute to say something.
Hold on.
Let's just leave them. Let them carry on telling each other.
Hold on.
You know,
dude, listen. They were negotiating. They had a negotiation that was going to yield a result the next day, and Israel went in and bombed them.
Yes, we know all that. We know that all these are facts. You are stating facts. We know all that.
No. I'm trying to disprove what, because KJ is.
No, KJ didn't say that. That's not true. KJ has not disputed what you are saying. That's true.
His analogy was that, hey, look, if they acted like a little puppy, this would have been over.
No. So let's leave all that. What I'm trying to say here is this: what you guys are saying, hypothetically, everything is correct. You are saying what you're saying is correct. My point is this: I just want to throw it. I want to paint a scenario for you guys. Okay,
That's condescending. Don't do that. Come on, man.
So I want to paint a scenario for you guys. Okay, see the scenario here. Okay, let's not go too far, forefathers. In Nigeria, I think it's Katsina or Yobe State, there's a famous Islamic terrorist there that has been carrying out carnage in the community, and he actually did kill one of the commissioner of police there. After doing all that carnage, he now said that he wants to negotiate with the Nigerian police force. It's on the news. He said he wants to negotiate with the Nigerian police force, and that nobody should wear a police uniform to come for that negotiation. The Nigerian state is there. Now this guy is negotiating from his position of strength. And guess what? When he came for the negotiation, he came in the uniform of the commissioner that he killed. Either is it the DP also that he killed? He wore the guy's uniform. Now my point is that this is a state. Nigeria is a state that Nigeria has the monopoly of violence. But yet, a terrorist in the country, because that guy is literally a terrorist in the country, decided the conditions on which he will negotiate. Why? Because
how do you tie that with the right Iranian?
So this is my point. When you are treating the art of let us just treat this thing as it's the art of war. Nobody will negotiate. Nobody that is coming to the table comes as if he's coming to play as a playing ground. If we want to think about it, we just want to be idealistic about it. And yes, it's a play. If you play the game of chess, any of you play for your advantage. You don't play to make your opponent no, you play to your advantage, and it's like
dude, you don't even play chess. Like I can hear it from you. Like stop it. I can even hear it. Stop it.
Okay, let me do some due diligence.
When you don't know anything.
Hold on, Dexter. Let me.
I can invite you. We can play. I'm ranked.
Oh, no problem. Let's play it here now. Let's play it here. Go to share.com. What's your handle?
Why men like this? You always like to challenge each other for everything.
What is your handle on share.com? What is your handle on Leeches?
Can I ask people to like, share, and subscribe? Viewers, please like, share, and subscribe. We don't have a lot of likes. We want people to be able to see the video, and for YouTube algorithm to enable people to see the video, you need to go there and click the like button. And if you have not subscribed, subscribe to Dr. Damages, to Niger, Iroko Post. If you have not subscribed, please do that. It's not going to cost you anything. And I noticed that nobody has bothered to donate any penny here. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to go to church and donate a lot of money to the pastor. But this channel needs your support. So whenever you get a chance and you have a little bit of change, donate a little bit of change to the channel. Every little helps. Don't underestimate it. Every little helps. So feel free to donate in Naira, in dollars, in pounds, in the cowrie, even if it's possible, you do that. Bitcoin is always welcome. Thank you, everyone. All right, so Okija is here. Let's leave all these rough people around. After Okija, then we'll go to back to the group there. So, what do you make of these events going on in the world? Iran is being attacked. Cuba may be hit. What is going on with Trump? Trump is betraying everything that he stood for. A peace president has become the most warlike president in American history for quite a long time now. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. If you guys have listened to the man for a very long time, you will see that even in before he became president, he was rooting for. Even before Libya was invaded, Gaddafi was removed. He was rooting for Gaddafi. He said, that he should leave Gaddafi alone, that he should leave Saddam alone. He always liked the dictators. So I was surprised that he's trying to remove a dictator. But usually what I have seen, the slant in this conversation. Some people, you will see some even in the U.S. military, they are telling people that that Trump started this war, that it is the Armageddon is coming, that they should fight this war, that Armageddon, that war is coming. But I always tell people to dissociate themselves from a political Israel and all this political Christianity, because each time a bomb drops,
biblical,
somebody is making money. Each time a bomb drops, somebody is making money. And they don't care about people who are involved. You see that during Bush, Dick Cheney, and Rumsfeld, they concocted this plan that Iraq has a weapon of mass destruction. They knew it was lie, but because their friends, defense industry, people, where they have investment, they will make money. They don't care how many people died, and they went to war. They killed thousands of people were killed. They didn't care. So that's what happened. You see a man in Israel. He's facing corruption allegation. He's trying to garner public support in his favor. Oh, I'm the one who destroyed Ayatollah for you. That's basically what he's trying to do. You see the one in the U.S. who is quagmire with Epstein file. The one they were showed they withheld from releasing. They released some of them. I think that was yesterday, and it was drowned by all this Iran war, and we don't have a lot of people haven't even heard the news. So you see what happened? Because I tell people these people they think Netanyahu, he has Israel at heart. No, some people don't be surprised. Some people billionaires are making money while this war is going on, because let me tell you. In 1981, I was reading this CIA declassified document. Do you know in 1981 to 1983, Israel was supplying arms to Iran? Even when Ayatollah was saying the death to Israel, they were supplying arms to Israel. And Israel was turning around, shipping some of the arms to Hezbollah in Lebanon. And Hezbollah was using these arms to fight Israel. You can't just make this up. So like, when these, people come up with all this, like, especially, Christian sentiment. I'm a Christian, but I don't believe, those nonsense. When they come up with this sentiment, I say, leave these people alone. These people are just, personal things, they are trying to accomplish. So like, it's gonna be, for people already said, the war is over, or they've decimated, they've killed, the leadership. They told us also as well that they what they used about the nuclear armament, that they
obliterated
them. But now they're telling us that they are back. So, but what is going to happen? Iran is not like there is a lot of dimension to it. In Iraq, they have a Shiite. Iraq. So US eventually they will try to, because there's no way they can win this, by throwing all these all this firework from you have to go inside. Once you go inside, if you want to go inside, then go inside. You will see what will happen. It will be like Syria, because people, the Shias in Iran will join the war. Some other people will start coming. Also, like you see people from all over the world going to Syria. Then it will be the same thing. And then US will be there, quagmire. Russia, they like this. China, they like, even though they don't like it because of the strait where they have an oil problem, but they love it because what I'm seeing is that an empire needs to come down, and that's what is going to what's happening. When after US is done with this. US will be defeated and then nothing. You see Iran, they're talking about it. They've been ready for this. You think that somebody, I think, was it KJ, was talking about people who are strategic thinkers. You think the Iranians, they don't have strategic thinkers. They've been thinking about it for hundreds of years ago. Thinking about what will happen. They are there. You do know, like all these Gulf states, do you know where they get their water? From the sea. The Iran will just, like blow up everything. And people, like that's another disaster. All these countries will suffer. So it's not going to be easy. Anybody who thinks
I say this, the Strait of Hormuz. If I was just Iran, I would I'm not even going to bother firing missiles that much. I would just stay, make sure no ship cross that Strait of Hormuz.
You see what has gone?
Oh, sorry.
The fuel price has gone up in US. Gone up in Nigeria.
Let me tell you where there's going to. Let me tell you where there's going to be regime change. Regime change is not going to regime change that the United States wants to happen in Iran is definitely not going to happen in Iran. The places that are more susceptible to a regime change are those Gulf countries that the United States has been protecting forever. So the Saud family, Bahrain, the Emirates, especially in Qatar, Oman, especially Abu Dhabi. So those places, one second, Jide. So those places are more susceptible to a regime change than a regime change coming from Tehran, because Tehran, it is multi-layered. The government, even America does not understand that the Iranian government, Iranian army, the IRGC, and the Shah's Council, the Ayatollah's Council, are completely separate arms of government. Right now, it is not even Iran that is fighting back, not the Iranian army. It is the IRGC. These are all autonomous governing bodies. So it is very obvious that this country does not understand these people at all.
And apart from that,
we know all these things, and America doesn't know it.
So because they have a decentralized army, it is very difficult for them to lose this war, because they have a mosaic structured military. So anywhere America targets, there will be a replacement automatically. So it's an extremely difficult war for America to win.
Jide, I appreciate your intelligence. I appreciate all of us, our intellectual capacities here. And so what we are saying, Jide, is that while America was doing this whole thing, these things you guys are saying, they are oblivious of it. They are not aware of it. Who goes into battle?
Believe it or not, there are some dunces. There are some dunces acting in the capacity of intelligence agents today in the United States. Trust me on that one 100%.
I have a reason why they have to go now.
Dexter, sorry for fathers. Dexter, let me tell you something. We live in the US. I believe Jide as well. See, Jide.
Yes, I do.
I mean, Dexter, you better believe it or not. Americans are not as smart as you think sometimes.
As they used to be. Let me just bust the bubble here. Look, Americans. You can't say Americans is a last. Look, what you need for smartness in a nation, all you need is 1%. So let's not. So wait. Let me.
Would you rather listen? I urge you to go and listen to the likes of John Meishama and Co. These are Americans that they know the assault. Some of them are ex-CIA intelligence officers.
Listening to.
Can I just add something quickly to this? I think the reason why they had to go now, because they know the window is closing. If they don't do it now, they will America has to pivot back to Asia, because China is even rising faster. And Netanyahu is the only leader that is willing to do this. Because
if Netanyahu, no. Well, that means now
there's not a leader that will do it.
Now you're putting the responsibility on America. No, this is not something America wanted. This is something America was bullied and backed into to do it. So meaning that if Netanyahu saw this as an opportunity. Okay, it is a once in a lifetime generational opportunity. The midterms are coming in November. If we do not strike Iran now, regardless of whatever explanation we bring up, it will never happen again, because the coming generations are against Israel. So it's never going to happen. So everything he's been trying for 40 years.
Hold on. Why that is relevant to the previous argument that was happening here was about why did the Americans not know what the conditions are on the ground, or Israelis don't know? They know, even if they feel like it's a little bit disadvantageous towards them. They feel like they don't have a choice.
Do you know how long Trump was pushing it off? Trump pushed it off for more than 2 months. He didn't want to go. He did not want to go, but each time he didn't want to go, they released an Epstein file. They unredacted a despicable page. So his back is to the wall. Like they're telling him, like, you're gonna go. You took $250 million from Miriam Adamson. You're gonna go. You're in the Epstein files. You're gonna go. He has no choice.
Stop jumping the post.
Sorry, I have a question.
Shut up, Jefferson.
Jide, Femi, and Christian for SPN and Okiya. Which of you are in a secret service agent? So, first question. Number 2, which of you have classified files? I don't mean the declassified ones. So
can I respond to that?
Classified files.
You don't think that's a stupid question? Like you think someone is going to tell you?
I want to be very polite.
Dexter is asking a question. Do you have it? If you don't have it, stop talking as if you have it.
Wait, you answer, Jide. The reason why I'm asking this is this. You can't be telling us open source information to try to bamboozle us with conspiracy theories. Okay, answer, Jide.
Thank you. You see, everything that Uncle Sam wants to do in the Middle East, it has been written down. The strategy, the objective, it's not conspiracy theory. On this show, I have said it time and time again. I've sent documents for everybody to read. Everything they are doing now, it has been planned over a decade ago with Israel. It's not a conspiracy theory.
Jide, sorry, let me
so you rather want Iran to continue in their callousness and be causing problem in terror, right? Is that what you want?
When we're talking about,
is that what you want?
You
want that to happen? You never have to do the night they stop this one. You know what the Iranians they face? You know what the Iranians they face?
How many Iranians do you know?
What is the callousness of Iran? I want to answer that question now.
Jefferson, when we're talking about some local government election, we're going to call you like.
Iran? Answer that question.
I didn't hear what you said.
What is the callousness of Iran? You said they are callous. Tell
Their
me the callousness
supreme
of Iran.
leader, have been oppressing, the what they call it, the opposition. To
what opposition?
And everything that has nothing to do with Islamic agenda.
What's the opposition?
Yeah,
Who's the
that's what they
opposition?
did. And they did it for 47 years.
Who's the opposition?
Who is the opposition?
They did it for 47 years. So what are you saying?
Yeah, but who's the opposition?
You say who is opposition? You're asking who's opposition.
Tell me now.
The people who don't want Islamic
Yeah, these
agenda
are the
in the
guys I
country,
want to know
the
where
people who
people
want to
work.
live their lives.
Yeah, he's talking about
They are saying all these things because they are in a comfortable position.
Yeah, he came up asking
No, I
people to
must
tell
say,
them.
you
jobs.
come here and be talking, geopolitics, but you ignore the fact that
We just
the
having
people who are
fun, man.
causing harm
No, I'm not telling them
to other fellow Iranians, you don't see all those things.
Can I answer the question?
Please answer the question. Anything you want to say will not say, but let it be on record that it is judgment that is that the Iranian government being toppled is judgment that is happening to them is divine. It's not even it's beyond all this world that we are seeing.
Divine.
Cool.
Yes. Yes.
Jefferson, when we're ready to smoke crack,
It's not that if I'm ready. It's not that if I'm ready.
No. I said Jefferson, mute yourself.
If you think that you are a bigger oppressor, other oppressors they will pass you.
Jefferson, mute yourself. When we're ready to smoke crack, we're gonna call you. Mute yourself. When we're ready to smoke crack, we're gonna call you.
Don't tell me
mute
that.
yourself.
Don't tell me that if I'm ready to smoke crack. You, Mr. Consistency.
We're ready to smoke meth. When we're ready to smoke meth, we're gonna call you.
You don't know nothing about.
Jefferson, calm down. Hold on. Wait.
Every time you're talking about this thing, I can go sit down, Joe.
Hold on.
I will send you documents for you to read.
Wait a minute.
To understand or not.
Don't tell me you send me open source documents. You guys just
all this one way they talk. If they talk, if they shoot out. Make Iran conquer the whole world, make no ID.
How can they have classified files? You don't even know what to ask. Just shut up, man. How can they have classified? Even a person that is a current that presently runs there cannot have classified files. You guys just spout words and just shut up.
Me and you go enjoy them.
You don't have to be rude, though. My friend, you don't have to be rude.
Not because you asking dumb questions, bro.
I said that there are documents that clearly state their strategy and objective. All you need to do is read it.
I asked you a question.
Everything you want to do is written.
Wait, okay, sorry. So GJ, just look like wait.
Hold
on. Dexter, hold on. Let's hear for a while.
Dexter, when we're ready to talk about Canada and Winnipeg, we're gonna call you. This seems to be beyond your pay grade, bro. Now you don't know what to talk about. You and your little
you propagating your Islamic agenda. We know where you stand. You know where you stand.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
You want to propagate. You cannot force it on other people. You claim you are in America. You live in a country that is free. How many times have people oppressed you for what you stand for?
You oppress me now.
Have oppressed you.
You oppressing me now.
In a country that is free, you can talk.
You oppressing me now.
In a country that is oppressed.
I actually won.
In Nigeria, they talk waiting and no.
The redacted versions of the SP files, do you have it? Yo, no one cares. So what are you look? I don't understand my point is let's get because somebody here came and said somebody came here and said that they pushed Trump into acting because they were releasing the
because okay, so listen, there's something called reasoning by deduction. I don't expect you to be able to understand that because you've shown that you don't. So what happens in that situation? Well, because you don't. So what happens?
The one that doesn't reason properly.
So what happens? What happens in that situation is we take.
You see people committing evil. You don't speak against it, and you are telling me you're objective. How dare you use that word and say you're objective? You're not objective.
I didn't say I was objective. Goddamn, are you slow? I said reasoning by deduction.
You don't reason properly. You yourself, you don't reason properly.
It's okay. Listen.
You stand for doesn't make any sense.
Jefferson, are you on your period?
No, I will say it. I will say it in your face.
I understand.
I will tell you the truth.
Jefferson, are you on your period?
Dude, don't do that, man. Don't do that. Come on, we on live.
What do you mean by that statement?
You need to chill.
No. What do you mean by
I'm
that
making
statement?
I'm making a disrespectful statement. That's what I'm making.
And you're telling me that you stand for justice.
I'm not going to disrespect.
How should I take you serious?
Yeah, listen.
Because
now, like, no, tell me, how will I take you serious? The reason why I came here because I know who you are, and that's why we continue to confront you until you have a change of heart.
Listen, Jefferson, please, can you listen? Why you call opposition is not opposition?
Hold on, we gotta hear Jefferson. Wait, hold on. Jefferson,
no, essentially just want comedic relief, huh?
No, Jefferson, go ahead and
you just want to laugh.
You gotta hear him.
You just try to laugh. That's what he's trying to do. But all right, go ahead, son. Let's see.
Jefferson, go ahead, Jefferson. Come on, man. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead. Hit us.
I stopped taking Jefferson serious the day he told me the pharaohs, like 3,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, had the Air Force. He said they had an Air Force. I'm like, 30,000 years ago, they had the Air Force. And he was adamant.
You know, all you know is Islamic history. When you know Islamic history, what else do you know?
So I started taking Jefferson
never know anything. So please, I don't want to argue with you. Whether you take me serious, I'm not looking for people to take me serious. I'm only here to state facts, and that is it. And to be objective, no matter where you want to stand on your political divide, sometimes
so your facts, Jefferson, is that Iran, Armageddon, this was in the Revelation, this is biblical. Those are your position, and that there was an opposition that the Ayatollah was oppressing for 40 years.
Yes, he was oppressive.
All right. So give us.
Even his own brother warned him. He was oppressive.
Hold on. So give us names of this opposition.
I'm not going to do that.
Because they don't exist.
It doesn't. Who told you it doesn't exist?
So give us the names.
Oh, no. What do you mean that I should give you name of oppressive regime? No. Tell me why should I do that?
What do you talk? Yo, Jefferson, go mute yourself, man. You don't even know what you're talking about.
No, you that know everything. Why do you want an oppressive regime to continue?
When I talk, I said things that
Can I
people that know all the facts. Go ahead.
Because I want to ask this question.
I don't know anything.
Okay, there's noise coming through. Where is it coming from?
That's from.
Yeah.
Now the noise is coming from Boom Boom Ray.
Definitely not me. I don't live in a cave like you, bro.
So you said the regime is
even my neighbors are far.
What do you call them? Even you call them dictatorship, and So, but what particularly about the regime is the one that you really don't like, Jefferson? Name
I can explain it.
All right, I will tell you the thing I don't like. Ever since they took over office, they took over since the 17th till date, they stylishly removed. Look, the country was not fully an Islamic nation.
Okay.
Right? They had the royal system. They had different religions. They have Zoroastrian religion and some other religion. Right?
Zoroastrian
existing properly. They were doing things accordingly. But when they came in, just like we are having similar nonsense happening in Nigeria in terms of Sharia, of course, they succeeded. They were dismantling what they call. They were dismantling what they call government structures, like in terms of ministries, institutions, and all of that. They were doing that.
Shut this guy up, bro.
Hold on. They did that for years.
Is he telling us now?
Even most Christians, who want to serve God in truth and in spirit, they hide under bunkers to serve God.
So you're telling us now that from 1979,
if they were not doing it,
hold on.
You think it didn't happen?
It
happened.
Can I explain it to you? Can I explain to Jefferson?
I've not finished asking him a question. See, Jefferson, Do you know that Iran has the highest number of Jews in the Middle East? That's apart from Israel.
Yes, they do. They do. But how are they living their lives freely? That's the question you should ask yourself.
Yes.
How free are they living? Are they living their lives?
Yeah, they are living
their lives under an oppressive regime, which the Iranian which the Islamic government is aware of.
No, they're not.
Before this war, they killed 40,000 citizens. Are people not aware of this?
That's not true.
They killed 40,000 citizens.
Where's your proof?
When there was an opera, when there was a protest, this on the guy to happen. He's going to try to be diplomatic, to be democratic enough. So reason with the people, he killed 40,000 of their citizens.
But do you know? Let me just say two things real quick.
And then someone here is telling me about how
let me just say two things.
How if America come, they'll bring in Zionism.
Speaking to him for how long? He refused to back down.
No, I don't want to speak to him. If you mute him, I just want to ask. I just want to say something to the panel. I'm not talking to him in general. So this is what he's trying to tell us.
Let him go. Let him expose his ignorance. Are you helping him?
Who's ignorant you want to expose? Yeah, the one that is ignorant. Yeah, ignorant.
Let's finish. Let's hear him because I think
which ignorant you want to expose? Or what you want to tell me that America they are Zionists too? That they are all Zionists, that they have an agenda. It's not about the freedom, it's about their resources. They want to possess themselves to be.
What is wrong with people? They can't calm down.
Is that what you want to tell me?
Bring it down a notch. Bring it down a notch. You said that the home health and hospice. Do you have any evidence for 40,000 dying?
You're asking me, do I have any evidence? Oh, Father, I'm not going to do this crap with you today. I'm not going to do it with you today. You're asking me if I have any evidence. This is public knowledge, for God's sake.
But the public knowledge only comes from...
no, yeah, is there evidence? But you see it first, doubting Thomas.
Yes, because we saw the... Hold on. One of the
sometimes if you use some level of
calm down. You're not being reasonable. Don't unmute yourself. Don't make
Mr. Michael and Mrs. Bobby.
We have to do to and fro. Who is that now? See, Israel's conflict in Gaza is one of the bloodiest in terms of as a response to the 10, the attack the Hamas did, and we saw the videos clearly, many of the tragic events that occurred, and it took them 2 years to accomplish 70,000. And you are telling me the Iranian regime managed to accomplish
with bombs and guns
in a few days, without aircrafts, without tanks, without anything. Within a few days, they did that in Iran, and you don't see videos of it everywhere. You believe that? I'm asking you.
No. You want to ask me a question when you are shutting me down. You want me to ask? You want me to answer that question? I can't. No, It doesn't work that way. No, it doesn't work that way.
So you want me to be asking you, and you are talking?
No. I'm just telling you need to use some level of inference when you are following up all these things. Yes, I'm saying it to you. I'm telling you.
I'm going to explain to you.
There was protest for content of this. People were killed. And you are telling me, I should bring the numbers and give to you.
Jefferson, can I explain it to you what actually happened? Why you're thinking about that is dictatorship and killing Iranians is not true. Let me explain it to you. So this is how color revolution works. They have been trying to implement color revolution in Iran, America, and Israel. So normally, the way in Nigeria, people will go and protest. Maybe there's an inflation, people will go and protest. Normal Iranians went to go and protest. Normal. Not like they hate their governments. They went to go and protest. Normal. It's normal, right? You know what America and Israel did? I'm not making this up. They said it themselves. And they've documented it that that's what they would do. Exactly. America and Israel gave them AK-47. They gave some riot. They call them rioters. They call them Mossad agents. I'm not making this up. They will give them gun. They will give them gun. They will now carry the gun to those protesters and start shooting them. So when they start shooting them, everybody will run away. Hey, everybody will run, right?
First, they were killing police officers.
Police officers, yeah. Police.
That was the first thing they did. Then they stormed the radio stations.
It will now expand. because the weapons are distributed. So everybody all around will be killing people. So
it's even funny. It's even funny that they said it themselves and it's out there in the open as well. That's the funny
Trump people said it. Netanyahu said it. Hegseth said it. Huckabee said it. Lindsey Graham said it. What part of that are you guys not hearing?
Why are saying that's Ayatollah's fault? CNN will now come and say, the dictator of Iran is killing his own people. Hey, CNN will now show those videos. Say,
they're about to do it in Nigeria too, believe it or not.
That's what they're showing you.
So what you are saying that this guy is a very good guy now. That their people are framing him and he's not.
33.5 million people came out to protest on his behalf 3 weeks ago.
Is that what you want to tell me? You want to tell me that, and you expect me to believe that from me? Especially when they have their tentacles in our own country, Nigeria.
Let me put it this way. If
I can't be that foolish, you know,
Jefferson,
and I will never be.
That question is quite relevant that you ask. That does that make him a good guy? The way I will look at it is that
does it make him a good guy?
Hold on. Let me say this now. In America, they have not killed any ICE agent, but ICE agents have shot people in the face and in other parts of the body. Imagine,
not shot them in the face, as killed them. Killed.
Stop down with you.
Hold on.
Don't down with me. Let's discuss it.
Let me finish. In America, can you imagine?
To correct you, they kill American citizens, not shot.
Yes,
them.
they kill American.
They killed.
I'm just trying to be polite. So, but
you want to be polite with the facts, okay?
In America, they kill ICE agents. They were killing police officers in America. What do you think American police is going to do if they were killing American police officers on the streets? And there was a riot going on,
and not Americans killing the ICE agent. If it was foreign elements saying we sent in secret agents from Venezuela, from Ecuador, they are with your rioters in Oregon right now, and we've given them guns, and they're the ones responsible for burning down your government buildings and killing your law enforcement officers. What do you think the United States will do?
They will not waste time now. They will shoot.
There was something I wanted to debunk right away that when he started, and we've been hearing this all over forever. They start off by saying Iran was never an Islamic state. Are you trying to tell us that between 1979 and 2026, Iran became almost 96%? See, let me line, please. Let me line. So are you trying to let me line?
That was not the original flag.
I didn't talk about the flag. Okay? I'm not trying to argue. Can you please shut up? I'm not trying to argue with you. So are you trying to tell us that the population of the Muslims dramatically changed from a minority in 1979 to an overwhelming majority in 2026, or this has been
changed? Stop being silly. The same thing that happened in Turkey is what literally happened in Iran.
And this is not for you because you can't perceive it. Or can you be quiet? I don't want to get in a back and forth. Let me land, please. I don't have any time for idiotic arguments.
So, please, 1 minute.
No.
I don't have time for idiotic conversation. So, are you trying?
What do you mean by that?
I think the information is readily available to find out whether Iran was Muslim.
So let me land, please. So, are you telling us that in less than
there's not why you fighting when the information? Do you want the information whether Iran was Muslim? Like
I'm not asking. Is it okay for that if I talk? I don't care about him. I'm speaking to the audience. So mute him if you want to mute him. I'm not trying to get in a senseless conversation with him. You do this every time. You mute me. If you see someone that doesn't know what they're saying,
you're making. You are just talking.
Okay, so let me make my point.
Okay, make your point. Your mic is so loud, man. It's giving me headache.
When you're an Islamist,
sorry. It's the echo, the ambience. It's crazy. Sorry. I apologize. Because he talks and I have to talk over him. So all I'm saying is we have to debunk when people come on here and make, or anywhere else, make fallacious statements. We have to debunk it because there are people listening and trying to learn. So if the Muslim population was not a minority in 1979, there's no way it became an overwhelming majority in 2026. They've been Muslims for over 1,000 years. It didn't just start in. So what do you
be Muslims in Iran? Stop all this your nonsense talk. Stop
this guy's insane, bro.
You're the one insane.
Jefferson, calm down. Boomerang, talk about the elected president leader that the United States deposed that brought in the Shia Muslim. Can you talk about that?
Yeah.
That's gonna help his
Can we talk brought in what?
The Melchizedek, the elected
Mossadegh that went for nationalization and then they kicked him out because he would not kowtow to the United States. I mean, there's nothing else to discuss about.
The United States deposed them, right? They and then brought in the Shah. The Shah was the most brutal.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let me do this.
That's very important.
Let me read this. In
The
1978,
Shah is brutal, and then this one was not brutal. Hypocrite.
Calm down now. In 1978, Iran had 98 to 99% Muslim population.
There you go. Where is he, Jefferson? Come here. Come tell us how we changed to.
I don't know why he ran away.
Hold on.
Of course, he's going to run away.
Yeah.
India.
Sorry. 1 minute.
Jefferson is in India, right? Wait, hold on. Jefferson is in India. That's what. He got for this, so he doesn't get kicked the fuck out of India. So, you just got to know this. You know what I mean? You got to be aware of this. He's in India. They gonna kick him out if he says something positive about. You know what I mean?
Sorry, let me say something. You see,
no one died.
So basically, it's okay to say I don't know. To be honest, it's at least investigate. Iran, the problem in Iran, I'm repeating it now, it's not a bad religion. When it comes to Islam, Iran accepted Islam in the 7th century AD. It's not even, these are not issues. But I'm going to speak from, like, people, a lot, you see people speaking ignorant. From 1979, let me give you some.
Iran is a democracy. Actually, you have a better democracy than United States of America.
Yeah, let me say something.
Be careful when you say something like that to me. I don't know that one.
I need to explain something.
It actually probably you could argue that actually.
Let's leave the backstory now. The Ayatollah regime, the Islamic regime in Iran, when they took power, actually there was a referendum. 98% of Iranians supported the government after they removed the Shah, after the revolution. From that point, if you want to help yourself, go and read the story of Ayatollah. Ayatollah does not fly around with private jets. He does not live in luxury mansions. Go and confirm all this information.
Isn't that the problem?
Let me say, hold on.
Doing all those things,
let me say something. No, I'm going somewhere. From 1979, when he took over power, the female literacy rate in Iran was 28%. Today, it's over 80%. Fact check me. The power generation, electricity in Iran, when he took over, was 7,000. They were producing 7,000 megawatts of electricity. Today, Iran are producing over 100,000 of megawatts of electricity. They can even dash Africa electricity. They will be fine. So, in terms of technology, even Iran have over 2,000 sack shores. It's not today. What people is I don't know. We are not interested in the fact. I heard Femi was saying, go and listen to this place. Go. They are not interested in fact. Even if you put it here, they are not interested. Even Trump is saying this stuff.
They talk about the fact that they have other.
They are not interested. So you can't discuss with this type of
talk about other religious groups in Iran, like the Jewish,
Zoroastrian, Christians, Jews.
Just to add to what you said about the Jews in Iran do not even want to go to Israel. They don't.
No.
Yeah. Because of how they are treated.
You have a lot of Jews in Iran.
Let me add this, and I think
a lot of Christians
the fact that he's a spiritual leader compounded the problem for Iran in the sense that, like, if you look at Arab states, like the Gulf state, they compromised with Israel to an extent. They were willing to sell the Palestinians out. But he refused to change because as a religious leader, he cannot change position and say, oh, those people are oppressing my people, so I can oppressing those people. But because Israel is now playing nice with me and we are going to sell oil and everything, I'm going to play nice. Maybe that's why his own position is so intransigent. He doesn't want to compromise anything, and Israel knows he will never change because he's religious. His position is religious position, and that is the problem. It's hard to corrupt somebody.
Even if he changed, the Zionist aim is to kill them, wipe them out. So it doesn't matter. It 100%. So it's either what do you mean? Are you sure? They are currently killing. They are currently killing unarmed Palestinians with the aim of ethnically cleansing them. Right now.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter. Those are unarmed people. So it doesn't matter whether you agreed with them.
No, but if Iran allows them to do that, my point is that if Iran allows them to do that, then they don't have much of a reason to come after Iran, is it? That's my point.
What do you mean? I don't get what you say.
If Iran supports them in what they are doing, let's say, you know how the Arab countries were still trading with Israel, some of them, while Israel was doing what they are doing. If Iran was like that, exactly. Even if Iran was like that, maybe they would not have any need to come after Iran.
No, you guys, listen. As Saudi, one of the good things that came out, good in quotes, that came out of the October 7th attack was the fact that it prevented Israel and Saudi Arabia from normalizing relations, because they were going to normalize relations a few days before the attack, either the 10th or the 11th. Those are one of the good things that came out, good again in quotes. I bring that up to say Saudi Arabia was not belligerent to Israel for all intents and purposes. Saudi Arabia was already normalizing relations. There were flights coming in. Of course, they had to transit in, I think, Kuwait, going to Jeddah. They were already allowing Israeli citizens come in, and they were allowing Saudi citizens go to Jerusalem. So bit by bit, things were getting good between both countries. But that did not stop Israel from still pursuing an edict or a government policy of destroying Saudi Arabia and annexing its lands. They still want to do it. So whether they were nice to them or they weren't nice to them, or you lay down or you fight, the bottom line is they want all of that for themselves. They want a greater Jerusalem. They want a Judea Pacifica, and they want everybody gone. All the Arabs gone, pushed into Africa, and whoever stays gets wiped out. That is their policy.
Okay, so now that push into Africa part is something Africans need to pay attention to. But
because they want to take Egypt too.
Yeah,
they want to take Egypt all the way to Sudan. Like, I don't know what people are missing.
Some part of Egypt. So now let me finish the point. I wanted to ask, do you think Cuba will fall?
Yes.
Femi, do you think Cuba will fall?
Yes, the way they're going with this thing, and it's not just Cuba. You see, recently, I think it's today, Trump is supposed to be meeting with the Latin American countries. See, there's a pattern, there's a craziness to the madness. And again, like, a lot of people think that some of us are siding with a particular aspect of this thing. I've often said it. This democracy thing, first of all, I think is even a scam. Number one. Number two. It's not even about Trump, because as far as I know, as much as I detest this guy, I genuinely know that he didn't want to be a part of this. What he actually meant is when he was talking about that forever wars. The problem is he's such a bad, detestable person, and he was already compromised, especially with all the monies he has collected from the Israeli lobby led by Miriam Edelstein and co. And on top of that, you also have at the back, because it's the face, the people in front that we see. but the people behind the veil matter as much. There's some, I've often said it, there's some principalities and powers in the case, especially nowadays, we look at all these technology guys, the Ellisons and co. They are controlling a lot of things that are even beyond whoever is elected. And of course, you cannot take away the fact that Israel is always a constant, especially in Netanyahu. As a matter of fact, amongst the things he has said, especially for those that are able to follow Aretz, even though it's written in is a subscription, what's it called? Hebrew. If you follow them very well, there's times whenever he speaks in Hebrew, the things he says, he and what's the name of that other guy? That Ben, is it Ben whatever?
Ben Gurion.
No, Simon Gever.
No, there's Ben Gavir.
Simon Gever.
The kind of things
Ben Gurion been dead.
Yeah, he's been dead a long time ago. It's because you don't pay attention. There's a lot of things that they're doing that makes it it's almost like Israel is the dog that's wagging America the tail. So whatever you see going on in Latin America and even in what's it called, it seems to always have the hands of the Mossad in it. So to your point about whether they're going to take Cuba, I believe they will. They will, especially with this guy that's trying to take extra revenge for what they consider what they did to his father.
Are they looking to use ground force?
It's probably going to be easy because you know what that part. As much as what's the name of this is a secretary that has like three Marco Rubio. You know, he has a grievance. He has a grievance.
Yeah,
it's about something that happened to his father.
Yeah,
that happened to his father a long time ago. That resulted in a lot of especially when
the exile.
The exile of a lot of those guys that you see in Cuba, a lot of those Cuban migrants. See, there's a lot that's going on that we think we know. We do not know, and that's why.
But the question remains, though. The question remains: are they going to go in with ground troops? Because what if
it's going to be easy for them to go in with? Cuba is just small and it's right by.
I don't think that they're gonna reach that because right now, because you know, Cuba used to get this oil from everything from
Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Yeah. Cuba right now, if you take generator into Cuba, you will sell like in Nigeria.
Like God bless you. Okay, yeah.
Don't give Passad any ideas.
Have you also? I don't know if you heard something this morning.
They don't have power. They don't have power to collapse.
Yeah, the system is collapsed already.
Yeah, but that is different. That is different from saying whether America is willing to deploy ground forces.
Once you are done power, once you can power your electric grid, you can collect trash. I mean, like they are talking about summer. Summer is gonna be awful. People will die in the summer because of air conditioner. People will die. They don't have power.
Have you seen the news? Have you seen the news today as well? Just today, this Saturday, about how Trump is offering the Latin American countries missiles to fight so-called drug trafficking in their countries. It's a lot of craziness.
Ecuador.
No, not just Ecuador. It's offering it to Latin American countries.
Yeah. People, you see people that support this guy, they are just sleeping. They don't even know what's going on.
So Cuba will fall on its own. They will come to negotiate.
Yes, that's what I think.
Okay, Jack. Not only the oil they are getting from Cuba, they even get money from Cuba, from Venezuela. We are supplying Venezuela security, even military.
Hold on, though.
Protect government.
Is Trump playing a game here whereby a regime will be in place and they will be telling Trump, come, let's talk, let's have a meeting, let's have a conversation. Trump will be like, yeah, you gotta go, I'm gonna drop you, you have to drop that, and then I will remove one leader, and then they will still talk to the regime and they will say, oh yeah, we've just changed the regime. And because the same thing happened with Maduro. And what if the same thing happened with Cuba again? They remove the top guy and then they just go and talk to.
I don't think that's what's going to happen.
No, they're not going to make arrangements.
I think.
I think I was going to say that on all those, communism, whatever.
They were looking to do that with Iran too. I don't see why. That's what
I think the only way they can fall is if Russia does not come in the aid of Cuba at this point.
Russia is not coming to the aid of anybody. Russia is not coming to help anybody.
Because
nobody wants this whole conflict. None of the powers want this thing to get out of control, because the moment it gets out of control, the only other option, after everybody had depleted their surface air missiles and their drones and their soldiers, is to start throwing nuclear bombs. So there's a very, very high possibility of a mutually assured destruction. So all they can do right now is everybody keep arming their proxies and let the proxies handle the beef. But the only dummy country that fell for a major party getting directly involved in a conflict was the United States. And we know why. America is not supposed to be fighting right now in Iran. It makes no economic sense.
Instead of saying that they will use nuclear weapons, what I'm thinking may happen, I may be wrong. This is me contemplating. Could it be that this could end like the Cuban Missile Crisis of the 1960s, where, for instance, Russia may send submarine nuclear weapons, or they could threaten Israel or something like that? Then Israel also want to try to use nuclear weapons.
If they do not escalate, the moment this gets, listen, right now we have close to 20 countries fighting.
That's what I'm thinking may happen.
Yeah, that's possible, and that would be the best scenario. That would be the best thing for this planet. But if this escalates, whereby we wake up tomorrow and the desalination plant in Bahrain or Saudi has been blown up, and like the professor was trying to explain, there's no water and there's uprisings in the Middle East, and we see pictures of them dragging their royal country members all over the street. This is going to go crazy real quick. Very, very easy.
I don't think it's going to get to that point where they start.
We hope not. We hope not.
Because the Iranian president.
You do not.
We hope not.
Let me finish with the reason why I said it. The Iranian president apologized to the Gulf countries for attacking them today, that as long as there is no attack coming from their country, they are not going to be.
As long as, but guess what? Russia. Tell me one second.
Are going to take that.
But you said something very pertinent, which is so long as America is not using your country as a base to attack us, we are in good books. But guess what? America is still doing it. They've just destroyed Iran's desalination plant. And there was a fighter pilot yesterday flying an F-35, left his transponder on, coming from Kuwait. So we don't know. There's no way that was a rookie mistake. That could be someone making his own little protest against the war, but he left his transponder on the way to bomb, obviously it's Saudi, to Iran. And he left his transponder on, and you could literally track it, and everybody was looking at it, and social media was going crazy that, look, F-35 just left one of these countries that say America is not going to use their base. So what happens if the people of Iran don't have water to drink, or they don't have electricity, or they don't have medication? You think they're not still going to try to destabilize the GCC countries? Forget all that. They're going to do it. So let's just hope it does not get out of range. And the next 2 weeks, America is going to be depleted. Iran's weapons are also going to be depleted. And maybe both sides are going to say, let's sit down and let's talk. Except if crazy Israel, of course, decides to use a nuclear weapon. So anything can happen at any time. Anything.
When the other one does nonsense, you don't call him crazy.
Well, I call them crazy because they've been attacking their neighbors and killing their neighbors.
And Iran never did that.
No, they never did. They never did.
Okay.
They never did. Not in 200 years, by the way.
Are you just arguing for arguing's sake? I don't understand.
Yeah, he's just arguing for arguing's sake.
Stop being dramatic here. I'm not arguing for arguing's sake.
Okay.
No, not saying country just attack.
Who has attacked more countries before? Which country has attacked more countries?
There's a little bit of a rift showing up at the top of the Iranian state whereby from what I'm reading here, it says the Iranian PM condemns President humiliating apology speech. Hardliner admonishment of Masoud Pezeshkian reflects rift in leadership with Supreme Leader expected to be chosen within 24 hours. I think I see this is the struggle that was supposed to have happened a long time ago. This is why I said this fatwa that guy did was a bad thing, because now you're beginning to see the rift between the hardliners and these so-called people that like to be.
That is what will happen now.
For father, that fatwa, you always mention the fatwa.
That fatwa was a terrible idea. Was a terrible idea.
No, I'll say. Let me explain something. The fatwa, while it might have had political implications, it wasn't binding on the states. Whenever a fatwa is issued, AY would know this. It is archived and entered into a report. Okay, that never happened. Go check.
It may not be
Khamenei did issue.
It may not be binding, but it's a guidance.
Hold on.
About the spirit of the
yes. Right.
Bubure.
Sorry.
It was Biden. Ayatollah is
no, it wasn't. Every time a fatwa is issued, okay, it goes into the records, then they archive it, but they didn't do it with this one. It was just his words, supposedly what he said. So it wasn't like Iranian state policy that he issued this fatwa. It didn't.
So Ayatollah is the supreme leader. The ball land in his court. So he kind of have what we call absolute power. So if he order a fatwa, the states are gonna follow. He's the head of the state.
Yeah. So, they said in the context of Iran that it's treated as binding.
No. There was a symbolic, there was some sort of symbolism to him issuing the fatwa. We agree on that. There were political implications of him making that statement. We agree, especially when he made it in public. But the steps taken to make it law were not taken. To make that fatwa law, those steps were never taken. It is not in Iranian law.
Okay, got your point. Where if
you know what I mean? So it wasn't passed as law.
I understand what you mean, but you are looking at it from that point of view. But from the point of view of religious leaders, their word is a kind of law, really.
Not if you are no.
It's not like politics where you just
let me ask Femi this question. Hold on, guys. I mean, probably all of us will learn from this. Femi, from your understandings of the issue, where do you think we start as Africa, as Nigeria? What do you think is going on?
You know, it's good that you mentioned this.
We are safe as people, as black people.
We are going to be rounding up, so well over time.
It's good that you mentioned.
Let me talk, please.
Please, Jefferson. It's good that you mentioned this thing because out of all of what we're discussing,
that's my biggest fear.
Our sister here, dear sister Ifi, is only interested in how you affect Nigeria. Because I was going to mention this point that let's say, for example, I'm hoping we're only praying that, because don't forget that there's also the Pakistani involvement on the side, because Pakistani is torn between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Let's say, for example, we wake up tomorrow and a nuclear war has not started, because there's still North Korea there too that has nuclear weapon and so on and so forth. Let's assume we wake up tomorrow, we are not dead or whatever, and somehow magically, because we don't know how this is going to end, somehow magically they're able to solve this thing for a while. Because even if they think it's going to solve, they're going to solve it now, it's going to restart again. So let nobody be deceived. Let's say, okay, there's a semblance of peace for a while, and the America, for example, goes on to the next thing, which is Cuba. Don't forget, they still have us in mind though, and what we think, which is what I've always been fearful of, for those who think we're hypocrites, that we're scared of America being involved. Remember, they're still going to come with their agenda. And Nigeria is still important as far as Africa is concerned. But not, in my own opinion, not for the same reasons why we think they're coming. Because they don't really care for us like that.
So are we safe? I do not think so, because they have their own agenda. This will just be their opportunity. This case of while it's valid that we call it Christian genocide or whatever is going on in Nigeria, they're coming in. It's not going to be for in my own opinion, it's not going to be because they care about us like that.
Okay, so Femi, who cares about us? Is a question I have for you. Who really cares about us?
We should care about ourselves.
We should care about ourselves.
We should care about ourselves.
We should care more about ourselves.
Okay, the question I want to ask is that are we really caring
people
for
don't know what the time means.
We are not, but no foreigner, no American will care more about Nigeria. First of all, let me ask you. I'm going to put it back to you.
Situation here.
Wait, I'll put it back to you.
The so-called terrorists that are operating in Nigeria, they are not operating alone.
No, they're not.
Somewhere is supporting
and it includes the likes of the UAE as well. The same UAE. That all these things are interconnected.
And Iran.
And I'm not going to dispute.
Iran cannot pretend they don't get harmed.
That's not true. Iran is not involved. Why you get all this information? Iran is not involved. What kind of false information is this?
Hold on,
Iran is not involved.
Hold on,
why are you lying?
Here is what Femi said is very important, right? Sincerely, you see the problem with Jefferson. Just want to speak. Look at what happened in Syria. Was it not terrorists they installed in power?
The same that installed that terrorists in Syria
America.
We need to care more ourselves than America to care for our own interests. And I said, how are we caring for ourselves? And we need to tell ourselves the truth now.
It's okay to listen. It's okay to just listen. If you don't have
I take start. All the book and go, how it takes start.
Listen. Hold on.
Libya. Don't forget about what happened in Libya as well. If not that one.
Femi, please, you gotta ignore Jefferson. Jefferson, I don't know, maybe it's high tonight. So let me say this, right? Here is my fear. Because when you look at, hold on, Jefferson. When you look at Africa,
he said, "I'm not high. I'm drunk."
No, if you're discussing serious issues here, please.
When you are stuck in your own ideology,
hold on,
Jefferson. Blame somebody for being intoxicated because you cannot sit down and hold a sensible discussion.
Femi, when you look at moderate this guy.
Talking about the issue of talking about other things. What do you mean by that?
Jefferson, so what is wrong, Jefferson? Are you okay? Watch video and calm down, my friend.
You should be asking if they're okay.
Hold on. We are gonna be giving people 1 minute. In short, let me do it to 2 minutes. Strictly 2 minutes. Then when we finish, we can round up because we've gone over time. Well over time. So let me start. Okay. 2 minutes.
So Femi, this thing we were discussing. Here is I seriously have serious fear. I think it's time for African leaders at least to think. Yes, we are able to come together and form some kind of alliance, right? I'm looking at it. I wish even West Africa can come and form some kind of alliance and be having discussion, because my ultimate fear is these world leaders, the America of this world, the Chinese, they might come back to Africa and redistribute this continent within themselves. This might fear.
Rubio is talking about recolonization.
He's about it in Germany.
Because when you listen to these people, you put one or two together, the kind of things going on, bro. We need to stop this our tiki in Nigeria. We should be thinking along the line. Jefferson, you hold on now. Come, what's wrong today? Are you okay? Calm down. Drink water.
You can tell me something that's asking me if I'm okay.
Take some water, my friend. Hold on. For father, you see, he's not allowing me to speak. So I'm gonna start 2 minutes. So the thing is, we need to seriously think about these issues within at least the West Africa region. Let other Africa, North Africa, South Africa, East Africa. This is the discussion I think we should be having now to protect ourselves, because this is not a joke. I feel they can come and wipe us out, man. Let's not deceive ourselves. Nobody care about us, black people. We are the bottom. But we don't know this. We are kind of delicious, articulate. Where America care about you. He don't care about you. If you like, Arab don't care about you.
Nobody. Matter of fact, they are Congo. They don't have Muslims, though. They only have Christians. So look at what's been happening since 1960.
Yeah. So that is actually my fear, sincerely, because you might just be looking at it, you think it's a joke. It's not. It's not a joke. So hopefully we are. I mean, look at our president. He's also selling the country out, man. So where do we stand as people, man? You know, it's very frustrating. You know, I don't know, man. Jefferson, over to you, Mr. Know It All.
Yeah, so to point of correction, I never said I knew it all. We all learn every day. But when I see white, I will not call it black and vice versa. So, please, I do not like the situation where someone says, no, am I high or whatever. Of course, it's my own, everybody's view, everybody's entitled to their opinion, basically. All right, concerning this issue.
It's okay to be drunk once in a while, Jefferson. It's not like you're Muslim, you're not Muslim.
You see, you can say whatever you want to say, that, but that's your own concern, right? I'm not high, and it's your own allegation versus mine. Now we are talking about how we should be a strong Pan-African nation, independent of Western ideology. It's a very big subject. You know, we cannot talk of being Pan-African or whatever when we hold on to some wrong, when we always try to align ourselves with ideologies that don't make any sense, right? If I say, let me even go into the aspect of religion now, that will be another subject matter, because, well, whether one likes it or not, it's either you are the child of light or child of darkness. That's the subject for another day, right? But again, we as a people, what are we doing differently? What are we doing? Okay, even in terms of basic governance, what have we done to actually avert external influence? All these things could have been avoided. It was a very simple matter. When this insecurity and everything started, it could have been tackled head on. You know, resolve it. Don't look at anybody's faith. You know, get the people, put the people to book, and see how we can build our nation from within. But instead, we know from the time of OBJ, Yaradua, what they call it, Jonathan, Buhari, this Boko Haram thing has been lingering, and then it has changed and metamorphosed to what it is today. So who are we? So as it is now, the insecurity, we don't even know where to start or where to go. And then, of course, the thing is turning into a religious crisis, and obviously everything is turning into tribal. But I'm not even come out of that. So how do we really want to say we want to have a united front per se? Even when with this Iran, with this what is going on, people are marching flags, people are paying allegiance in Southeast to Israel, people are paying allegiance in Iran, which is obviously that is happening. This is not what they told me. We are seeing it with our own eyes, right?
Time's up.
Who is in the crease in South is claiming.
Are you hearing me? Your time is up.
Warlord.
It's 2 minutes
Someone
now.
The person, that's Asari himself now. He claims he's a warlord, and of course he got his feedback. Mossad has brought him up and said, "Look,
Jefferson.
this guy is a threat." Sorry, I'll soon be finished. Has brought him up and said, "Look, this guy is a threat." And of course, an American guy did a video and said, "Look, since you think you have AK-47, we will have something here." So it just tells you that everybody's all caught up right now. We have gone in too deep. But what I will say as Nigerian government is, we need to be like how people say, harmless like serpents, and harmless like doves, and wise like serpent, and play the devil's advocate. We must not try and take sides right now. We shouldn't even try it. Don't make it obvious, because the time we do, if we do that, we are being marked, and it's going to be a problem for us in the future. Because whatever we are doing now is going to decide where we are going to go, where we are going to be in the future.
All right, thank you. I think there's something to be said for what you said there. It's not totally without reason. Um, who is next? Let's go with Jide. Jide, 2 minutes. What do you make of? Let's hear your summary and what you think about the entire situation in the world.
You see, I feel like we Nigerians, we Africans, I've always said it before, our place in the world is that we are recognized and we are identified as oppressed people. We are under oppression. We've been always under oppression and we are under oppression. The little freedom that we have, the tiny freedom that we have today as African people, people lay their lives on the ground for us to have this little freedom. Today, as I'm speaking, there is a global war going on, an existential war that would actually define the geopolitical fate of the world for the next 10 to 20 or even 50 years. And that war, even if we claim that it does not concern us, it actually concerns us indirectly. Because this war that is being waged is a war between imperialist power and an anti-imperialist power. It doesn't matter if that anti-imperialist power is Islamic or is communist or is socialist. What matters is that this is an anti-imperialist country fighting for its survival. Now, how does that affect us as African people? Number one, it serves as an example of it and as a reminder that the little freedom we have, people died for it. These people are willing to die for their freedom, for their dignity, for their independence. That's number one. Number two is that this war, it should enable us to buy time to defend ourselves. Because they actually, if they win this war and they defeat Iran, this anti-imperialist civilization states, that is the end. They will dominate the world for a very long time. Because Cuba, like Femi has said, Cuba is not very difficult for them to get. It's not going to be very difficult. It's just an economic war. That's my concern. So if they can get Iran, when they come for, it's going to be easy for them to come for Nigeria, destabilize Nigeria. So the point is, at this point in time, I believe, instead of us saying that, oh, it does not concern us, I believe the Nigerian government and the Nigerian people need to now start realizing that we need to start preparing for the inevitable. If not, they'll come for us and it's actually to our destruction. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's quite an interesting point. Russia, for some reason, can't seem to end this Ukrainian thing. I think that has led to this gap that America is feeling all over the world.
Don't forget, Oga Tarif was threatening once he become president. One day, the next day, Russia war is gonna stop.
Let's hope that one end, because that war has taken Russia off the table internationally. That war, and maybe that's the whole point of that war, to keep Russia out of the international
war
arena.
is never easy now.
The truth of the matter is that you see all this superpower, this so-called superpower. For example, Russia, Ukraine exposed how weak Russians are. Nobody knew that this war is going to be dragged up to, I think this is the 4th year. All of us are surprised that Ukraine, just Russia, cannot defeat Ukraine. So what made you think that US is going to defeat Iraq? I don't think they're going to defeat. I think at some point they're going to come to an agreement and sit down and start this conversation all over. And then you're going to ask yourself, what is the essence of the war at first? After wasting human life. Because that's my only concern. It's not that they are fighting. It's just that people are losing their lives. And these people, they don't care because they are fighting for supremacy.
Yeah.
So we have to understand that. And I don't think America is going to engage themselves with Cuba. I don't think so, honestly, because they never knew that these people are going to fight back. They thought that once they, throw one bomb or one missile, Iraq will call them to have started discussion all over. They're surprised. Now Trump cannot pull out of that war. I think he's so arrogant now to say, hey, this is not what we bargained for.
I think I agree with Ify.
And if care is not taken, this war is going to drag and drag and drag. And what do you think is going to happen? American economy is in shambles. If you don't live in America, you will not understand what is going on. American economy is suffering so bad. People are frustrated. So there are a lot of things they have to put into consideration. And midterm election is coming. God knows what is going to happen. They're already losing some of their seats. I mean, the Republican. So starting a war is not a problem, but ending the war is where the problem is. That's what Russia is dealing with. I was thinking Trump is going to learn from what is happening in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. But, he's adamant and he's, going to do whatever he want to do. But we are here. We are watching.
You see, America and Russia is, for one, Russia has patience for war. I don't know why they do that. It's just evil. I don't know why they stretch wars on. Russia does that regularly. All their wars are like that. If you look at the way America is bombing Iran right now, Russia doesn't bomb Ukraine like that. It's like they are pulling their punches. It's like they just go slowly. I don't know why they do that. They have the resources, they have the manpower, but they don't want to do like American where you just bomb everything, kill everything. Throughout that war in Russia.
You know how many
the one thing you have to understand, the longer this war goes, they will get tired.
Russia get tired. Russians get tired. No, forget that one. They will never get tired. This is their thing. This is what they do. See, do you know America?
If you remember when they started the war, it's like, oh my God, they're gonna destroy Ukraine. I didn't even know that Ukraine will still be in existence up until now. I'm talking
Russia. But sure, you know that Ukraine is being backed by NATO. It's a
exactly. Russia's fighting the entire NATO.
Even at that,
we know that it's not the reason why Russia could have overwhelmed them if they wanted to, but Russia doesn't do that. History suggests that Russia doesn't do that. All their wars, I don't know why.
I don't think so.
They don't.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Give me one war Russia has just won.
They don't win anything. You know what it means to fight a war for 4 years?
If you're fighting a conventional army, it's quite different from fighting an army that is resorting to guerrilla tactics, or in this case of Ukraine and as we see Iran, wars of attrition. So this is not a normal war. Under normal circumstances, dump all kinds of missiles on them, but you have people that hit you, run. They just want to stretch. The longer they stretch it, the worse it becomes for the more powerful country. And this is what America is going to learn real soon.
I think maybe Russia has too much experience of fighting defensive wars. They are not an offensive country so far. They don't have a history of.
I don't think it's about offensive. I think it's more about public opinion. And Russia being worried about triggering, was it Article 2 or is it Article 3 for NATO country to get involved? 5, thank you. So they don't, thank you. So they don't want to trigger.
They're just supplying them with ammunition.
The country will never get involved. If they get involved, then they go nuclear.
NATO are not involved. They're just supplying them with ammunition.
Right. So they don't do anything that will even trigger it or public opinion. So, look how you killed all the Ukrainians. Oh, United Nations, we need your help. Or this, So they're taking it easy. But Ukraine, Ukraine is a war.
Except they are playing another game we don't understand fully, because what is going on in Russia right now, Putin doesn't seem like he's in a hurry. He's not in a hurry.
No, because he's winning.
He wants Ukraine to surrender.
He's grabbing land,
and they're not ready to do that.
He's grabbing land is like one step at a time. Every day they take one step. Okay, I've taken one step of land, maybe 1 meter. It's like it's too slow. What kind of war is this?
No, it's not slow.
The whole world is changing. The whole world is changing. Assad has followed.
You also have to remember. Listen, with these wars, all the top adversaries are also watching each other. They're looking at how the other party is responding to certain types of attack, how they mobilize, how fast their production lines can make new weapons and send them to the front lines. They're all watching each other, how they send information, the communication. They are watching. So at the same time, everybody has to, you play, I don't want to say safe, but you got to play smart. Okay. So they're not going to go all out at Ukraine.
I have to talk about Mehdi Hasan. I almost forgot. That Mehdi Hasan.
Oh, before everybody
goes. We need to go back to this.
Forefathers, I sent you, Ify, Femi. I sent you something that I saw on the internet about Epstein being supposedly alive or whatever.
Yeah. I think hold on now, Chide, come on, man. Let me go back to order. This guy hasn't spoken. Brownie skin hasn't spoken. Christian for Epstein, have you had your 2 minutes?
Yeah,
whatever. That's it. There's nothing else to say, really. That wasn't what I wanted to say, but I don't want to take everybody's time.
Let me your 30 seconds. Let me 30 seconds from Christian.
Strictly 30 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah. Take the 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I want to talk about Mehdi Hasan. You see, everybody was some people were eulogizing Mehdi Hasan. Maybe some of us have forgotten that Mehdi Hasan is a product of mainstream media. He's a product of the liberals. I used to listen to Mehdi Hasan, and I used to like him. But when I got to understand his politics, I had a huge distaste for Mehdi Hasan. Mehdi Hasan supported the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad. He's a liberal. You see, he has his own agenda, he has his own ideology, and he's heavily politicized. In as much as he's intelligent, he's also heavily politicized. Mehdi Hasan propagated and supported the ousting of Bashar al-Assad from Syria today. And that's why Syria is in chaos. So when Bashar al-Assad is interviewing an incompetent, I don't know that guy's name. It's almost like you have someone that is an hypocrite and you have someone that is incompetent talking to each other. That's why that interview and conversation does not concern me at all. It does not.
Daniel Bwala.
That Bwala guy. Because even Mehdi Hasan himself has his own agenda. He's an imperialist stooge himself. So I don't really take him very seriously. My 10 seconds has gone. I'll stop there. Thank you.
I think he hasn't claimed that he wasn't a liberal, and he even said Candice Owen is anti-Semitic. So
30 seconds. Let me say something, please.
What is all these 30 seconds about?
I've listened to a lot of people talking about Daniel Bola. Sincerely, Daniel Bola is not an illiterate. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. The job he's doing, the job is more than him. That's not you. See, there are things you can't defend, bro. No matter how intelligent you are, you're gonna look stupid. If you follow Daniel Bola, Daniel Bola is a big guy. He's a critical thinker.
I mean, nobody's saying that he's done.
There are jobs
he makes his match for somebody who is way better than him.
It's just like today. I've seen intelligent people, right? Hold on. I've seen intelligent people, just like you want to defend Trump. You automatically look foolish because
you saw intelligent people, then you saw Jefferson. Say it.
You gotta look stupid. There are things you don't defend. Just keep your mouth shut. If I were him, I would I said those stuff, but then
that was when I was in the other side.
Yeah, when I was in the other one, you just
know that. He tried to deny.
That was the problem.
Not that he tried to deny. He denied it.
They were taught that I think of a one-on-one. So many things.
If you talk
of 30 seconds is gone. All these 30 seconds that goes over 30 minutes.
You know what he's doing.
Okay. Let's get on with 30 seconds.
Period. You can't.
Thank you. Let's bring in Femi. Okay. Yeah, your 2 minutes.
Okay, let me tell you because there was something Femi said the other time he was talking about the people behind the veil. Because there was something that surprised me this week. I was watching this TikTok. It's a part 3. Like someone put it on TikTok. A teacher was in class. And one student, made her angry, whatever. So she took a picture of the student, Snapchat. like she, I think she said something. Didn't say what she said, but it felt that she said like that I'm, like bomb this boy. Within 5 minutes, police went at the school.
Wow.
Police were FBI called the police. Police came to the school and arrested that woman. So I was surprised within 5 minutes. So these guys, they've been reading, what we've been saying, and it's not even enough for them because I don't know if follow the news. Anthropic, is an AI company and software AI, and they had the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, Department of War, whatever. They wanted them to use their software for surveillance and stuff. So because they didn't want the Department of Defense to to use it in certain ways, and they said that they're gonna use it that way. And then the fallout. Trump said that they're not gonna renew their contract or whatever. Yeah, but I mean, just like, would they have all this information? And if you look at what happened during the election, 2024 election. What people like what's his name, Elon Musk, they did, how they harvest even data, even 2020 election, the one that brought Trump in for the first time. What they did with they targeted black voters, and they were giving them misinformation that they should not vote, whatever. So a lot of people didn't turn out some areas because of information they got that their vote will not count, that they voted, some things like that. So I mean, like when you have these people behind, and then you see all this, because I mean, sometimes you look at it, why are they fighting this war? I mean, like, why would you go to Iran, and then the potentials, the conflict, the how it could go, and then you still wanted to invade Iran and fight Iran? When some people that want to justify it, I tell them, what about North Korea always testing missiles? Saying that they wipe out Japan and South Korea, who are allies of the US. You don't attack them in the lobby missile. I mean, every day it's like Rocket Man is
Rocket Man.
You don't go to attack North Korea. Why are you afraid of North Korea and then you're not afraid of Iran? And then Iran, because I mean, nobody's trying to justify what is going on. Iran, I see them that they are. Axis of terror. They've been working with Hezbollah and some other Hutu in Yemen and some other terrorist organization. But the thing is, the world needs a balance, because when some people, you see what America is doing right now, you go to Venezuela and pick up their president. What did he do? You tell us, drug. You tell us something, oil. You tell us, that the naturalized company, years back. I mean, you don't give us the reason just because you can. I mean,
you said the oil belongs to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So like somebody, it was in Nigeria. A Nigerian was arguing with me. Say, what about the Iranian? They are targeting, they are killing their citizens. I say, it's still not killing our citizens. When when you live in a country where the government cannot protect you, that means the government is working with the people who are killing you. So is it not the same thing? What's the difference? So you can't, even though I don't like if America will go to Nigeria now to take out Tinubu, I would not like it even though the states, Tinubu. So I don't know. In as much as America, they have all these powers. I think some other countries that there have to be a balance of power. So sometimes I agree with forefathers that we need to build our security, build our ammunition. Things that we should know. Nobody who just come to Africa. Like every African country, like if they want to take on any African country, they just walk in. Take any country. They don't even need to build so much, amass so much. Arsenals to beat us. They will just probably even phone call. The African president will be gone. We can't protect ourselves, and then that's why we have terrorists running rampage in Nigeria right now. It's I don't know, but also you look at it. I don't know if anybody here who has information, because I read I can't remember who was saying that Iran, the Israeli ambassador was saying that Iran was playing in Nigeria. So I don't know the connection of Iran with terrorism in Nigeria. I don't know if anyone has any information.
I keep telling y'all, and I hope people listen. Israel is going to interfere with whoever is going to become the next presidential elections 100%. They're basically telling you guys, we're going to, if it's not someone we like, again, depending on what happens in the coming days with Iran. Now, if it turns into a disaster, they'll have to focus on rebuilding Israel. But if they succeed, Nigeria is the next step.
That's
and Israel is going to have a hand in picking who your president is going to be. 100%.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. That I really hope they will lose
If you don't say no,
if they lose in Iran,
because
they will not be able to
focus on Nigeria recently. So
when you have Netanyahu already telling you,
exchanging now. Let's so that we can move on to the next person apart from if
no, just 1 second. When you have Netanyahu already connecting terrorism to Nigeria and Israel's security, you have a problem. And he didn't say it once, he said it at least 2 or 3 times. He's told Nigerian Christians, oh, we're going to come save you. He said it. He's put it on X. And then we have the Israeli ambassador. They're already planting the seeds. And if you think they're not going to have a hand in choosing, because they believe it's them in America that should be the top powers now. This is what they're fighting for. But without going too further, they develop.
Can I bring this new speaker in? There are 2 people that have not.
Let me ask Okija question. It's going to help the people, please.
Okija, if you ask Okija, he has to answer. Then he's going to drag on. No, let's not do that now.
No, he just said.
We can do that later. We can do
no, he's asking me. Okay, I can take it.
I just answer it.
Not now.
So
he's already taking 2 minutes. You want to ask him more questions,
so
he has to
you're
answer.
Not going to allow me. Okay, move on. Don't worry. If he's a good here now, you will let him go. No problem.
Because this thing is going to be creeping and creeping. Before you know it, they go and start off on an incendiary topic. Then nobody will want to go. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Let me bring in. I want Brownie Skin to be the last speaker. So support diaspora voting. Thank you for coming back. And you've got 2 minutes to make your submission regarding, the topics we've discussed. Are you there?
I am here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
No, not Brownie Skin. I support diaspora voting. Let's support diaspora voting.
That one is sleeping. Let Brownie Skin go.
No, support diaspora voting is there. You know, since don't mess with him. Say he's sleeping though. So, what do you make of it? There's about the diaspora voting. What do you make of 2 minutes to round up for the day?
Make of what exactly first?
The Iran war. Do you think America is going to lose? Do you think they will win? And what do you think Iran is going to come out of this? How does this affect the world? Because Russia is sitting on the sidelines and they are just taking one country after the other that is friendly to Russia. So how do you think all this is going to unfold in the coming days and weeks?
Anyways, first thing first, I don't think we'll see what happened between Israel and Palestine. I don't think we'll see it with Iran. Like what we have everywhere demolished to ground zero. I don't think we'll have that. Yes, so you say maybe win. The win will just like, okay, probably which hits more than the other. But to obliterate them like the way they do on Palestine, I don't think that will happen. And if, like I said, if for them to be on ground zero, to be destroyed as like Palestinian, probably if they have any nuclear weapon, that this will be the right time to launch it. You understand? If they do, you understand, according to Israel. But the right thing I see, like regardless of your support, do you think even the Americans, do you think they're doing the right thing? If you really want to be honest, do you think they're doing the right thing? Because you can't tell me you are doing the right thing and you just leave your country, you go to Venezuela and just arrest a president, take it to your country, and that's it, and everybody just okay with that. I mean, come on, what audacity? So if this kind of person is still, because in court of law, if you are found wanting in one thing, it damages or stops all your future whatever interaction you want to have. Like you will be judged with your past. So a country that will do that, why would I stand a chance to believe whatever they tell me? You understand? So to your question, say if who will win, yeah, you might say yes, probably maybe Iran will have the worst hit. Doesn't mean Israel will not have another hit, because
If you check your social media, you see videos of Israel having better hits from Iran. You understand? But the mainstream media will not show you that. So you might end up not knowing who is the winner or the loser. But like I said, yes, Iran will be hit, but that doesn't mean Israel too will not be hit drastically. You understand? Then how is it going to affect the world? Yeah, definitely the world is a global place. So if we want to be one, what affects one will definitely affect all. But that would be if it gets to if it will lead to third world war, which I still don't believe it will lead to. So it will really affect the world in their own international politics, where they do buy and sell amongst themselves. You understand? Trying to, and I don't know what America will achieve if at the end of their motive, they conquer Saudi Arabia. They conquer Russia, conquer Iran, conquer China, and conquer whatever. If they do all this, okay, then what next? What will happen? Then what will happen? You understand? Because it's becoming one too many. I mean, let's just let the world have peace for once, at least for once. Let's let the peace in the world for once. Just every time trying to now, like I said the other time, I think the last session we had them like, okay, we have some militias now, some army now from US. They're in Nigeria. What have they been doing? What have they achieved? What are they doing? They're not before you know now, this thing will rob us. You understand? Because the next missile, after they've succeeded in throwing a missile, probably the next launch will be from Borno State, American or whatever, but from Borno State. By the time they calculate the projectile, where the projectile is coming from, and they say that's Nigeria, before you know, okay, they launch one, give us to let us know about. So, I mean, in as much as we are still money for the world, we want to support each other's side, but at least we should call for peace. And this is not, this is not what the world is looking for at this moment. Don't forget, none of this generation is even thinking of, not your generation, this generation coming out, this generation, none of them is even thinking of signing up for any military or army, whatever. None of them. You understand? Because everybody wants to be on TikTok, social media, whatever. None of them. You understand? So if we achieve if the war, purpose of this war is achieve what they achieve, what is left for this new generation? What are they going to do? So please, we should be careful of what we support and support generally anyway. That's just what I want to say.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying on that one. Just for the news, it says that Iran military attacked Kuwait and Bahrain just now, and so it means that the president, that is a little bit of a moderate, is being shot down by the prime minister. Which seems to be quite accurate because that news was on the Telegraph. I wasn't so sure how true it was, but the fact that now they are still attacking Bahrain and Kuwait means that right wing, that's the hardliners have taken over now. The hardliners are in charge at the moment in Iran, so they are going to dig in. These guys are not playing.
It's not hardliners. The IRGC is independent of Khashoggi's orders. The IRGC is the one fighting right now, not even the Iranian army.
But the PM is the one that shot the president down.
That's not what I'm talking about. They are independent of whatever civilian orders can come from anywhere right now. The IRGC is basically in command of the security, its own group. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
That doesn't look very good for Iran, because if the president comes out and
what
says,
do you mean the PM? Iran.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
Iran does not have a PM.
Let me see.
Is it the speaker? The speaker?
I don't think he's the speaker. Just hold on, let me confirm whom they called him. I think there's a title. Sorry, maybe I got it wrong.
Probably is the speaker.
Let me see. It's on the Telegraph. So it says Iranian MPs condemn. Iranian MPs condemn
members of parliament.
Speech. Yeah. I think Iranian hardliners have turned on the Islamic Republic. Oh my God! When
so
people are calling on the president,
but where's the news? Who's giving us this news? Like, let's take that with a grain of salt.
I was gonna say that Telegraph. I was gonna say exactly.
Let me say this. Right? So you basically have three people in the position of the Ayatollah Khomeini making these decisions right now before they elect a new
You're right.
Wait, for fathers, please let's justice for me and for the minority, me, Ify, and Brownie. Let me just let me do my 2 minutes.
Have you not had your say? You've had your
No,
say,
no,
haven't you?
no. My 2 minutes. I've not done my 2 minutes.
Okay.
No,
you
not.
get your 2 minutes now. You get your 2 minutes. That's for sure.
So I was going to say exactly what's his name. I don't know why we think alike sometimes. Telegraph for where? Forget Telegraph, I beg. So in summary, my take is this: the lessons of history, human beings, we never seem to learn it at all. And this idea of thinking that the hegemons, in this case especially America, that might is always right. No problem. There's always going to be another power that's going to rise. So when that power starts doing the same thing, and those of us that are criticizing the US, for example, today, starts criticizing that power, at least people will see consistency, because apparently everything certain people say, so long as we don't support America when it comes to saying things, then it's either we're hypocrites or we're conspiracy theorists. Well, I leave that to the lessons of history for those that would come behind us in times to come and wonder why we are so crazy to allow certain things to happen. And of course, this, like has been said by a lot of people that know better, the likes of so many of the names that we've reeled off in the past. These are signs of a declining empire. Some conversations are very difficult to have. That's why whenever the issue of China comes up, for those who are not aware, there's this thing that's difficult when it comes to sentiments for people to take, which has to do with the truth of history, and which is why history keeps repeating itself. Now, how does it affect Africa, which a lot of us are still more concerned about, especially in Nigeria? Again, we point to what a lot of us have failed to learn. DR Congo, they've never had a day of peace since their independence. A lot of these things, again, goes back to power and resources and control. You cannot take that away. And sometimes I often wonder myself that, okay, as much as one does not want to blame the West, the fact remains that we are at there's something about food chain. For those of us that read biology, Africa, for example, has always been at the bottom.
I said it now. Yeah.
When it comes to food
Don't
chain,
be emotional. We are down.
Whether we like it or not, it's something that is, and that's why. Just like this morning, for those that are still in the US, I was surprised. I've never read about this guy this lady that's supposed to be a precursor to the Williams sister. A lot of Black history, even in America, is suppressed in favor of a lot of things that are even attributed to the white people.
Yes.
Actually, even when it comes to inventions, are inventions of Black people. A lot of the inventions.
Yes.
I'm only beginning to even realize the ones I didn't know before. So I said this to say that at the end of the day, in as much as we have our differences, which again we cannot take away from the fact of history, whether before slavery or after slavery, and it's still ongoing today, which forms the crux of neocolonialism, we cannot take away the fact that it is still down to us. I agree, it's still down to us to decide whether we want to be like the Iranians and find a way to do it. Of course, it's going to come down to
we can never be like the Iranians if we're not educated. It will never happen.
But so long as we continue to pander to our masters, after all, let me end this way. I don't know which of the past presidents of Russia said this a long time ago. He said that the people are falling in love with the oppressors. We seem to like our oppressors, which includes not just the people who rule us, but also these Western countries. We seem to love our oppressors. I'll rest my case.
You know, most Nigerians don't even know they're Black. Most Nigerians don't even know that the white man does not like them. So if we don't educate our people and let them have a sense of self, nothing is happening. The education will transform people's minds, open their minds, and make them aware of the world around them and how people view them. This is why I always say education for the African is very paramount. And we need that. It's imperative that we educate our people.
No, you're not pro-African. It's not now. Hear that one from you. You're not pro-African anything.
Let me bring Brownie Skin on. Brownie Skin, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you making time to join us. But I'll give you 4 minutes, to give us your breakdown of what you've seen since you came late. So go ahead, 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Forefather. I thought you were going to say that I should pay a small fine of 4 cola nuts and a bottle
I
of
wish I could.
DJ's best. But thank you
wish
for
I could.
that. All I want to say, I don't have too much to say though, but it's simply this. I will start by saying Africans are a deeply spiritual kind of people. They are not defined by what you see. They are influenced by many other factors. In light of that, the question I would have loved to ask is, as Africans, do we see any other spiritual angle to this conflict? Because in African mythology, the spiritual influences the physical. So in this Iran and US thing, do we have anything about what the ancestors are saying? Or have people read and tried to study whether there's any angle of that kind? Probably that's what Jefferson was trying to allude to, although, that's another story.
No,
I don't know
Jefferson.
if anybody has anything to add to that.
So what do you think the ancestors are saying? You can't educate us. We are here to listen.
No. It's for those who advocate on the ancestors' behalf. You understand? I have a different angle that I do pursue things by. You understand? I want to understand from the African spirituality side, how does this conflict play out? Because as you would see, many people have different theories of what is going on. We in Africa, we know spiritual matters. How do we conceive of this kind of thing? That's just all I'm trying to say.
Jefferson says it's leading to Armageddon, and in Jewish belief, they also believe that before the third temple can be built, the world has to be destroyed, and they also believe this is leading there. This is why they attacked during Purim. This is why you see they are buying red heifers. You can Google the red heifer all over the world. So there are spiritual aspects. This whole thing is very convoluted. Like it would take forever if we all have to just pinpoint every angle. But in essence, there are also spiritual aspects that the Jews themselves are pursuing to make sure that this ends up in, believe it or not, in nuclear fallout.
Okay.
But it seems it seems Brownie has something to say. You speak in parable.
No. It's good.
Just give us the spiritual African spirituality aspect of
Wait,
it.
AY, please.
Since you are just gaslighting us, just go to the point. Let's understand it.
It's simple as this. What Two Niger has said is the answer.
Not yet.
So what I was trying to find is that, yes, what he has said, I know those things. In fact, there's a book written by this woman called The Great Controversy. It was written in, I think, 1911. But he's speaking to issues of this kind on the line that Two Niger has just said. So I wanted to find if any of our viewers, any of the participants who advocate or who are deep into our African traditional religion have any perspective of that kind. Because in the end, this conflict we are seeing is more than the intellectual. It's more than that. It's driven by different forces, which Two Niger has very intelligently decoded very quickly too.
So he was talking from the Jewish angle. You are not saying anything. It's as far as I'm concerned.
Brownie skin. Sorry. While I don't know anything about the African part, I'll tell you something that my former manager at work told me once. He's a very strong evangelical. A lot of people that know people in the South, especially on the Republican leaning, the evangelicals, they will tell you this. We had this conversation because we used to talk a lot. Now, he was the first person I heard live tell me that there's this belief amongst the evangelicals, very strong belief that aligns with the Jewish angle that Christians for Epstein just mentioned to you. And then the way he explained the thing to me, I was now wondering if it is the same thing that I've read in the Bible. That because it's so, if you see, they can't, and they're so programmed, especially the American evangelicals, they're so programmed that you need to speak to them
for you to, you'll be shocked. If you're a Christian, you'll be shocked. The kind of things they will tell you, the kind of plans they have. Meanwhile, that's why you have a lot of these evangelicals telling you that, some of them tell you they're evangelicals for Israel or so, I forget what they call that thing. But the irony is that when you go to Israel today, I don't know if a lot of people are aware. In fact, I know people in Nigeria that are not aware that Israel is not a Christian country. As a matter of fact, Muslims in Israel, Christians in Israel suffer as much as the same fate. I don't know. I'm sure. I guess you are aware.
There are more Muslims in Israel than even in Christians.
And it's even funny that Christians are treated badly.
You can't build. You cannot. You cannot build a church in Israel. You cannot preach Christianity past the walls of Jerusalem. Once you pass the gates into Jerusalem, it is against the law. You can preach it in the Muslim areas like Jaffa and Haifa, but once you go into Jerusalem, that's it. You can't preach against. It's in the Sanhedrin. You can't preach Christianity.
Jefferson, what you're saying is valid. Jefferson, what you're saying is valid. But what we're just letting people know is that a lot of people think it's only happening in the strictly Islamic countries. But I'm just saying that do not think everybody is an equal opportunity offender when it comes to saying things. Because I'm just letting you know, because I just don't seem to know.
Yeah, so
thank you.
For instance, now even a Church of England that brought in Christian, the Anglican, they are not following their ways. In Nigeria, they are broke out of the Church of England. They have Church of Nigeria. So when it comes to in the era of religion, you see there's so much divergence currently happening right now. Most people are trying to align to a single source of truth. So when they see that a religious institute is breaking away, they try to make a path for themselves. That is exactly what is happening.
So, Jefferson, do you know, if let's say you went to Israel right now and you had a cross on your neck and you held the Bible? If a child or another adult spit in your face or slapped you just because you were a Christian, how would you feel?
That spitting is common. I know people have done that.
They spit on their face.
But how would you feel? How would you feel? Would you love it? Like
4 minutes. So forefathers.
Same way our Muslim.
I'm calling for rescue.
Even when they are going to Mecca to go and stone the devil or go and touch.
Does anybody know what Ifa is saying about the?
So you think in Mecca? Do you think? Hold on, Jide, 1 second. So do you think? Because you dodged the question, but do you think in Mecca, Jefferson, if you had a cross on and you held the Bible, do you think you would just be walking on the street and a Muslim would just come and spit in your face or beat you up?
You can't enter Mecca if you have those things. You can't go.
No, I'm saying if you are in Mecca already.
No, you can't. You can't because
no. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I've been. No, yes, you can. So you can. What they're doing. Hear me out. But besides, that's not even the question. The question is very simple. That's not the question. You are in Mecca already, or Jeddah, or Deregistered, or Medina. You are there. And you have your cross, and you're holding a Bible. It's obvious that this man is a Christian. Do you think someone is going to come spit in your face?
Let me tell you.
Without repercussion, just because you're a Christian? No. It's a question. It's a yes or no question.
Let me answer it. It's simple. You will be arrested.
Thank you.
And if you are not careful, you will be killed.
You're not gonna be killed. That's an exaggeration.
I've experienced these kind of things.
Sir, you're not gonna be killed. I understand. I understand Sharia jurisprudence. Nobody's gonna kill you because you speak. But this is my point. My point of saying asking that question. I mean, let's not exaggerate. So my point of asking that question is to let Jefferson know that, inasmuch as he thinks he's loved as a Christian in Israel, the treatment he's going to get, whether in Israel, in Oman, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia is completely different than what he will get. Have you ever seen a video? Before you say something is not true, hold on, Brownie. Before we say something is not true, hold on. Let me just ask a question. Before you say something is not true, have you ever seen a video or anything of a Christian in Saudi Arabia getting spit on by a Muslim?
Let me tell you this.
Have you ever seen it?
Wait now.
What's your point? Sorry. What's your point?
I just told you my point.
Wait, let me say
my point is
Christians will not try to go to.
Let me give you a little background.
Bible. Christians will
wait,
not
let me give you a little background.
Your point is supposed to be both Islam and Christians. They are both evil religions. That's supposed to
no, I'm not going to do that. It will make you happy if I did that, but I'm not going to do that because there is a big difference.
Because you are in denial of your religion.
Let me say something.
I can only be in denial if you present it. Hold on, Brandon. Sorry, Brandon. 1 second. I can only be in denial of something that is fact and evidence and provable, and I'm saying it's not happening. I just asked you about Israel. I just asked you about a Christian in Israel. Don't try to distort it. Don't try to distort it. This again, you want to play now. So I asked a very simple question. If it's in Israel, how do they treat Christians? We've all agreed that you get spit on, you get beat down, you get kicked in the whatever. Now you want to bring on Saudi Arabia. I said, in Saudi Arabia, do you have evidence? I don't want to go round and round. Do you have evidence that Christians are being discriminated by ordinary Saudi citizens in Mecca? If you have evidence for that, please let's see it. Yeah, but for you to tell me, oh, say both of them are devils, I'm not going to say that. You have no evidence.
Wait.
I'm not doing
that.
Forefathers.
Yes.
My turn.
Yeah,
please.
Forefathers. We need to make sure people are getting proper information.
I beg you. Let me speak to what Tuna just said. Simple. You asked a question, and I will tell you because I have lived in those parts before. You cannot even.
I've lived there too. Do I sound like someone that hasn't lived there?
Hang on. I gave you time, please. You cannot even enter Saudi Arabia with a Bible.
That is not my question. You cannot enter Saudi Arabia with cocaine. That's not my question.
You cannot even
my point. Stop confusing the discussion.
No.
It is not whether you can enter. It is what happens. What happens to you as an individual if
you cannot box people into a corner and then expect. I'm not on that.
No, it's a very simple question. You're walking on the streets of Saudi Arabia.
I am entitled.
Mr. Christian for Epson. Can you let?
Right. I'll let him.
Please,
good.
Come on, man.
No problem.
You see, I'm talking about my experience, not yours. I have lived in those parts.
Where exactly?
I have lived in Dubai. I have lived in Qatar. I
asked you about Saudi Arabia. I asked you specifically.
Can you let?
Because if they can't be coming here to be lying, man. Come on.
But you can't say that people are telling you. You don't even know me.
If I ask about, it's like me asking about Ghana and you start telling me about Kenya. I don't care about that.
I haven't finished. Him speak first.
I haven't finished.
You can defend yourself.
I haven't finished.
Come on now.
My brother lives in Saudi Arabia, works for Saudi Aramco.
You understand? In Saudi Arabia. Look at it. Look at it very well.
Let's not deceive ourselves.
Christian did what?
Because we want to put a particular point on.
Come on.
What was my question?
Come on now. Can you just let him speak?
He spoke. He just said it.
Stop interrupting him. Stop interrupting him.
Let me land, please.
When you finish, then you can say what you want to say. Come on.
This is the law. This is the law in Saudi Arabia. You cannot go with a Bible there. And if you are not a Christian, you can't go into the holy cities. You can only go to Daman, where they have like non-believers, and that's where you can go. So
okay, that's not true.
You are asking. So the question you are asking really
again, that's not. See why I have to interrupt you, Fee? Because you can't come.
Because you can't even get to that spot with a Bible. And
that wasn't my question. If you're walking again,
please stop.
Look,
Please,
your question is
speak.
misconceived. That's what
Please,
I'm trying to say.
Come on.
That look, if you cannot get to the market, you are prevented from going to the market. How can someone ask you what is the price of goods in the market?
That wasn't what I asked you. I did not ask you about.
I'm saying your question. Look, I'm saying your question. The premises of your question is wrong.
I don't know.
Do people get spit on? Do Christians get spit on in Israel? No, hold on. Let's not play this game. Let's not play this game. Let's not play this game.
No, stop. You need to stop. You have to give him the opportunity to express himself. Stop it.
He already did, and he already made false statements again.
It doesn't matter what he is saying.
It doesn't matter. It can be his opinion. If it's a lie, it's a lie. I'm going to call it out.
But you don't know.
When you were speaking,
how would I know? Am I speaking like someone that doesn't know?
Please stop.
Do you know me?
Stop.
I don't know you. I know the man. But for you to say only Muslim, no, if you know, stop.
I know that.
Look at this one.
How is he lying and you telling me to let him speak? No.
Asking you, why do you put Christians for absent? Come on, stop this.
It doesn't. That's not the issue now. You can write what, but that's not the issue. So let's not.
That is not a good thing to write. You may be an atheist.
It doesn't matter. Don't skew it. I wrote it. Write whatever you want to write. What we're talking about. Well, it doesn't. Stop skewing the conversation.
He doesn't have issue with what you put there. Come on now.
What does that got to do with the topic?
Sir, please be professional and let him express himself.
He already did.
On the issue of Israel, let me tell you. Listen, to Niger, Sister Ify, I'm
see for Israel here on the screen.
On the issue of
Israel, not the only Muslim here.
You understand?
It doesn't matter whether I'm Muslim or pagan. I don't care.
Let him speak.
He did.
When he finished, then you can.
Well, let me finish now. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
On the issue of Israel.
Let him speak.
On the issue of Israel, it's simple. I lived among Jews when I was in London for a long time. I lived among them in Finchley and Hendon. I lived there.
Go back to the point. Address the point.
They'll keep running from the point. What the fuck?
What he's saying, what Niger is saying, there are severe tensions there between the two. The Jewish state is not a Christian state. You must understand. The state of Israel is not a Christian state. It's Judaism there.
Dude, that wasn't my question. If you walked on the streets of Mecca as a Christian, all right, you can dodge all you want and try to conflate issues all you want. The bottom line is, if you walk on the streets identifiable as a Christian of Mecca, and you walk identifiable as a Christian on the streets of Jerusalem, where is it more likely that someone is going to spit in your face? Jefferson could not even say he's going to be upset. How would you feel? Come on, man. Stop it, man.
All right. Okay.
This is the whole Israelites will be doing the spitting of Christians around. So don't be propagating falsehood.
You can't. The thing is, you can go to Saudi Arabia with a Bible. You can enter Saudi Arabia with a Bible.
No. They stop you at the airport.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
But before it was not like that.
But you can't enter.
Christians also, you
cannot go outside. You can't display your religion. Your religious.
Jefferson, keep quiet. Let the just talk, man. This one just talking nonsense.
Yeah, he's talking wrong. If the fact is in front of you, you're just there being agitated. Calm down.
Anyway,
okay,
so,
let me give.
Yeah, that's one again. What's his name?
Let Okija speak, please.
Yeah, you can go to Saudi Arabia with personal copy of your Bible, but public display of religious materials is not allowed. You can't go to, like, he was asking, you can't go to Mecca with carrying your Bible. You can't do that. It's prohibited in Mecca. Also, what's his name? I don't know your name today, Christian whatever. In Israel, there are many churches in Israel. There are many churches in Jerusalem. So you said that there was no churches. There are many churches in even Hispanic churches. So many churches in Israel. So that one is false.
Thank you for
let me say so. Let me add to what Okija said. Let me add to. So sincerely, I was waiting for Brownie to make his submission. Actually, you see, this I'm actually surprised why people don't do research of what is really going on. What Okija said is very correct. I was really waiting for Brownie. I don't think you ever live in Saudi Arabia.
No, I didn't
in
say
Saudi Arabia.
I
will give you. I will help
you. Said you live.
Hold on, guys. I will help you with
my brother live. No, be correct.
You hold on.
I said that.
You hold on.
I said my brother lived there, worked for Aramco. That was 4 years ago.
Hold on. I need to give you guys fact. You can fact check, right? In Saudi Arabia, there is over 2 million Christians living in Saudi Arabia. As a matter of fact, that is one. Hold on, Jevasi. Come on. Sorry. So what you said, the non-Muslims, Christian or Jewish, they are not allowed
because of religious extremism.
You hold on. We are learning. Hold on.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Hold on. So the non-Muslims are not allowed in the holy city in Mecca. It is holy. So
the one who said I'm a liar,
let me finish now. This is the problem.
I did not go. Are you? What's wrong with these dudes? You said they're only allowed in Daman.
Hold on, guys.
Man, hold on, guys. Just keep quiet, man. You guys are annoying. Sorry,
Let's learn from each other. They are not allowed in Mecca except with an approval. Either maybe you have a project there, you have something going on. In Medina, Christian, Jews, everybody is allowed except the mosque area. Christians live in Medina too. Jews live in Medina. Even during the time of the prophet, the Jews were a lot in Medina. So apart from that,
they were originally Jews. They were.
So hold on. I know. Yeah. Even Riyadh is like New York City. Don't be deceived. If you go to Riyadh, quote me anywhere. It's like New York City. Go there. So
too.
On the issue of Israel, sorry. On the issue of Israel. The population of Muslims in Israel is 1.8 million. The population of Christians is 150 to 160,000. You can fact check this number, right? So, is what you were trying to say is not correct, but that is the correct statement. So, Christians have freedom to do their thing.
Nobody is saying Christians do not have freedom even in Saudi Arabia or Iran or wherever. Nobody is saying that. My own, where I said they are both evil is red. Especially
no, they are not evil.
They are evil. They're both evil. Because if they're not evil, keep quiet. If they're not evil, I see no reason.
It's not.
Why?
Why you having hold on.
Nobody still answered the question. Where are you more likely to get spit on because you're a Christian? You got dodgy. This one's even saying it's okay for if they spit on me, it's not.
Look. Even if they spit on you in Israel because you are Christian, so what? Does it mean
so a lot? That means they don't like you. So a lot. So a lot. And then this guy here is trying to tell us that if it happened in Saudi Arabia, you're going to get your head chopped off. This is why you guys are hypocrites. You guys are hypocrites. Look at you justifying. You are justifying getting spit on. You justifying. How can a fellow man spit on you?
Use your microphone.
How can a fellow man spit on you and you're saying, well, it's okay for me to be spit on? That's like, come on, son. That's not calling you a hypocrite is not abusive.
If you abuse people On the other
No,
hand,
you're a hypocrite. If I call you a hypocrite, it's not an abusive word. I don't understand.
You didn't listen to my answer. You didn't listen to the answer.
You didn't give an answer. You did not give an ansor.
Against what you profess.
You did not give an answer. Everything you did, you lied. You lied and said they'll cut the person's head.
Please.
You said they'll cut the person's head. You said it doesn't have. You can't go in Saudi Arabia with a Bible. You lied.
My brother had his Bible confiscated 4 years ago.
But you said, did you?
My brother had his Bible confiscated 4 years ago.
Wait, hold up, Brownie. Brownie, did you or didn't you say if it happened in Saudi Arabia that the person will get beheaded? Did you say that or didn't you say that?
No. Listen to it. I said,
No. Did you say it or did you say it? Did you say you cannot go into Saudi Arabia without a Bible?
Listen,
did you say you cannot go into Saudi? Did you say you can only go into Daman? So you lied. Everything you said was a lie. That's my point.
Everybody's talking at the same time. It's ridiculous, really. You guys can't even self-regulate. You are grown. You are grown-ups now. You can self-regulate. Okay. You had your time now to get it off your chest. Let's round up. Let me close off for the day. Let me thank all the people in the chat. A Black Beauty is there. Chowdy is there. Tracy Jacopin is there. Obi No is there. Magadeli is there. So I hope you guys have rough each other like crazy. Olga, I see you there too. Thank you for coming in. Pansat. None of you contributed to Dr. Damages. I don't understand. I'm not saying you contribute to 290. You know all these people. But at least you can do it, contribute to Dr. Damages. The KO and OCFV3P and Mwachuku Kele. I see you there. Who else is there? Okay, I said Chowdy already. JJ Win. Oh, that name is interesting. Equity, Fairness, and Justice. I see there too. Who else? I not said. I think I said OB. Baba XX. I see there. Chenana. Huh? Okay, Chana. I see there. Chana. All right. I think I've done the best I can do. Light is there. Light B21. I see you there. Thank you for coming in. And who else have I not mentioned? I think Equity Justice, I've said that one already. All right. Boom Ray. I see Boom Ray there. For real. I see you there. And you're also on the chat. Very good. Brownie Skin. I see you there too. Oh my God. Then it means this is very long because Brownie Skin just came and I've gone very high. Melvin Shem. Thank you, Melvin Shem. That sounds like, sounds like a name I know. Melvin Shem, thank you for coming in. And I think I cannot say everybody's name. I think I have to stop there. All right. So I appreciate you all for coming in. And till tomorrow, thank you. Let me thank Support Diaspora Voting, Jefferson, Ify, thank you for helping and staying with us today. You helped moderate and time this rough people, but it helped a lot. Brownie Skin, I appreciate you. AY, as always, very good. And Christian for Epstein, I appreciate you all. And
let me keep AY in America, but send this Bubu to Saudi Arabia. At least I can reason to go with AY.
Now you want to send it to Saudi Arabia. Be very happy.
Go get spit on by your Israeli masses. Go to Israel and get spit in the face.
Jefferson, stop. Jefferson,
stop.
The guy likes it fight.
Jefferson.
I lived there before. I love it.
Don't come
Jefferson, come on.
Achalugo nwanyo mam. Adaneri wano. Asanwam. Omalichanwam. Mwoma yiri gulo.
Orí adé tọmọdé tàgbà ní dáríjọ tí bọ̀gún àràbà bó bá ti di lọ́dọọdún. Ayé àmọ́ dáríjọ wá pínrẹ fún yín ní orí adé ó bàbá mi àgbógbógbó fèwú sókè kò sí ohun tí ó sọ bá ẹ̀ ní kú mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. Àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o. Àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni. Àwa máa forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni. Kábíyèsí o.
Dàbí rẹ̀, ta ló dàbí rẹ̀, nínú gbogbo alágbára ta ló dàbí rẹ̀, Olúwa, ta ló dàbí rẹ̀.